Okay, guys. Hello. Sorry for the little kind of impromptu start to things, but yeah, we have time to kill. More than I anticipated, to be honest, because I'm feeling quite prepared in general. So, DSP Gaming Quiplash, anyone? While we wait. Out of the blue, I know, but hey, Prophet, how you doing? Bingo. Yeah, not bingo yet, it's too soon, but let's have some fun while we wait. And I can go through here as well. I'm doing 2 special bingo cards today, but we can talk about that after a couple of games of Quiplash, right? So let's just enjoy some Quiplash first, and then we can get on with things. I'm doing alright. I feel very silly for scheduling this at 6:30 still, but I genuinely thought I would need to prepare more. 2 seconds, guys. I need to change this. This music's so loud for me. I can't really change anything though. I can't leave the game. I'll just quit. For God's sake. The volume's so loud for me. I feel like I need to play with it. I'm actually threw my headphones off. It's so loud, this goddamn thing. Hell. But yeah, I'm actually playing with bloody headphones right now, so there you go. Not to work and listen to the repetitive non-stop music, but I'm doing good. Before I have to suffer through Phil, let's enjoy some real chill. Yeah, sure. That's a good shout, yeah. But guys, join the game if you want. If you go to jackbox.tv and type in the code RXRV, you can join in a special edition DSP Gaming Quiplash. There's 64 different DSP related questions involved in the whole thing. And yeah, hopefully I'll get some good variety through it. And yeah, so obviously join the game if you want to join. I might actually venture forth onto Discord and suggest to people if they want a wee game of Quiplash while waiting for Phil, they can join this game if they wish. So give me a second and I'll spread the word through the usual channels and the usual means. Who do I? Where will I show myself first? Where will I show myself first? Self-promotion on Meerkat's thing could be a shout. Well, let me just quickly type in here that we're doing some only fan. No. Right, Jackbox TV code RXRV for some there we go. I promoted myself on the body, on Meerkat's self-promotion page. So as a start. Hell man. So join the game if you want to join in, guys. Join the fun. By all means, join in the fun. We'll play a couple of games of this. And yeah, and hopefully it'll be hopefully I'll manage to get a room filled fairly soon. It's always good to have it's like 8 people or so, you know, a full game is also the best, otherwise it gets a bit lopsided. So yeah, we'll just have to wait now for people to turn up and play. That is Jenna B. Welcome, Jenna B. I'm actually going not to sound like Phil or anything, but I'm going to send a tweet. I'm going to send a tweet to get support for my streams. Jenna Bradford, how you doing? Howdy indeed. Just give me a second here and I'll tweet this bad boy out. Okay, so I'm not even going to promote the stream, I'm more promoting bloody Jackbox for people to play. People got to buy into Jackbox, yeah, very true. Let me change this very quickly to... Not too shabby, on a long break at work waiting for files to process. I read that as flies to process, I'm glad I reread it. I don't know, that's just so weird for me. Your eyes play tricks on you sometimes where you just misread words completely. It's bizarre, but I read that as flies at first. But yeah, what you meant to do when you're waiting, but you know, play some Quiplash, it's the obvious thing to do. Okay, I'm just tweeting out 2 seconds, guys, and I'm going to read out my tweets. There we go. And since I sent that tweet, we've got another new person. Hello, Scatsideville. I assume via Paper Mario named themselves that. You hear Boris is leaving music? Aye, I heard a lot. I was some great viewing earlier on. Ojo the Clown has left number 10. Happy days. 10 more people until we've got a full card and then we can begin the game. It feels very weird doing this without headphones on. Usually I've got my headphones on and just I hear things. Oh, Barbatres is in. We're waiting for one more person. You think you go in? Well, if it says you're waiting for the game to start, then aye. I heard the Benny Hill theme music playing, that's quality. Yeah, Barbatres, okay. Fucking cool for you. Sweaty JPEG, Dashy110, Jenna B, Scatsideville, Hale Gaming, and Barbatres. And we're waiting for one more. So we've got a full complement of 8 people to join in the fun. So, as I said, I sent a tweet out, so hopefully, if anybody wants a wee game, they'll see it and join in the fun. So, shouldn't be too long now, and we should be able to begin the game, and who knows, maybe more people will join in and will want to play. We'll have to wait and see. It's a fictional character name I made up. It's an interesting one. So if I type that name in on Google, that will not appear as anyone's name ever. That's a completely original and unique name you made up. I'd go to Google right now and check this shit out. Hang on, doing it, sorry. So, Barbatres. Oh, it's a place. In France. With an S at the end. Oh, Superhound is here. Oh, fucking super. That's a very triggering name, but there we go. We have a full complement of people, so I'm going to say everybody's in and start the game. So, good luck everyone, playing the game. And yeah, we will hopefully be a smooth enough game. Hopefully the questions aren't too repetitive. But yeah,
alright, time for Quiplash. Very nice names. When my capybara finally gives birth, I'm going to name the pups after you guys. And remember, any extra players can join the audience at any time by entering the room code. Audience members' votes count. This is round 1. You'll see 2 prompts on your device. Answer them any way you want. Each answer will go up against someone else's answer, and everyone will vote on which they like most. It's simple. You score based on the percentage of players who like your answer. Plus, there are winners' bonuses at stake. Go!
So you know the drill, you get 2 questions to answer, guys. So you got 90 seconds to answer them. So just follow the questions, what they say, and try and think of the funniest answer you can think of. But we're just trying to make each other laugh as best as possible, you know what I mean? So just go for humour. Never mind the accuracy or whatever, just go for what you think would be the funniest thing. So, good luck guys, and I'll type my answers in now. Hopefully we'll have some good answers, hopefully. End of this, I really should start typing. I haven't even started typing yet, I've got 60 seconds to go, so 2 seconds.
Time's running out. Use a safety quip if you need it.
Right, I just got my answers in time, just barely. Looks like someone not got answer in time. Oh no, whoever's that wee yellow guy.
Let's see how
Oh,
you did.
nobody answered in time. I don't know who missed that, but there we go. What would DSP trade his 4th place finish at Evo for?
Okay, pick your favorite
Oh,
weapon now.
King Jadzab. Jeez, this is quite lethal straight away. I wonder if it's a real Super Hound. I got to imagine it's a Super Hound answer. Oh, someone's been mean to me straight away. Ah well. I'm more interested to see how the audience and the players vote on this. Did Phil Hound filter the game? Yep, Super Hound, there we go. 2 people, 2 you bastard! Can't see Phil and Jenna. Oh, you evil fuckers. I nearly lost that. How dare you?
Moving on.
DSP turns into a magic 8 ball. What does it say to you when you shake it about looking for answers? Stupid human, you give me answers. I have no idea what you are talking about. There we go. DSP turns into a magic 8 ball. Solution, let's see. Hill Gaming and Dashi. It's a tie for each. You split the points. Well done, guys.
Up next.
If Phil is randomly biting his nails, then who or what is on the screen?
Okay, vote.
Hulk Hogan or Tyrone? Hulk Hogan or Tyrone? So, who is on the screens if he's biting his nails? Hi, Johnny McReady. Doing alright. Just playing a wee like Quiplash randomly as we are quite early, and that's my fault completely. I thought we would need some time to prepare because it's going to be a special edition thing. Hulk Hogan is Tyrone, and Tyrone wins it. Unlucky Jenna. Next up we've got what really happened to Panda's hamsters. Caught gout from the water bottle, or they suicided when Panda left? That's quite dark actually. Wee hamsters just deciding to commit harry-carry just because their favourite person left. Bloody hell. Let's see which one wins this one. Barbatres against Scatside Phil. It's 3-2 in Barbatres' favour. Well done, Barbatres. Hamsters are a huge burden to take care of. Not for Phil there. DSP and Cat are enjoying sexy time. What is DSP's go-to position? From the other room or reverse cowgirl? Phil and Rambo shoved the hamster up each other's asses. That is delightful. Oh, it really is. I was waiting for that. I was expecting it and I was waiting for it and you did not disappoint. Oh my, I got all 6 people voting for me there. Sorry Jenna B, but I just crushed you there. Oh well, that makes up for a slightly poorer early round for me. Oh, there's Super Hound there. Out of all those bills, the biggest bill is King Jad's a bitch or WWE Champions. Oh my. I love this fake Super Hound living up to this. Hey Gibmore Bud, how you doing? Super Hound against Sweaty JPEG here. And 5-1 in Sweaty JPEG's favour for WWE Champions as his answer. Got a feeling that the fake Super Hound is not playing this to win. The true identity of 1 Minute Man is... Oh, Hill Gaming didn't type in time as answer. Either fail or a 40-year-old virgin was Barbatres' answer. Which is a good answer, but he wins the full points because he didn't have to compete against anyone for that one. The most defining DSP moment to exist on the internet is jacking it off on stream as the guy, and this is how you do beg, Jews and fap. What is the most defining DSP moment to exist on the entirety of the internet? Is it jacking off on stream as the guy? Or this is how you do beg, Jews and fap? Yeah, the fappening. Dashi 110 against Scatside Phil, and Dashi 110 wins at 5-1. Even Superhound agrees with that, so there you go. Right, so that's the end of round 1, guys. Let's see who's ahead. I feel it might be me, actually. Well, maybe not, actually. Well, it is. Blue. There we go. Jenna B with 200 points. Unlucky Jenna. It's funny that Superhound's got more than you, and they're not even playing seriously. But their answers have been kind Janta bitch both times, and it's still got more points. Oh, that's messed up, man. Right, so answer your question now to same drill. 2 more questions for us to answer. I've got 90 seconds to do it. I'm going to mute myself while I type away so you don't hear me clickety typing. I've got my answers in, so 3 more to go. Superhound's actually taking his time to answer. He actually might be taking this seriously. Fair play. Cobain, how you doing, pal? How you doing? Doing well, doing well. Hey, Cobain. How you doing, Cobain? It's Kurt Cobain. What will Kat's future career be? Walmart greeter or Tyrone's wife? We'll pick your favourite answer from those 2 now. Kat's future career, will it be Walmart greeter or Tyrone's wife? I'm actually optimistic that Superhound answered at least 1 question, or tried to. Either that or he just failed completely and didn't bother, so we have 2 no-shows and he just gave up playing. Fake Superhound anyway. Ah shit, Cobain, I'm sorry about that, pal. I was going to ask about the cat. But that's really unlucky. I'm sorry to hear that, Cobain. I mean, it's one of those things, I mean, losing a pet's always difficult, you know, but those pets had the happiest time of their lives by being our owners, so there you go. But you know what I mean, like, by people like us owning our pets, you know, all we can do is try and make our pets as happy as we can, so I'm sure your pet was quite happy for the time it was here. Why does DSP not have any friends? Egotism, bitching and narcissism, or Derek scared them away with his coom fetish? Why does DSP not have any friends? Is it egotism, bitching and narcissism, or Derek scared them all away with his coom fetish? Pets are for me far better than most people I know. They don't plot on yeah. This is the thing, pets don't have usually motives. Well, cats are a bit evil sometimes, you know, because I'm a dog person primarily. I do like cats as well, but cats can be vindictive at times, but cats can also be quite chill as well. It's funny, the older a cat gets, the more relaxed it gets around you, and it just kind of wants to chill more, it feels. At least that's from my experience. But yeah, it's always heartbreaking losing a pet. It really is. Will fulfills a lifelong dream of being signed by WWE. He has to have a new identity though. What's his performer name? Darkside Beggar or the King of Gout? He'd bite your ankles to let you know he was hungry. That's a bit lethal. You know, just meow. Bloody hell. So, Babatrez against JPEG, and 3-1 in favour of Babatrez. The Darkside Beggar wins it. Right, so after this game, we can play another game after this if you want. So I think there's some people in the audience, so they might want to play as well. Where did Jasper's claws go? They reminded DSP of Wolverine, so they had to go, or Phil took them out of fear? Bitch made. So where did Jasper's claws go? Wait, who made this? Well, technically I made it, Cobain. I made a special, unique DSP gaming Quiplash quiz. Yeah, I made like a last month or something. I made the whole thing. It's like 64 different questions, and you can hopefully get some variety for it. Hey, I got 5 of the votes, and M Hill Gaming But when the audience votes. That's the thing, anyone, if they've got Quiplash 2, anyone can play this if they've got the code for the quiz. The Snort Fort has run out of food. What will Captain... Oh, it doesn't matter because Superhound didn't answer. Yeah, Superhound bailed after the first round. Which is just... It didn't really contribute anything. This, I assume it's a fake Superhound just having a laugh or whatever. Who is to blame for DSP being unable to leave his house? DSP himself or the trolls, the tractors, Tevin and Mr. Kojima? So who's to blame for DSP being unable to leave his house? Wait. Let me phone a troll. Paranoia. Gave you a little email. So DSP himself or Babat. So there we go. 3-2, and the audience also went for Babat Tres for the Troll, the Tractors, Tevin, and Mr. Kojima. We're almost finished the second round, I think.
And next is...
I think this might be the last question. What do DSP's parents regret most about their awful son? Birth, or for God's sake?
Round 2 is over. Let's see who came out on top. This is round 3, the last lash. One final chance to catch up, and everyone gets the same prompt this time. Complete the comic. Time to take a look. In the final round, you can give out 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze medal to your top 3 quips. Make them count. Brace yourselves, here come those medals. Bronze. Here's the silver. And the gold. Medals are nice, but points are even nicer, so... We did it, you guys! Let's go to the scores! Welcome to Quiplash. If you experience any dizziness while playing, you probably won't do very well. Guys, I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like we're really going to change some lives here today. Time for round one. You get points based on the percentage of people who like your answer, and a bonus if you get more votes than your opponent. Go! Hurry, hit the safety quit button if you can't think of something. Let's see those quips. First one. Okay, voting time. Pick your favorite. Next on deck. And vote. And next. Okay, vote. Next. Vote away. Next prompt. Next in line. Vote on your devices. And next is time to vote. Moving on. Vote now. That's round one. Let's see how the scores shook out. Round two is pulling into the station with double the points and bonuses. almost out of time. Use the safety quit button if you have to. These better be good. First off, okay, vote for your favorite. Next in the hopper, put in your votes. Your next prompt is, it's voting time. Next on the list, vote now. Next one, get to voting. Coming up next, and vote. Moving on. Time to vote. Next up, vote on your devices. That's all for round 2. Let's see where the points went. That's right, it's round 3, the last lash. Look alive because you're all getting the same prompt this time. Make up a phrase that goes with this acronym. All right, brace yourselves. Present your medals now. Okay, everyone, let's see who got those medals. Bronze. Show me the silver. And gold. Great. Let me just turn those medals into points for you. And we're finished. Show me those final scores. Hey, I'm Schmitty, and I completely forgot what I'm doing here. Oh, Quiplash, right, Quiplash. You know, I'm feeling really close to you guys. We ought to make a pact to meet back here in 10 years and talk about life. Here's round one. The more people who vote for your answer, the better your score. Let's go. Audience members, instead of just waiting around while the players type, try the audience play along. Clock's running out. Think fast or use a safety quip. Let's start this show. Starting us off. Okay, everybody pick your favorite. Next in the hopper. Okay, vote. Okay, next one. Put in your votes. Next on the list. Vote away. Your next prompt is Ready, set, vote. Next prompt. Time to vote. Next. Vote now. And next. Okay, vote. Round 1 is in the books. Let's see the scores. Round 2 time, and to make it interesting, I'm doubling all the point values. You heard me. Audience members, while players are typing in their answers, try the audience play along. Almost out of time. Use the safety quit button if you have to. All right, let's have a look. Up first. Okay, pick your favorite. Coming up next. And vote. Next one. Vote on your devices. Moving on. Put in your votes. Next on deck, get to voting. And next is... It's voting time. Moving on. Vote away. next prompt. You survived round 2. Let's see if your scores did. Round 3 has arrived, the last lash. You're all going to answer the same prompt, so pull out all the stops. Finish the comic. We're ready to look. Time to give out those medals. All right, let's see where those medals went. First, the bronze. Here's the silver. And now the gold. Okay, let's change those medals into points. That's it. Let's take a look at the final scores.
Hey! Hey!
Welcome to Quiplash. I'm Schmitty, but you don't have to remember that. Before we start, let's just take a second to enjoy the warmth of each other's company. Okay, that's enough. This is round one. You'll score points based on the percentage of people who prefer your answer. Have at it. Folks in the audience can try the audience play along while we wait for our players to finish. Hurry up! Use a safety quip if you can't think of anything. Cards on the table. Number one on the list, the worst thing to paint on a new baby's nursery wall. Okay, select your favorite quip. Next on deck, what movie title best describes the state of your butt right now? Get to voting. Okay, next one. A very lonely Saturday night is just sitting on the couch with blank. Put in your votes. Next one, what unicorn flatulence smells like. Vote now. Next, the next big craze for yuppies, bottled blank. Okay, vote. Coming up next, the name of a really boring sex position is the reverse blank. Vote on your devices. Next in the hopper, what you wish you could say to yourself as a high schooler. Time to vote.
Run.
Next up, a pull string toy of this player would definitely say blank. It's voting time. Round one's over. Let's check the scoreboard. It's round two time, and everything's worth double. Don't let those points go to waste. While the players enter their quips, audience members can try the audience play-along on their devices. Time's running out. Use a safety quip if you need it. Cool, let's see what's what. Our first prompt is a bad excuse for being late to your own wedding. Sorry, I was blank. Okay, everyone, vote for your favorite. And next, the biggest problem with the last Star Wars movie. And vote. Your next prompt is a shocking thing to see digging through your garbage at night. Next on the list, a wise old saying your grandma taught you. Look before you blank. Ready, set, vote. And next is a bad excuse when trying to return a sports bra. Time to vote. Moving on. The title of the worst book to read on a toilet. Vote away. Your next prompt is, a new baseball tradition you would like to see would be the 7th inning blank. Vote now. Next in the hopper, what people in the early 1900s probably said when they got electricity for the first time. Round 2 is now complete. Let's see where we landed. This is round 3, the last lash. Everyone's taking aim at the same prompt this time. Complete this comic. All right, we're ready. Hand out those medals now. Okay, let's see who got those medals. Bronze first, silver, and finally gold. All right, let's turn that into cold hard points. We're done. Let's see the final scores. Time.
Go, 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 go.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
I love it. Go, 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 go.
By eBay.
Hell!
It's been tough. I always think that it's my fault.
Drinking gin.
Yep, I'm toxic. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. My ass is so fucking stretched.
Oh, no, you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker. Mark my fucking words. I'm coming for you.
For now?
Go, 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 go.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
I love it. Go, 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 go.
By eBay.
Hell!
Hateful slurs. Lame brain pieces of dumb fucking hateful slurs.
Why am I toxic? I love it.
Hey, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
Right, I understand. He's claiming that he's got $5,000 a month in expenses and only $5,000 a month in income, and net's about $35.
It's Tevin's fault.
Because you're not rich and you're not famous and you're not this and you're not that. You had an opportunity to be, but you blew it all. And I said, well, oh well. I'm proud of that. I guess I'm proud to be a loser.
This one's for all my baby girls.
I'll be the guy on level 1. I streamed myself masturbating. I'll be the guy.
Fuck life.
I'll be the for the thousands of children. I'll be the guy on level 1.
You're still on mission 1.
I'll be the guy on level 1. Level 1. Married happily, paycheck to paycheck happily, meaningful relationship, meaningful life with a family. And that, by the way, I have to raise money to pay 2 big bills next week. All my utilities are due next week. Tomorrow, if I stop streaming, I would not be able to get a job. So it would be the end of my life. But outside of that, everything else is good in my life. You know what I mean? So I'll be the guy on level 1. I streamed myself masturbating. I'll be the guy.
Fuck life.
I'll be the for the thousands of children. I'll be the guy on level 1.
You're still on mission 1.
I'll be the guy. I'll be the thousands of
Let me tell you
children.
something. When your life is all positive instead of negative, it's a much better situation. Big up, Skeeter Cat. And I can tell you that from personal experience. Look at my life now. I have a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful life with a family, right? Everything here is so much better than what I had before. Why? Because I'm a positive person.
Why do I say I'm not a children's entertainer? Because I'm not a Muppet. I'm not here to play a character. I'm not here to pretend that I'm something that I'm not. I don't dye my hair. I don't act stupidly constantly to get attention from children. I don't do stupid pranks. You know what I mean? I don't cause drama. I'm here just to play games and have fun. I'm a legitimate gamer.
Big up Skeeter Cat. I need banana, tasty banana, banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't feel it comes in there. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Act and talk a certain way with certain mannerisms, certain over-the-top reactions, screaming at the top of their lungs, jumping, flailing, doing weird things, constantly on camera. I need banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't feel it comes in there. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Banana in my mouth.
This one's for all my baby girls.
I need banana, tasty banana. Banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't feel it comes in there. Put banana
250th Street for that celebration, I'm going to debut a new vest. There we go. Celebratory bubble blow. Very nice. There's bubbles everywhere. There's bubbles all over my PlayStation 4 controller. There's bubbles on my microphone stand. There's bubbles everywhere tonight. It's not a control.
This one's for all my baby girls.
And it starts to click, you know, if someone just keeps saying sorry when they do something, they're not really apologizing, right? If apologizing isn't just words, it's I will not do this thing again because I feel bad about it. If you keep doing the thing, it's not actually an apology.
You have no respect for people that are alive, for fucking people that are dead. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself. You have no respect.
Today is Thursday. This Alrighty, everyone. Good afternoon. That's right. We're actually starting in the afternoon for a change. And welcome to the Level 1 Podcast. Today is Thursday, the 7th of July, 2022. I am returning from my day off yesterday, which I hope you all had a lovely day, whatever it is that you might have done. Perhaps you relaxed in the sun because it is the summertime. Maybe you had a nice, huge lemonade or iced tea in your right hand as you sipped and chilled. Maybe you tanned a little bit. Maybe you're down at the beach playing beach volleyball like people tend to do during this time of year. Maybe you sat indoors all day and played video games. I don't know what you did. But whatever you did, I hope you were safe and you had a good time. Because I am back with a crazy fun variety streaming week for you this week. This week, outside of like the last few weeks where it's been like gameplay, this week is a big amount of variety and fun, which I certainly hope you guys are ready for. Although, admittedly, today I personally chose to wear the classical training controller shirt, mostly because all I've been playing recently is retro games, right? It's all it's been out. Retro game collections releasing. No new releases of any significance for like another 2 weeks for me anyway. So I hope you guys have been enjoying the variety of retro stuff. Now, here's the deal. Today's podcast is abridged. What I mean by that is I'm only going to do about a half an hour podcast today. Why? Because today is the return. Oh, God, excuse me. The return of disgusting belches. But also, it's the return of Ask the King. This is my Q&A show that has been ongoing for over a decade. We are at episode, I want to say 91. Either 91 or 92 today. Crazy amount of episodes. I do this every 2 or 3 months, depending on time and everything. Even though technically I answer your questions every day, this is a show where I dedicated a lot of time to questions that you have asked. Either on my forums, or if you're a member here on DSP Gaming on the members page, or on Twitter. So I got all kinds of stuff here to answer. Pages and pages of questions. And we're going to be getting to that soon. And since that is the case, and I have so much to talk about already answering your questions, I figure, why are we going to do an extended podcast? Doesn't make sense, right? So, thank you guys for everything this month so far. It's been a great month. Since this is an abridged podcast, I feel like we should jump right into the important stuff. So first things first, let's talk about the schedule for the week because we got a lot to do this morning. So, let's talk. Today it is Ask the King on this first stream. I answer your questions for 3 straight hours, and it's always a great time. I love doing it. It's one of my ongoing legacy shows from my old days being a full-time YouTuber before I was even a streamer, and it's actually a lot of fun to do that. So I'm happy for this, and I hope that you guys are excited for this today. Okay, now tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, it's back to gameplay, and it is the continuation and likely conclusion of Super Castlevania 4. I've been playing the Castlevania Anniversary Collection now for about 2 weeks. It's been a lot of fun experiencing these Castlevania games in their entirety for the first time because I had never played through them and beaten them. I had rented several of these back in the day on the NES and SNES, but never actually completed playthroughs of them. So, it absolutely has been a ton of fun. I hope you guys have been enjoying this. It might conclude tonight. We're already in Dracula's Castle, but we are in very difficult parts of the game, so maybe I won't. But I think I probably will beat it on the 2-hour stream later tonight. Again, that's 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, okay? Tomorrow, full day of gameplay fun. the first stream will be Final Fantasy VII, continuing on. And we have just arrived at Shinra Tower, played for about 10 minutes, and then everyone told me at the end of my stream I forgot to save the game, so it looks like we're starting off at Shinra Tower again, which is fine. Like I said, it's only about 10 minutes of gameplay to get through. It's not a huge deal, and this time around I'll actually know what I'm doing. So we got Shinra Tower, the big epic finale of this part of, you know, the city, and then you leave the city, and once it gets to open world, you know, Midgar, that's when the game gets better. And we're getting there, okay? So tomorrow should be a great session of Final Fantasy VII. So far, the first 2 sessions have been great. You guys have attended, engaged, supported, and as I've told you guys, my agreement with you is that as long as you keep doing that, as long as people show up, engage, and support those streams, I will keep Final Fantasy VII as a main daytime stream. I know I usually don't, and what I mean by that is whenever I'm playing a lengthy RPG, I usually don't have it be a daytime stream like that. But so far, it's gone really well. So I am down for that, okay? Hopefully, it continues, you know, doing well. I like nothing more than over the course of July to be playing Final Fantasy VII as a major playthrough all month long with you guys, okay? So let's see how it goes tomorrow, but I'm feeling good about it. It's been good so far. Tomorrow night on the late stream, it's Friday Night Fights, my usual weekly late night session of old school fighting game fun. Now we're using the Capcom Fighting Collection, which I'm very pleased to announce has been doing well. Whenever we seem to play it on PlayStation, I get consistent competition, which is a great thing. We were a little nervous at first with that collection if it was going to be able to take over for the Street Fighter 38th Anniversary Collection, and it's been over 2 weeks, and we're not looking back. It's worked out well, and I'm happy about this, okay? So, that's tomorrow night. Then on Saturday, here's the big thing everyone's waiting for. Here's the exciting thing about this week. I hope you guys are ready for this. My next marathon, okay? It is going to be a marathon that has 3 completely separate parts. First of all, I revealed 2 days ago, right here on the Level 1 podcast, the name of the YouTube channel that I'll be reacting to for the very first time. It's actually the first time I'm ever watching and or reacting to this style of content. It's called Rob Gavigan. This is a longtime YouTuber. He's been around for a very long time, making all kinds of content in relation to the supernatural, but also crime stories, murder documentaries, essentially anything that could be considered dark or macabre, he covers. He's got a series of different things that are interesting, including countdowns called Twisted Tens, Seriously Strange, and other things. So he's got a lot of stuff to cover. Now, I announced the channel 2 days ago. What I would hope is that many of you maybe have checked out his channel already and maybe have some suggestions of things that you would like to see me react to come Saturday. Because essentially all I'm going to do is open his channel and start watching videos, all right? One suggestion I already got that I'm likely going to do, he has a countdown of his top 10 like most disturbing or scariest things he's ever done. We will probably do that as a way to just introduce ourselves to this kind of content, all right? Now, this is very much an experiment. I've never done anything like this before. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we don't ever have to react to this kind of stuff again. But I figured for variety purposes, it makes sense, especially after having 3 straight react events be all drama crap. I don't want to deal with that crap anymore. I want to have a break from it, okay? So, this should be fun. Hope you guys will join me. In addition to that, there's 2 other things happening on Saturday. I'm going to be doing a new episode of Feasting with the King, and I'm going to be doing my next fantasy-style simulation match in WWE 2K22. It's going to be a 30-man over-the-top rope battle royale featuring, excuse me, stupid belches today, featuring fantasy characters, just like we did about a month and a half ago. I premiered this style of match here on DSP Gaming, and people absolutely loved it and said, when's the next one? We want another one right away. And I was like, well, here's the thing. The reason that these really work is because you do them every once in a while for variety content. If I was just constantly pumping out these sim matches, they wouldn't feel special anymore. And in addition, they're very much dependent on the created content that people make and upload to the servers of WWE 2K22. If I do a fantasy match today and I do another one next week, there's nothing really new there. But if I wait a while, like a month or 2, then you'll have all new characters added and everything, and you can pull upon that created content to make the matches better. You see? So, I'm excited for this, to be part of this marathon on Saturday. But, do we have one task this morning? We have to set up the poll by which you guys are going to vote on the type of cuisine that I'll be having for Feasting with the King on Saturday. So let's do that literally right now, live on the stream, shall we? All right. So I'm going to head over here to the main channel page of DSP Gaming. I'm going to head to the community tab, okay? And I'm going to do a community post right now with a poll. Which type of food should Phil try for Feasting with the King on Saturday, July 9th?
Oh, boring fuck.
Good luck. 3 options. Option number 1, I don't know what happened. Where's the exclamation point? There it is. Would be, oh God, how do you spell it? Szechuan. I'm not even going to attempt to guess. I'm just going to look it up. There's absolutely no way I'm going to get this correct just by trying. So, types of Chinese food. There it is. Wow, that not even close. I wouldn't have even gotten that right. Szechuan Chinese. Also, American style barbecue. And then lastly, gourmet burgers and sides. So those are going to be the 3 options, okay? I had an idea for a 4th, but I don't think it's going to work out. The 4th idea that I had was that I had found a restaurant that serves... how can I explain it? You know what a hot dog is. You know, gourmet hot dog would be like a giant hot dog on a bun with a bunch of toppings. Well, they do that, but only it's not hot dogs. It's chicken. So they do chicken tenders and other kinds of chicken on a giant hot dog bun with a bunch of toppings. It looks good, but when I looked more into it, I realized it's just like fast foody. It's not like a restaurant, a gourmet restaurant. It's, you run in, you buy it, you walk out, you eat it. It's quick. It's a quick fast food thing. So that would be more catered to something like DSP Tries It. It wouldn't make sense for Feasting with the King where we're trying out a cuisine and we're trying to get multiple dishes and try them out and really get a sampling of what that cuisine is. You see what I'm saying? It's a very different kind of show. It's not necessarily a full review show. It's more an experience of what that culture's cuisine is, right? So, these will be the 3 options. Once again, Szechuan Chinese food, American-style barbecue, and gourmet burgers and sides. So I'm going to go ahead and post this up right now. The poll is now live. All right, you are now able to vote on the kind of cuisine you would like to see on Saturday's marathon event. So please vote, and you'll have 2 days to do so, today and tomorrow. And then Saturday morning, depending on what has won the vote, we will order live on the Level 1 podcast and get that food delivered during the course of the day, and I'll try it out for a live episode of Feasting with the King. Okay? So, please vote, vote, vote. That's very exciting, all right? Some people are saying, well, what about gourmet burgers? Yeah, actually, I looked into this. There's a few restaurants around here that are considered gourmet burger restaurants where I could order like 1 or 2 burgers and then like a side or 2 and try different things out. So that would actually work out pretty well, I feel. Okay? And by the way, no, I don't mean Red Robin like a chain. I mean like actual local places that do gourmet burgers. All right. So you know what we'll do right before we end this podcast? We'll actually check and see how your votes are doing. All right, so where is that? The main channel page of the DSP Gaming channel. Right now you can vote. Thank you very much. Okay. So let's continue. So that's Saturday. Saturday all day. We're on the pre-stream, Level 1 podcast. We're going to order the food. Then we're going to react to some of the Rob Gavigan content. Then we're going to take a break and eat the food when it arrives. Then we'll probably do some more reacting, and then to end the show, just like we did last time on the marathon that I did for me reacting to my own Down the Rabbit Hole, we will actually do the fantasy match, the sim match in WWE 2K22, the big finale of the night. Okay? Cool. Now, all that is only the first half of my streaming week. Then we got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So what's coming up? Well, some exciting stuff, so listen up. What we're going to do is go to full-time gaming again. And then on Sunday, we're going to pick up right where we left off with Final Fantasy VII. At that point, we should have hit the open world exploration part of the game, which is, in my opinion, gets to be some of the best parts of the game. So I'm excited for that. And then on Sunday night on the late stream, we're going to continue on with Zelda 2 on the NES. Now, for those of you who have been watching this playthrough, holy crap, you know how very frustrating this playthrough has been. This is one of the most cryptic, annoying freaking games I have played on the NES. but we're getting through it and making good progress every time. I think at this point we're a little bit over halfway through the game, so another 2 sessions I think we'll probably wrap it up. We'll continue that on Sunday night, okay? Then on Monday, it's a new game playthrough. Ladies and gentlemen, for your votes, what you voted on over the course of a week was for the viewer's choice game. And you voted by 0.04% for Zelda 2. But there was a good amount of people who voted for the game that came in second place by such a narrow margin, which is Fable Anniversary Edition, all right? So, as I promised, okay, we will be playing Fable starting Monday. It is going to be a full-on playthrough of Fable Anniversary Edition this time around, as opposed to Xbox 360, which was the original playthrough many, many years ago. This playthrough will be on the Xbox Series X. From what I'm to understand, the game runs at a silky smooth 60 frames per second on the Xbox Series X, and actually has no load times, super fun, much better performance than that first time around when we played it many, many years ago when it came out as a new release. So, yes, that begins on Monday, which is the 10th. No, excuse me, Monday the 11th. Then the late stream on Monday night will be more Capcom Fighting Collection multiplayer. So we'll have a Friday night and a Monday night fighting game session this week. And then on Tuesday, I'm actually going to leave it open to you guys. Would you want to see more Final Fantasy VII or more Fable Anniversary? I might even do an overnight poll to determine what you guys want on the main stream. And then hopefully, if all goes according to plan, that late night stream on Tuesday will actually be the conclusion of Zelda 2. All right. Now, once Zelda 2 wraps up, all right, here's the idea. The main daytime streams are going to be a balance between Fable and Final Fantasy VII. The night streams will be a balance between Capcom Fighting Collection and a new playthrough. What will the playthrough be? It's definitely going to be something off of maybe PlayStation Premium Plus, maybe something off of the Switch Online program, or perhaps something off of Game Pass, although we haven't really looked at Game Pass games in a while. But we're going to pick something, and I already have a couple ideas in my head. For example, Super Mario Bros. 2, which we talked about a couple weeks ago, or maybe picking one of the games we already tried out off of the PlayStation Premium Plus service, like maybe check out War of the Monsters or check out Wild Arms. I'm not saying we're going to do a full playthrough, but maybe just give them a taste. Maybe do MotorStorm Apocalypse, which we played one race in and actually ran really well. We have all these options, right? Options are good, okay? But we got to figure out what else we want to do for late night streams, okay? So that'll be next week. We won't get ahead of ourselves. You don't have to worry too much about that. Now, in the realm of new game releases for July, they are scarce. Not to say that there are no new games coming out, but most of them are indie-style games, things that just are not very interesting to me. There's 2 major games in July I'm interested in the most, which is Stray and As Dusk Falls, both of which come out on July 19th. Stray is the game where you control a cat, and it's the future. Humans are non-existent. It's all androids and stuff in the world, and you have to investigate crimes. Looks pretty unique and interesting. And then the other one, As Dusk Falls, is a narrative-based choose-your-own-adventure style game with a unique art style that includes people who had actually made, all these years ago, listen to this, Heavy Rain. The people who made Heavy Rain are involved in this game. Just that, curiosity purposes, I want to play. The cool thing is both these games as well are available on the subscription services. If you have PlayStation Plus, I think it's either Deluxe or Premium, I'm not sure which level, or if you have Game Pass, they're on there. So they're not games you have to really buy. They're games that you already have the subs, might as well play them, right? So I'm excited for this. I hope you guys are too. It should be good new games for the middle of the month. But then, of course, we got to get through the rest of the month again, so it's going to be kind of continuing on with all the retro stuff we're doing. And again, I apologize. I know some people are like, "Oh, it's all retro." Yeah, that's all it's out. It's all to do. There's no new real games unless you want to sit around and play indie games all day that I'm really not interested in. Now, by the way, in that vein, if any of you know of great indie games that I'm missing out on, and you're like, "Man, you're really missing a gem here or there," I mean, by all means, let me know. I'm open to suggestions, and I'm open to any kind of, playthrough that you think would be valid or fit my style of content. But no one's really said that. It's more like, "Oh, well, Phil, play new games." And I'm like, "Okay, can you tell me some new games to play?" Oh, shit, there's none. So, what are you going to do? I'm going along with what I can do, right? Anyway, so that's the week now. I have a couple quick news stories to talk about, and then we're going to get to shout-outs. And like I said, this is a very abridged Level 1 podcast. I have to end it within 20 minutes, 15 minutes, actually. All right. So let's get to it. First of all, the big news that everyone's talking about, it happened on my day off. What a shocking twist that big news would only happen on my day off. And by the way, it's hilarious because my day off used to be Tuesday, and every Tuesday there'd be new news. Now my day off is Wednesday, so of course the new news happens on Wednesday, the giant news, right? Okay. Anyway, the big news is God of War Ragnarok, okay? So finally, we get our announcement that we've all been waiting for how long? It's like, dude, were we ever going to get information about when this game is coming out? We finally got it. God of War Ragnarok is coming out on November 9th. It is cross-platform, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. All right. They released a 31-second teaser trailer that basically doesn't really tell us anything new we didn't know yet. And that was it. How did they announce it? Was it a giant state of play program revealing all kinds of interesting stuff about the game? No, it was a generic blog post on their blog. Out of nowhere, just dropped. What? Why'd they do that? Right? Like, that's kind of weird. Why on earth would they have done that instead of doing like a big, giant, full-fledged segment about the game? Like, everyone was expecting they were going to do a dedicated state-of-play digital event that would reveal all these elements about the game and the plot and get you interested, get the hooks in you, right? Instead, they just drop a freaking blog post out of nowhere, okay? So why did they do that? Now, of course, you're going to say a million different reasons. Everyone has different speculation. I got my own twist on it. In a nutshell, we talked about this last week. Harassment of these game developers has been out of control. Since this game has been announced for many years and been in development, they've been very, very stingy with the amount of information they've been putting out. And finally, at E3, well, I shouldn't say E3, but E3 week, when, you know, typically all the game studios put out their information about the big new releases for the year, there was zero information about God of War Ragnarok. And everyone was like, what is going on with this game? Is it still coming out this year or not? It's so odd that they had zero information about the game that's supposed to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest game of 2022. It's very odd. So what ended up happening was online speculation. I hate to say it, but a lot of online gaming journalists started running with rumor stories and shit about, oh, by the end of June, there's going to be a special state of play announcement all about God of War Ragnarok. And they even had a date, June 28th. Based on fucking nothing. Seriously, because it never was happening. There never was a state of play that was supposed to happen on June 28th regarding God of War Ragnarok. It was completely fabricated. Okay? So what ends up happening is June 28th comes and goes. There's no information. And a bunch of online trolls take it upon themselves to start harassing the game devs of God of War Ragnarok, saying things like, oh, you guys are lying to us. You're being dishonest, disingenuous. Tell us the truth. It's delayed, isn't it? And all this. But not only just, hitting them with that, but now they start mass harassing them via public emails and social media. They start sending them dick pics. I mean, they start doing some really vile, disgusting, stupid shit. Some of them got doxxed for no good fucking reason. Why are you doxing game developers? For what reason? How is the game going to come out faster because you doxed the fucking game developer? Like, there's no logic to it. But then again, what you have to understand is with these trolls, these kind of people online, there is no logic to what they do. They're doing what they do to get a reaction, period. I would even go as far to say I bet you some of these trolls didn't give two fucks about God of War. They just wanted to get a reaction. And guess what? They got exactly what they wanted, because not only did the game devs come out complaining and saying, wow, this is horrible abuse, but then the studio themselves, Sony Santa Monica, came out and said it. Then Naughty Dog came out and said it. Then the head of game studios came out and said it. And all they did was fed the fucking trolls. Okay? I know from my own experience, dealing with these kind of people over the years, the moment that you give them any kind of direct attention for their actions just makes them want to do it more. So, the entire internet community in a feel-good moment says, man, leave the game devs alone. What happened? The trolls doubled down. And for the last week, the trolling activity increased. So, my theory, this is only a theory, it's not based on fact, is that these game devs felt so destroyed by these trolls harassing them online, all right, they just decided, fuck this, just put out a release date. We don't even care if we give them any meaningful information with it. Just put it out there, and now at least the case that these idiots have been making to harass us, there's no case anymore, because now at least we've proven to them that this game is coming out this year. So that's what happened. Just drops out of nowhere. No pre-announcement. No hype to it. Oh, blog post comes out yesterday. It's coming out November 9th. Here's a very quick teaser trailer. That's it. if these assholes weren't such assholes, we would have gotten a dedicated state of play within a couple weeks that would have had all this information with all kinds of details and shit, and we would have been happy. But instead now we just get tossed a crappy fast announcement with no other detail because people are pieces of shit harassing these game developers. All right, there's no defense for this kind of action. It's just really fucked up that in this modern era of internet culture that there's no policing, there's no prevention of this kind of activity. Everyone could just get away with it and do it, and it's rampant at this point.
Yeah. Money. Oh, money. Yeah. Money.
Two things. First of all, thank you very much, BlackMage66, for saying releasing info via blog makes me want to Minecraft. Thank you very much for super chat. I'm pausing though, just because I want to call Phil out on this. He's not angry because the trolls got their way and got the fucking release date. He's annoyed and upset because he cannot do a special live stream sort of bullshit react, which has done well from a few times before. He's mainly upset he cannot monetize a big state of play announcement bullshit big grandstand stage thing where they get to show off the gameplay and all that, and he's just annoyed he can't do some sort of stupid ass live stream to it where he fucking barely reacts to a live stream and then does some sort of strange recap of it afterwards for the dumbass fans, just so he can monetize that content and monetize the news that there's a big game coming out. He's just pissed off that the details are just straight and basic and saying, oh, the game's coming out this date, and that's it. That's his main annoyance and disappointment. That's all I'm seeing here. He's not annoyed because the game devs actually got attacked. He's attacked game devs themselves. He's wished them death. He's wished them to lose their jobs. He has got no sympathy for the people in the gaming industry. He's only got sympathy for himself, and as usual, it's usually makes it all about himself. It's all about Phil. He doesn't get to do what he wants to do with this information, and so he feels like he's a victim in this. The game devs got doxed. Poor Phil. Now he won't get a state of play to react to. Fucking bullshit, man.
The thing that gets me, though, is these are major game studios. These are not new studios, indie studios that have never dealt with any kind of online interaction before. These are companies that, in some cases, Sony's a billion-dollar company. How do you not understand that feeding the trolls just gives them what they want? And you know what I mean? Like, it's like, even though these companies are giant big business, they're completely ignorant to the shit that you and I have been dealing with on the internet for like the past decade. They don't even understand how trolls work. To them, this is something new, and they're like shocked that it's happening. For us, it's like Tuesday, right? It's a normal day. Then I wake up and I get harassed, and there's harassment on the internet. We're all used to it, right? This company's like, oh, I can't believe it. Welcome to the internet. And, you know, maybe it's a time now that we have to look at situations like this and be like, okay, maybe when it was just harassment of an individual here or there, but now it's actually systematic, organized harassment against organizations and specific individuals who don't deserve to be harassed. You know, I'll be honest, I don't think anyone ever deserves to be harassed like this. So how on earth, I was just talking to my wife about this yesterday when we were talking about this subject. I was like, it really is still the Wild West on the internet. Because if you look at in real life, if anyone tries to do this kind of harassment to you, they'll get arrested. Someone can't just walk up to you and get in your fucking face constantly. They'd say, oh, that's in-person harassment. If they touch you, that's assault. If they start destroying your property or, you know, doing some egging your house or something, you call the cops and it gets cleared up immediately. Online, if anyone does anything online to you, oh, that's all perfectly allowed. Really? Everything's just allowed. There's no regulation against it. There's no law against any. Oh, just do whatever you want online. That's how it is. It literally is the Wild West. Just like in the Wild West, anyone could ride up on a horse at any time, throw you off your horse, beat the fucking shit out of you, and take all your shit, shoot you in the balls, and walk away. And they got away with it because there was no law and order. And that's how it is on the internet. And now these companies are finally starting to realize this. They're like, oh shit. It was just recently, it was the first time ever there was a consequence for someone abusing YouTube's copyright system and doing false takedowns, abusing DMCA law, impersonating Bungie, the game development company, en masse and putting in all these false copyright claims, to which Bungie sued the person and has won in court. It's the first time ever someone had a consequence for doing some kind of activity like this on the internet. Hopefully that sets a precedent and we can stop these pieces of shit from doing these horrible things to people, you know? But, you know, it makes you nervous a little bit. Like, I've been there, done that, and I know how to handle it, right? But this is the first case of it being a public-facing company like this that had this happen, and immediately they buckled. Immediately, they're talking about it publicly on the internet, worst thing you can do, and then immediately just toss the release date out there. Oh, we give in to the trolls. We can't take this harassment anymore. Here's the fucking release date. Leave us alone. This is bad. This is going to set a very terrible precedent where now anyone can feel, hey, anyone we harass online, any company, anyone, any entity, we'll just troll them online. We'll get everything we want. Because look, if major billion-dollar companies give in like that so easy, just because I sent a couple dick pics, you know, everyone else is, you know, just do it to everything, right? We want to know when GTA 6 comes out. Fucking dox the CEO, dox all the, you know, put all the personal shit on the internet and harass them, right? And by the way, no, I don't condone that. I don't want this to happen. This is the furthest from anything that I would ever want to see happen. But you gave these trolls what they wanted. So now, what's to stop them from getting just worse and worse? This slippery slope, you're now sliding down, right? So, I just kind of shrug. It's a shitty situation all around. The good news is, God of War's coming out on November 9th. Great. I'm very excited for this now. I mean, we've all been waiting for this game forever. I get the feeling it's going to be one of the best games, if not the best game of the year. I'm excited for it. You know, it was my favorite game of 2018. Was the last God of War. So, I'm pumped. I'm stoked. But I just hope that, these game devs don't fucking kill themselves over it now, you know? Was it supposed to come out this year? It's so weird. The whole story is just so odd. But anyway, that's the one story. The other story is Forspoken got delayed. Again. Yeah, I know. Forspoken originally was supposed to come out earlier this year. Then it was delayed till October. Now it's delayed till January of 2023. They claim the game's done. They say, oh, the game's done, but we want to take more time polishing and tweaking it and making it better. At this point, can I just ask an honest question to my viewing audience, both live on stream and those watching on demand? Does anyone even care about Forspoken anymore? Like, at first it was hype like 2 years ago when we first saw the first footage of it and it looked amazing, and some people even hypothesized, oh, maybe this is Final Fantasy 16, right? But the more we see about it, I think the less we care, and every time it gets delayed, we just don't really care anymore. You know what I'm saying? So if anything, it's kind of like, it's another one of these cases where they over-promised and now they're under-delivering. You don't promise something and then take it back, and then expect that anyone cares anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if I said that we're doing this React Marathon on Saturday, and then, like, today I announce, oh, I'm delaying it a week. And then in a week I say, oh, I'm delaying it a month. And then in a month I say, oh, I'm delaying it. Now, I very well may be planning the best React event you've ever seen in your life, and there's good reason to delay it, but who's going to care by then? You see? And that's what I feel like. They shouldn't have ever given a date. If they weren't ready to concretely promise something, don't give the fucking date. And they did, and they kind of shot themselves in the foot, because now here we are. The game's delayed essentially a year from when it originally was supposed to come out, and who's going to care about it? Personally, I'll be honest with you, I really don't care about Forspoken. Will I check it out when it comes out in January? Likely yes, because January is typically one of the slowest gaming months of an entire year. There's probably nothing else going to be going on. But I am not hyped for this game in any way, shape, or form at this point. You know, they kind of killed their own hype and killed their own momentum. At one point, people were very pumped for this game. Right? Now, no one really cares. So, okay. Well, that's it, guys, for news. We have very little time, so let's get to shout-outs, okay? So let's jump forward here. Thank you to those who have contributed to the YouTube side of things this morning, including Brother Man Gill, who did a $5 super chat saying big ups to the uncut chodes. That's pretty disgusting, I'm not going to lie. That's pretty gross. I don't know why you'd be talking about chodes at all, but thank you for the super chat. Okay. Also, shout out to Fan of Lovecraft, who became a channel member. Well, excuse me, he re-upped his membership at the Ultra level this morning. I really appreciate that, Fan of Lovecraft. As you know, the Ultra level is the highest level of support for a membership. It's really helpful. And I appreciate you not only helping with the moderation side of things, but also your ongoing support of everything else. Thank you so much, man. Okay? Now, also thank you to Avi Jonker, who re-upped his membership for 3 months and says, hi, DSP, Crash 4 is free when you play it. It's free on PS Plus. I already played it. I played the entire game from start to finish many years ago, when it first came out as a new release on PlayStation 4. So, no, I would not replay it because I've already have. Okay? And then D-Man Games re-upped his membership for 7 months and says, are you my third cousin? Not to the best of my knowledge. I can't say no, just because maybe I do have some cousins out there I'm not aware of. I don't keep track of my family members too well. And who knows? Who knows what's going on? But to my knowledge, no, you are not my third cousin. Okay. One tip has come in today so far. A single tip. A $3 anonymous tip. And that tip, hold on, is from Anonymous. I already said that. And they said, if you're interested in playing indie games, I recommend the Shantae franchise. You know, you're not the only person to recommend that. There's a few people who recommended that. When people were nominating games for Viewer's Choice Playthrough, that also came up. Just didn't get enough nominations to make the final poll. And a few others have brought it up over the years. The Shantae apparently is this really interesting side-scrolling platformer-style franchise that has a lot of traction. A lot of people like it. For whatever reason, never really got featured or prominent in my content. No one really asked for it too much. So I'm not against it at all. Maybe I will play it someday, especially if any of those things are available on these subscription services, right? But we'll see. Thank you for that suggestion and for the tip. Arcade Cabinets tipped me $5 and says, for the way it is constructed or built, what's the most unique arcade cabinet that you've ever seen or played on? You know, you got to remember, I grew up in the 90s, the formative days of arcades. And back then, if you're talking video games and not pinball, but we're talking straight up video games, okay? There were essentially 3 main kinds of arcade cabinets. There were, hold on, racing games, light gun games, and combat fighting games. Those were the 3 styles or archetypes of arcade cabinets. Now, it is true that previous to the 90s, there have been classic games. You're talking like the Pac-Mans, Centipede, Arkanoid. That was not prominent in the 90s. Those were more retro, so those already existed. The new games coming out in the 90s were of these 3 different genres, okay? So the light gun games usually would have a screen with a light gun setup. You just point and shoot at areas of the screen, but they got way more elaborate over time. I saw light gun games with pedals, which is the Time Crisis series. You step on a pedal to take cover and reload your gun, and you step out of cover when you release the pedal. I saw light gun games that had big-ass weapons, like assault rifles that would actually vibrate in your hands as you shot, or bazookas where you could launch big missiles and shit. They went pretty crazy with it for a while, until basically they realized that the hardware was pretty expensive to have these light gun games that literally the game would only be for 1 game. That's the thing with a light gun game. It's you can't really put another game in there. But to get that, well, how many light gun games are going to use a vibrating assault rifle? Every light gun game may be a little different. So the hardware cost was huge for those to have this setup. So they didn't really get that prominent. You'd always see one in an arcade and it would make a lot of money, but then kind of would fade away over time. Then you had the racing games. And the racing games also very high hardware cost because you have to sit in this custom seat. A lot of the times the seat would move back and forth depending on the size of the people playing. Every game had a different setup. Some games were very simple. You just use the pedals and the wheel. Some games would actually have a shift to go to different gears. Some games would have all these buttons to press to pick different cars and shoot missiles and do different things while you're playing. So it all depended on the level of complexity, but also the racing games ended up being more expensive because usually you have to play them against other people. So now you not only need 1 screen, but you need 4. So 4 people playing against each other, you see? So I saw giant setups for racing games. You know, things like Need for Speed, Daytona, Cruisin' World, and stuff like that was huge back then. I've seen Mario Kart games. Yes, they had those in the 2000s and 2010s, these giant Mario Kart arcade machines that I'm sure were super duper expensive. And that one's wild because it's like all these neon colors and shit all over it. And then you got the standard combat / fighting games. Those are more basic because those cabinets are kind of more interchangeable. You could have a joystick and a bunch of buttons set up in a fighting game style, which is typically 6 buttons, but then you could change that around for different games. You could have a beat 'em up game, a side-scrolling game, a combat game that's more like Final Fight, but then you could switch over to a competitive fighting game like Street Fighter. And those became the most prominent games in arcades during the times when I was in arcades. However, I'll be honest, I never really saw something too wild in that regard. The most wild fighting game cabinets were the ones where the screen was quite large, like a big screen TV, and it was set aback, and then you would not have your screen right in front of you like a standard arcade cabinet, but instead you would be standing at this separate console that stood up and with 2 joystick setups with buttons, so the players would be playing here almost like on a pedestal, and then the screen would be set back away from them large so that a crowd could watch the game. These were probably the best setups, and I had one in my local mall that was really nicely set up like that, and we really enjoyed it because you could have tournaments there, and you could have like 50 people watching and everyone could see because the screen was so big. So that was pretty neat. But for the most part, I don't think I was around for the craziest arcade years. Like now you go to a video arcade and they don't really care about fighting games anymore. Most video arcades are full of these giant, flashy, gaudy machines, and a lot of them are ticket games now. Like the ticket games are the biggest ones, the ones where you either get credits or tickets come out of it and you redeem it at the redemption center or whatever. I've seen these ones where it's the simplest of gameplay. It's just a wheel that spins around. You hit it and try to stop it at a spot. But it's a giant thing with speakers blasting and neon lights in your face. I've seen, God, I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, there's a Ghostbusters game. I guess what it was when that Ghostbusters reboot movie came out, they tried to make a Ghostbusters game, and it's like crazy graphics and shit, but it's a ticket game. It's actually not meant to be like a video game you make progress in, but you kill the ghost, you earn tickets for doing it. I've seen a humongous giant neon HD screen, like the size of my fucking wall right here, is an arcade game, and it's a ticket game. So today I think they're actually the craziest, because you know what it is. Unlike back in the 90s, you had to attract people with a competitive game. You had to show them that there was value in coming to the arcades at that time. You can't get that kind of experience at home, right? So put out a competitive, fun arcade game with a cool setup or whatever, but that's all you cared about. Today it's like, well, you could play any game you want at home. Any game, any fighting game, and it's all at home. So what's going to get your butt to the arcades? Well, number one, a game that's so ginormously crazy and flashy, you can't simulate that on your TV, so make a giant screen game, right? And in addition, make it an experience so when you play the game, you've earned tickets, and now you get something to bring you home as a souvenir to remember your experience at that arcade and make you want to go back. I don't earn rewards for playing a video game right here. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the difference. All right, guys. That is it for today's Level 1 podcast. I realize it's one of the shortest ones I've ever done, podcast-wise, but we got a whole Q&A show to get to. So what I would like to say is thank you to those who chilled. Thanks to those who supported so far. Looking forward to a fun Q&A session. But, oh my God, I just received a $20 tip. What? Okay, listen to this. This guy's name is MKUL Mikulray. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. They tipped me $20. Thank you so much. They said, no daddy, no. I'm still not a troll. I'm a friendly Richie mod. I think he means a mod for Rich Review Tech USA. Because then he says, thoughts on the Captain Tickled Man. Because isn't that a meme? Isn't that a rich meme? Something about tickling men? I'm new to this. Like, I'm up on the memes of, like, Wings of Redemption and LTG, because people repeat those in my streams all the time. I don't know anything about these Review Tech USA memes. I guess I need to be up on these now. But anyway, thank you to MKUL Array for a $20 tip. I appreciate that. But understand, that went right over my head. And he also spells it weird. Look, MKUL Ray. I don't know why certain things are capitalized and others aren't. Thank you for the tip. Biggest contribution of the day so far, and I appreciate that. And then I got another tip from Arcade Cabinet Follow-Up, a $1.50 tip, and he says, the picture of the Simpsons arcade cabinet in your pre-stream slideshow has inspired me to ask that question. That being said, I may have to send in a question regarding pinball cabinets for the September Ask the King. Thank you for the detailed answer. Pinball was pretty wild back in the day, because pinball was kind of stand out. And I remember some of the weirdest, like there were movie tie-in pinball games. There were fucking sexualized pinball games with boobs hanging out. It was weird. You go to an arcade and be like, here's the pinball games. You look like Aliens, Terminator 2, like a sex game, and fucking Pee Wee Herman all next to each other. You're like, why are they next to each other? Do you want the kid playing the Pee Wee Herman game next to fucking Barbarella or whatever this is? It was a weird time, to say the least. But anyway, thank you very much for the tip. All right. So, thank you guys. Let's end this Level 1 podcast. I know it's short. We're going to get into the Q&A show now. Thank you so much. And until next time, awesome. I promise you tomorrow we'll do a much longer pre-stream podcast. I know you guys are very excited for that. All right, excellent. I said pre-stream podcast again, by the way. I can't get that out of my head. You know why? Pre-stream podcast is alliteration, 2 P's. It's stuck in my head. That's pre-stream podcast. When we renamed it Level 1 Podcast, I have to get used to the new name. I'm still saying the wrong name. Okay, let's switch over. So to switch over here, we need to get rid of this template. We need to add the Ask the King template.
Guys, we need to be very quick with this. We're going to be a wee bit behind, but it means we can fast forward to Phil. And he's going to have to do this for 3 hours. We need to do this extremely quickly. Let me go this fucking thing in. We need to do a very special, quick preparation for an Ask the King bingo card. So let's go all the way up to, oh for fuck's sake, all the way up to the fucking, oh, there you go. So, Ask the King, bingo. I've got all the yucking usual stuff. We're gonna have fucking free space of snort. Because why the fuck not? We need to, because we've not won the first bingo of 3x3, but we're going to try and get the 5x5, and this is going to be a really long one. We can catch up with Phil. We need things. What do you think? Things shouldn't be on here for specifically for the Ask a King. I don't even think it's going to mention day off, and that way I might talk about day off actually. It's fucking weird that way. What do we? Hang on, I'll show you the fucking full list very quickly, which is easier. Just by doing it on this. There you go. We've already got food as part of a big massive list. Phil forgot to put on a low cowboy hat. I haven't played it. That's the thing, it might not even be included in the card we pick. Haven't played it. What else? When is Phil doing Phil's doing Ask a King right now, basically, but I'm a wee bit behind. When's Quiplash? About 2 hours ago. Never heard of it, already done that. Let's wait and see. It's already there. Asian. We want to add Asian. I feel a bit sus adding that. I don't know. Is there anything you want removed specifically only for this Ask the King thing? It doesn't matter. I'm going to just throw it all in now. Guys, we are ready. Ask King Bingo, Snort, Tree Space. We're doing 5x5. Now guys, somebody in chat, please pick a DSP-ism. Pick a word phrase from the big massive list you see in front of you. Pick something, guys, please. Tips right part of it, that might be included. So this big massive list in front of you. Someone pick something, please. We're doing this again, so pick from whatever. Burp is something I can include. If you want to include burp, I'm pretty sure burp is on the list. Yeah, burp is on the list. Okay, burp's one of the first things I saw. We're picking burp. Okay, that's going to be our, thing. Oh wait, I need to generate the bloody thing. Fuck's sake, hang on. Home. There you go. We're going to pick bird. Right, burp. Right, there's 275 results, so burp. Somebody please pick a number between 1 and 275. The first number I see... Oh, for fuck's sake, hang on, I need to change this again. Between 1 and... Hang on. Between 1 and 276. 58. 58. Hang on. We need to be really quick, guys. The 58 bingo card is technically this one here, which is a 59th card. Ask the King bingo is this one right here, which you guys can't see because I forgot to change fucking screen, sorry. There you go. This is on the right hand side here. The right hand side one is the one we've got. So let me very quickly save it and then we'll go back to Phil, who's still live right now as far as I know. And we can catch up with him. But we have got a bingo game to get playing. Let me very quickly save this. I said, sorry I couldn't be more prepared for this part of it. I didn't expect him to go straight into it from the pre-stream, the Level 1 podcast. It's not over already, we're just starting to Ask a King bingo. This is the big one. So I've got it saved quickly. You can get rid of that. Right, we'll just play Phil.
Here it is.
While we're playing him, I can get set up properly.
I need to resize my webcam.
I might need to resize as well, actually, now I think about it.
Now, what's funny is when I did Ask the King, I used to put all kinds of shit around the screen. I don't really see the purpose of that anymore. Remember I used to have a Twitter thing down here and fuck that. You don't need that anymore. This is fine, right? This is nice and streamlined. This looks fine to me. I think we're just going to roll with this. Now, of course, when I do Ask the King, I do put on my cowboy hat.
And I might adjust this.
I'll be wearing... Now, here's the thing. I should call this out. Normally, on any stream of mine, if we raise $100 in tips, okay?
But by the way, guys, we've not started Ask the King yet. We've not started recording for Ask the King. There's this little transition between the podcast and this. So we've not missed anything yet. We're a wee bit behind from the live thing, but we can catch up. Because remember, guys, we can fast forward if we're behind, and we will generally catch up, especially if it gets really boring. Quick look at the bingo card before we even begin. Defense mode, years ago, sorry. Burp, blown nose, behind the scenes. 4 action things right there in the first 5. You guys, mature, honest, idiot, excited. Chill, done close up, snort. On demand, I'm being told. Members, variety, goal, hands through the hair, which might be tough actually because he's wearing a fucking hat. If he's wearing a hat the whole fucking time, we might not get hands through the hair. And the voice crack. And finally, people saying, YouTuber jealousy, lip smack, you know what I mean, and rally. So this could happen. This is a bingo card we've got for this one. Let me, it should be fine. Let's fuck it. We'll just fucking do it. We'll go. Play.
I would put on a hat of your choice. Well, for Ask the King, I already wear a hat. This has always been a tradition that I wear the cowboy hat on this show. Okay? So, If we hit $100 in tips, you will have the option to either say keep the cowboy hat on, or I will have an option of 3 other hats that you will vote for if you want to see a hat swap. That's if we reach the $100 goal. I don't know if we'll reach $100 in support on Ask the King today. I'm just saying if it happens, I want to still give you a reward rather than say, oh, I'm already wearing a hat, so fuck you. That'd be pretty messed up. So we will have that option, okay? If we hit 100, either keep the hat or 3 other hats as a hat swap. And that'll be a poll that I'll run here on the stream, okay? All right, so
I'm going to fast forward. Fuck it, guys. We'll just catch up, right? But I'm going to fast forward because it's so fucking boring. But when he starts recording, the bingo starts, okay?
everyone, be patient here because what I'm going to do, this is good. This is already set up to work. But I do a little intro here. Well, not really intro, but I traditionally play 2 clips for Ask the King, and then I jump over. So, well, also what I want to do is take a quick leak. So give me like 1 minute to run to the bathroom, and then I'm going to start the show. Literally don't go anywhere. It's going to start in a minute. I'm just going to use the restroom, come right back, and start. So I'm going to mute the mic, use the restroom, and then we'll begin. I'll be right back.
This motherfucker's actually having a piss break. Right, let me just catch up myself. We'll just catch up myself. He's still off. He's still, wait, he's back. Okay, right, go.
Hello, what's going on, everyone? Phil here, and welcome to Ask the King. I believe this is episode 91, I want to say. As you know, Ask the King is my dedicated Q&A show. Unlike my daily live streams, where usually we have a podcast where we talk about a variety of topics and I answer your questions, and then we go into gameplay. And yes, I also answer your questions during the gameplay. This is my ongoing legacy show, which is absolutely dedicated to answering your questions from my forums, from my members here on DSP Gaming on YouTube, and also from my Twitter account. So this show has been running over a decade at this point, if you can believe it. It's one of my longest running shows of all time. That's when people ask me, well, why do you still do Ask the King? It's because it is one of my longest running things. It's a tradition. People like it. There's been a few times over the years I've actually questioned its existence, and I'm like, do we really need to keep doing this show? To which I get the response, yes, you need to keep doing it. If you don't do it, we'll be very upset with you. Like, this has happened over the years. You're like, how dare you even suggest that you would not continue Ask the King? So, we're continuing on. All right, today, many questions to be answered from patrons, from channel members, from just, random people who posted on my forums, dspgaming.com, and for people who this morning posted to my Twitter, @thecallmeDSP. So there's various different ways to get your questions answered on the show, and already I have set up the forum thread for the next show, which is tentatively scheduled for early September. Not 100% set in stone, only because you guys remember that in September, typically we started the busiest gaming season of the year, and there's potential that we'll be so busy with new games that we'll probably bump it. In fact, traditionally, yes, in the fall, the show does tend to get bumped around until we find a time that makes more sense to do it. But in the meantime, you can post up your questions over there, okay? Now, format of the show is as follows. I basically do 1 hour segments where I kind of answer questions, then I take a break, then I'll answer more questions, take a break, and then we kind of have a finale segment. First, I'll start off with patron questions, then I go to member-only questions. So if you're a member of this channel on YouTube, DSP Gaming, you had priority to ask your questions. And I hope that you enjoyed posting up questions for the last few weeks. A lot of you are going to get your questions answered live on the show today, and thanks to my members for supporting the channel as always, okay? Then I get to open forum questions and Twitter questions to end the show. Typically, if there's extra time, I will try to answer open Q&A questions, but the show ends by roughly around 4 p.m. Pacific time, which is about just under 3 hours from now. I don't want a 7-hour show. So we'll see, as time permits, what happens here. All right. Now, we're episode 91. If you do the math and you say, oh, well, if you do one every 2 months or so, that means, by the end of 2023, you might hit episode 100. That's crazy to think that this show has been going on for so long, in 3-hour increments, by the way, that I could hit 100 episodes. Like, seriously, how crazy, right? I guess we'll see how things go. Will the planet even be intact by late 2023? I mean, we may live on Jupiter by then. I don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, guys, thank you very much for being here live, those who are live. We have a good audience here today. For those who watch on demand on YouTube as well, thank you. I appreciate that those who continue to watch on demand. Remember, all my content is now here on DSP Gaming. I don't upload to my vlogging channel anymore, so everything is focused here in this one spot. I know for some people that's weird, like, oh, I don't want to Ask the King on DSP Gaming. Well, this is where it is now, so it's here or nowhere. All right? Get used to it. Okay, then. All right. Without further ado, I don't think we beat around the bush a little bit too long here. I did receive a $1 tip from Atlas Telemon. $1.50 says, I don't agree with you, we're doing a hat swap. If you don't know what he's talking about, on a normal stream of mine, I have goals set up for levels of support. And usually if I raise $100 on any given stream, I offer people, hey, I'll put on a hat for you. Here's a poll to determine what hat I will wear for this stream. But it has been a long-running tradition that whenever I do my Ask the King Q&A show, I wear my old cowboy hat. It's been over a decade I've been doing this, okay? So I told everyone here before we started today, live on stream, I said, hey, if we hit $100 in support, I'll give you guys the option to either just keep the hat on because you like it, it's such a long-running tradition, or I'll do a poll where you have 3 options of a hat swap, basically, okay? And I can have a hat changing in the middle of Ask the King. Well, apparently Atlas is very, very upset about this, okay? So I guess we'll see. Uzi Gohart to the $1.50 says, you can't live on Jupiter. You're crushed by immense pressure and gravity. All right, thank you very much, Uzi. Mr. Matter of Fact. I appreciate that information very much. You also can't technically shove a cactus up your ass, but I make jokes like that all the time, too. Anyway, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now get started here with Ask the King, shall we? Okay, so our first question is it's a very lengthy explanation, but it's an interesting question that actually ties in to something that I've actually been exposed to in games in the last 5 years or so. So I actually think it's a pretty pertinent topic. So this question is from Slayer. Slayer is a patron of mine over on patreon.com. You can check that out, patreon.com/darksidephil is my Patreon page if you're interested in taking a look at it. So he recently pledged to my Patreon and had me do a special video. First time I ever did anything like this. I reacted to K-pop music and videos. Okay? 4 different ones. And doing this exposed me to a genre of music to which I have little to no experience of whatsoever. All right? And it was an interesting thing. He eventually uploaded the video to his own, I guess he made a YouTube channel for it. Which is his right. When you get a private video made as a result of being a patron of mine, you actually get a disclaimer that kind of says you can do whatever you want with this video. It's your property now, right? So he decided to upload it publicly. The video got some attention from my trolls mostly, but got some attention. People were like, oh, it's something unique Phil's never done before. So since that video came out like a week or two ago, now people are all talking about me and my exposure to K-pop and stuff, okay? So Slayer has done this follow-up question. Let me read everything he has to say because it's a giant paragraph giving me information about the K-pop industry, and then I'm going to, react to and answer it for you, okay? Fair enough? Okay, cool. All right. So, Slayer says, hi, Phil. I'm really enjoying your interactive streams these days. And I've enjoyed the private react that you did to K-pop. So there you go. That's why I had to give the premise, because if I didn't give the premise, you wouldn't have understood what exactly he was talking about. Okay. You had mentioned that it's your first time actually looking and listening to a K-pop music video and that you enjoyed it. I have 2 questions. The first question is, what do you think of the K-pop music industry in terms of its musical style, the musical video quality, in terms of its cinematography, and the artist's vocals as well as their choreography as a whole? I have a second question. Knowing that these artists spend years of their life dedicating to training and singing, dancing, acting, and all of that, they debut at a young age. What are your thoughts of such a long training period? Do you think that it's too harsh, or is it worth it to train that long to achieve a dream? Do note that these trainees don't even get to earn much fame or money until they get popular after working for years and years to pay off their debts. And then he goes on to explain it, which I'll read because this is interesting and fascinating background info. All right, which I don't know anything about this industry, okay? In South Korea, for example, for someone to be an idol, they either have to audition for an entertainment company to then be accepted into the company as a trainee or recruited by said company scouts from the streets if you're just lucky. Once they become trainees, they then have to train their vocals and rapping techniques, dancing, as well as acting to a certain degree, and then they have to train their mannerisms in order to be considered a proper idol. They usually have monthly assessments to see if their training, Jesus, listen to this. They have monthly assessments to see if their training has made them improve and decide if they will be selected to be made into the final idol group to debut. It's also a form of competition among each other to get selected. If they don't show any improvement or not enough improvement, they might get released from the company. Once they're selected to be in a group, they then have to train together to prepare for a debut recording with their debut song, practicing said song and choreography, as well as filming their music video, which usually lasts for a few days straight. Once they debut, then they have to work with that company, and the money that they earned is just used to pay back for all the debt they incurred training. My God, this sounds like a scam or like a crazy ass. All right, I'm going to withhold my opinion until I finish reading this. Okay, usually it will take 2 to 3 years if a group is quite popular to pay off their debts, and then they finally will get to bring home some of their income. In the meantime, these idols will be living in dorms together while they work. So usually these idols have to be passionate about their dreams to make it through this. It's hard for them to chase it just for money and fame. It's not guaranteed that they will get this even after their debut. Most of them usually will start from a young age when they're still schooling, and they balance school and trainee life. Jesus, fuck. Well, first of all, okay, this actually makes something that happened in a video game that I played over the past few years make a lot more sense. If you guys remember, when I was playing Yakuza 5, okay? One of the characters was Haruka. Now, Haruka was a girl who was orphaned during Yakuza activities in the earlier franchise, and the main protagonist, Kazuma Kiryu, essentially raises her like a surrogate dad, okay? At one point in the franchise, Yakuza 5, she decides she wants to try to be an idol, all right? She's kind of pushed into this lifestyle, I guess. She's recruited and be told, oh, I want you to be an idol, a J-pop, not K-pop, but J-pop idol. So she's taken under the wing of this person who I guess, to some extent, is like a previous idol who now trains and coaches new girls to be idols. And basically everything here that's described by Slayer was true with a few exceptions. For example, she didn't have to live in a dorm with other people. She lived at her own apartment. But she had to train with other people. She had to go into competition to go head-to-head against another a group of 2 other girls. And there were other girls who were training to be idols as well, who she had interactions and side quests with during the course of the game. And essentially, I guess it was implied that, yeah, it wasn't like she was getting this for free, that there was some debt being incurred, but it was never fully explained in the game, right? What's hilarious about all of this is the finale of the game. For those who don't know, I'm about to spoil Yakuza 5 a little bit. So step back if you don't want to be spoiled, okay? And mute this portion. So in the finale of the game, Haruka is in the finals of this competition to become an idol or whatever. And she wins, okay? But then makes the big announcement on stage, I've decided I don't want to do this. Like, my real life is more important, and my family and everyone who I'm tied to. So I've decided to, to step back, and I actually don't want to do this, okay? But that's what the funny part about it is if this is all true about this industry, which I'm assuming it is, why would Slayer lie to me about how this industry works, right? Then that means she's fucked herself over for life, right? She had been in training or whatever with this company. She wins the competition, which means she probably would have been popular, started earning money for the company and paying back the debt she incurred to be trained, but then she quits. So now she has a giant lingering bill over her head. Does that mean for the rest of her life, half of her money that she's making from any other jobs has to go to pay off this shit she never did anything with? Just think about, that would be like the equivalent of going to like medical school and you take out, $1 million in student loans to put yourself through medical school. And then when you graduate, you decide you don't want to be a doctor anymore, but you still have the student loan debt, right? So that's pretty crazy. Now the thing, and now again, I'm making a lot of assumptions here based off of what Slayer said. First of all, his first question was, what did I think about the cinematography and the quality of the singing and everything of the K-pop videos that I watched? Keep in mind, I've watched 4. That's it. 4 videos. Okay, so I don't have a lot of exposure here, a lot of frame of reference. By the way, yes, Fan of Lowcraft, the troll that you're seeing is the same person. They've been coming in here every day with 100 accounts. Just ban it on site and just move on, and eventually the guy runs out of accounts, and then he comes back tomorrow. So he's going to keep coming today with bullshit. Just ignore him, ban him, and move on. Thank you for helping Fan of Lovecraft, by the way. Okay. Overall, I was actually impressed with the cinematography of the K-pop videos that I saw, because for me, they were like mini movies, or to some extent, just very artistic. Like, I remember, the only frame of reference I have to compare K-pop music videos to is the pop music from the 1990s that used to be like on MTV. Total Request Live, TRL used to be the show. And people would vote in the videos they wanted to see. And the pop band, like NSYNC, the Backstreet Boys, 98 Degrees, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Ricky Martin, fucking Shakira. These were all the pop stars of the time in the mid to late 1990s when all this shit was becoming very popular, right? Okay. So all that being said, okay, I would say that music of that era for me was very, very, how can I say, fluffy. And what I mean by that is it had no substance. It was catchy. And definitely you could tell there was budgets for the music videos at the time. Those were some of the most expensive videos made. But there was nothing really to the music. The music was produced in a studio, written by some ghostwriter dude, None of those artists were writing their own music or lyrics. They were just puppets. They were just there to sing a lyric, dance around, look pretty or handsome or both in some cases, and basically be a product to be pushed forward and sold en masse, okay? Now, there are a few exceptions, but for the most part, a lot of those people kind of like that was their time of their life to do that, and then they moved on and did other stuff. You know, you'll have a Justin Timberlake or a Britney Spears who maybe went on and made music later, but for the most part, that was like, okay, they do it for 5 years, they're done, they made a fortune, they move on, they're done. They're a celebrity for life, but you don't see, you know, fucking 98 Degrees is not making new music in 2022. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so the thing about the music was it had no meaning behind it. It was fluff. It was not anything that, you know, when you're listening to fucking Bye 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 by NSYNC, you're not getting an education on anything, and you're not learning, and you're not getting an emotional, it's a fluffy, poppy song. Yes, it's catching. I still remember some of the lyrics in my head today, and I remember their stupid dancing with the hand, bye, 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 like this and shit, but it doesn't mean anything, you know? When I watched some of this K-pop stuff that Slayer provided to me to react to, immediately I noticed that the lyrics had meaning. Like the first song I listened to was about this guy, the song was called Devil, and it's about this guy's morality being challenged, that in life he's facing these hardships. And he's like, well, there's two ways to go about overcoming a hardship. You can do the easy way out or the hard way. The easy way out is to just step on everyone, mistreat everyone, basically do a deal with the devil to get ahead, and now I could be happy and popular or whatever, and who cares who I hurt in the process? But that's the devil's way. Then you've got the hard way. Fight your way out of the hardships you come across. Don't hurt everyone around you. Instead, do it the hard way and the right way. But you're going to go through a lot of suffering and a lot of pain doing it, but you'll come out the other end a better person, okay? And I got that. Literally, I've heard the song 3 times, ever. I was only supposed to hear it once, but I kept having errors making this video for Slayer, so the thing had to be re-recorded 2 more times. And I'm listening to the lyrics, and I'm like, this is actually meaningful. Like, if you listen to this song and you don't see the video or whatever, and you're just listening to the lyrics, I would be like, wow, like, this actually is meaningful stuff, okay? Then you watch the video, and the video is like a horror movie combined with like artistic visuals and then like almost video game stuff in there. I'm like, wow, this is pretty interesting, right? How they did this. And then, you know, the singing. Now, I'll be honest with you, like the singing to me, I've heard so much pop music singing in my lifetime that it just all sounds the same to me. I'll be honest, it really does. Like when I ever hear a pop song now, it's just like the same shit. Everyone always wants to sound the same because they hear a sound that they've heard somewhere else. And they want to emulate that so that they can sell their album or whatever. And I'm listening to the K-pop singing, and I think it's good, but I'm not like, oh, blown away by the vocals or anything like that. And maybe that's just because I grew up in the 90s and there was so much of this shit prevalent in America that now it's like, oh, it really does. A lot of the music sounds like the music from the 90s to me. The thing is, the subject matter is different and meaningful, and the actual videos are well produced and much better cinematography wise. But the singing kind of, it's like, damn, I feel like I hear some of the same songs. Seriously, they sound the same to me. So that's kind of my take just in general on the K-pop that I've seen. But the industry, now that I'm getting information about this is how the industry is set up, okay? I got to ask a couple questions. Question number 1 is, how young are these people being pulled into this? Because here in the United States, there's the age of reason, which is supposed to be 18 years old. When you're 18, you're considered a legal adult, and now you're supposed to have hit the age of reason. You're now old enough to make adult decisions for yourself. This is why the age of 18 is the age when someone can like do things that they couldn't do previously on their own. And if these kids are being pulled into this industry at an earlier age than that, like let's say they're being pulled in at like 15, 16, are they necessarily mature enough to be making these decisions that could mold their entire life? Because as we're finding out here, when you go into this training and you're now trying to hone your voice and your dancing skills, your idol persona to be something popular to the masses, I mean, it sounds like an industry that is so huge that, and it's such a big part of this Asian culture, right? Not only in Korea, but we always also found out again from the Yakuza games, this is present in Japan and other Asian countries as well, right? So if it really is this popular and this major part of their culture, this is serious shit. This is a lot of work, and this is, you know, life-changing stuff. Can you really say that someone who's like 16 years old has enough life experience and enough maturity to make a decision for the rest of their life? Should they be given that kind of responsibility? Where are the parents involved? Do the parents make the decision for the child? And in which case, is that fair? Because what you're essentially saying is you're getting people hooked into this level of life that this is going to be not only years of their life now to train and try to make it happen, but now they've got years they have to work off this debt that they've incurred for their training, right? It's not only, oh, try to make it big. If it doesn't work out, oh, well, big deal, go have another life. It's, oh, try to make it big, and if you didn't make it, guess what? You still got to pay for your fucking training, so now your life is ruined because you can't make enough money to pay it off. You know what I'm saying? So this certainly, to me, seems pretty crazy. And, you know, the same thing can be said for, like, child actors, right? You see children in television and movies, and they're like, gee, I wonder how that's working out. Is there money going to a trust fund that they get when they're an adult? Are their parents leeching off of them and pushing them into something they don't want to do? There's all these kind of questions that pop up. You know, for the most part, just like a lot of things that we've been exposed to when playing these Japanese-centric games like Yakuza and others like Persona, there's a lot of shit in Japan I don't understand. I don't understand these fucking cafes where you go on virtual dates with people and you pay them money to have drinks and then there's no relationship, but you just spent all your money. I don't understand half the cultural shit over there. It's very odd. And it's like, it really is when you play those games like culture shock. Like, what the hell, that exists? I can't even believe. I thought it was a joke or fabricated for the game. No, this is a real thing over there, right? I'll be honest. Yeah, this whole idol culture to me is very rare because do we have idols and pop stars in the United States? Yes. But do we have an entire fucking industry designed to recruit young kids into this? And it's this oiled machine of training and bills being incurred for the training. And then you get pushed into an idol circuit of reality television shows. No, that does not exist. We have reality TV, but it's nothing like that. There's no regular shit like that. It's not an established thing. You know, to be lucky enough to become a popular pop star in the United States is a rarity. There's a million people who try, they fail, they move on with their lives, do something else, but they didn't get pushed into this industry that they're stuck in forever. You know what I'm saying? This seems to me like a weird way that some bigwig who had a ton of money says, oh, let me create this fucking industry now where I could just profit off of this endlessly. And even if that person ends up being successful, I still make a buck because I incurred so much debt from them for the training that now I'm rich forever. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I'm off base because, again, I have a very cursory understanding of how this industry works, okay? But for me, like, that doesn't sound right. And what I would hope is that at least this is a regulated industry. And what I mean by that, I hope that there's laws in place to protect the people involved on all sides. I hope that it's not an abusive industry where people are literally ruining their own lives over it. Because, man, does it sound crazy to me that this is something that people would even want to aspire to do. Why would you want to take a chance on being a successful idol, where if you fail, you ruined your life, right? Like, that sounds crazy to me, that you would want to do that. In fact, in Persona 4, right, one of the characters is an idol, who used to be an idol but decided to retire from that life. And it's interesting that that person then becomes, like, part of your party and everything, but I don't know. It's just very odd to me.
Motherfucker, you fucking invested so much money into being a YouTuber that you incurred so much debt on all those credit cards after you moved across the goddamn country. They had to declare bankruptcy. You fucking talk about other people taking risks, not shit. No, you fucking want to talk, Phil. You fucking took a big gamble, didn't pay off. You ruined your own damn credit score. You got a bankruptcy, which you did not deserve, which you lied about, I think, on your goddamn tax forms when you submitted them. And you fucking got away with that bankruptcy. You didn't deserve it, but you fucking got off scot-free and all that goddamn credit card debt that you accrued. Fucking hypocrisy, man. I cannot believe this guy is talking about fucking irresponsible financial decisions from other fucking people in these hypothetical situations with fucking idols, not shit. Motherfucker. The went and invested so much money, and I say it wasn't even his money, it was credit card money. He gambled, it didn't pay off, and then he had to fucking lie and fabricate shit on those bankruptcy forms, and he got away with it because the people that deal with it are fucking incompetent and fucking zoomers and don't understand how this fucking internet culture works. Motherfucker.
And again, maybe in the future I'll go into more detail about it as I get more information, but this is just my initial reaction. I thought the music I saw was more meaningful than American music. I liked the cinematography a lot. The singing is neither here nor there for me because I think all pop music kind of sounds the same to me now, but that's maybe just a result of me being older. But outside of that, just learning about this industry is like, just it's disheartening and alarming to me. Like, nothing about what was just described sounds good or kosher. It sounds scary. But again, it could be from me not being in that culture or that country and not really understanding it all.
DJ Renault quickly explained defense mode is basically him trying to explain something he's done essentially and why he did it. Crossing the arms can mean anything, you know what I mean? Some people just cross their arms, feel comfortable. But defense mode is him basically trying to retcon something or try to justify something he done. Like defense mode is like, I had to do this because of this reason, I had to do this. So earlier on in the Level 1 podcast, he was talking about how the things he's done, even before it started, he was talking about how he can't have people on Twitter contact him because of trolls. That's defense mode, in my opinion. And that was even before the fucking show began. But he's fucking talking to people in chat saying, I cannot add you to my Twitter because of these reasons. That's defense mode for him. So, yeah. People are fucking saying, so Cobain, you're right about the fucking house. I'm afraid I should have been sent out to his house to value the house because of COVID. It wasn't going to happen. Someone needs to call his bluff on what he means about his cinematography. Yeah, true. Leylin, how long has this been ranting about this? It's been about 20 minutes or something. Since COVID had him so backed up, they just lined him up on the phone to knock him out as quick as possible. That's exactly what happened. Cobain, he got away with it big time. And his house had been properly valued, it would have been 100% lost it. Yeah, definitely. I think he needs to sell that house for his own good. He really does. Petty Madison still in this thing. Phil's a scam, American Idol, K-pop is scary now. But the simple trust what he put down his bankruptcy form from the Redfin, which shows like the value of the house from 10 years ago. Very true. Right, let's keep going. And of course, every time we pause, it means we can speed up for the boring bits until we catch up to the live bits again. So here we go.
All right. So there you go. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to questions that were from channel members. So if you're a current member of my channel, all 542 of you, and growing, thank you for being a member. Thanks for the support. I sifted through your members' exclusive questions, and I'll be honest, the vast majority of questions we're going to answer today are actually members' questions. In fact, wow, there's a lot. I think 2 whole pages is members, and then there's 1 page of forum and 1 page of Twitter. So members got priority by far, okay? All right, so the first question is from GTD Gamer, all right? And he asked a 2-part question. I think both parts are actually kind of interesting, so let's take them on one by one. His first question, he says, is there any chance you would go back to a more of classic style for new releases or certain big releases where you play a game without looking on your stream chat and maybe look and do shoutouts every hour? A lot of people, including me, miss that classic style of your videos. I think that could be a good happy medium where people on both sides would be happy. So to put this into some perspective, okay, I was a YouTuber in the formative years of YouTube. You know, we're talking 2008 all the way through 2014.
You don't know what's about to come up here. Sounds like it's going to be defense mode. He's probably going to justify a reason why I cannot do something. So defense mode looks like it's going to get ticked off any second. So just thought I'd let you know about that. It looks like it's going to happen.
All right. Well, I'd say 2013. I was only making offline videos. There was absolutely no interaction with anyone because I wasn't even streaming. It was just offline video. So for a good 5-year chunk there, it was just me playing games for myself, essentially, with commentary over it. No distractions, no interruptions. Okay? Then I adopted live streaming in 2013, but from the years of 2013 to 2017, I ignored my stream chat, and essentially it was still like I was sitting there playing a game by myself. There were a few, there were definitely a few different exceptions there. I don't know what 672 is saying here, but anyway, there's probably a few different exceptions there where basically I would interact with my chat on purpose. It would be like a special event. But for the most part, when I live streamed, I called it fan service. If you want to be here live, great, but understand I'm still doing kind of an offline playthrough for YouTube. All right. It wasn't until 2017 when I basically decided I can't rely on just offline style videos and ad revenue anymore. I have to be an interactive streamer, and I have to change my content style up. And for the last over 5...
No, bullshit. Stop that right now. I'm taking defense 2 seconds, guys. I'm taking defense mode right there because he's fucking bullshitting about that. He didn't decide fuck all. YouTube essentially decided for him because of the apocalypse, but his fucking fans in his forum were telling him for years, go back to Twitch, go back to Twitch, go back to Twitch, stream on Twitch, live stream on Twitch, and he stubbornly refused to because he was still jealous and bitter about the fact that they told him to lower his bitrate when he was streaming before, and he said fuck off and left. He was still sore about that. And then also he finally did cave in, he finally listened to his fans, he went back to Twitch. And it's one of the best things he ever did, obviously, because it's when he started making a good bit of money once more after the fucking apocalypse happened. But of course, he's retconned it in his head, so it's like, I decided this, I made a decision, I had to do this. Motherfucker. It is made for you, essentially. You had to do that, or you had to do it to survive. You had to do it to survive, otherwise you're basically going to die as a content creator. Motherfucker lies all the goddamn time, I know I do it.
5 years now. I've been a full-time streamer that interacts with my stream constantly. We have fun conversation. I shout out your contributions. We have rewards for your contributions that interact and change the things happening on the stream, right? My content has dramatically changed in the last 5 years, in my opinion, for the better. Reason being, yes, there was a time when that kind of offline, isolated content worked. People liked the fact that I was hyper-focused on a game, and in 2-3 days, I would play 30 hours and beat a game and get that full playthrough on the internet and move on to the next. You know, it was definitely a time, okay? I see. People in chat are basically saying they disagree with GTD Gamer, who says, oh, there's a lot of people who miss that offline style content. They're saying, actually, no, most people like the online content, are used to that now. But what I was going to say is...
I don't know, even before Phil says anything else, I think Phil's best days as a YouTuber were when he was offline. You got raw, genuine gameplay from him. These days, it is interactive to the point where his hand is held every goddamn time he comes across a problem that takes more than 5 brain cells to figure out what's going on. How often does he fucking just stall and ask chat for help when he's fucking stuck in something? He doesn't try and use any brain power whatsoever to try and get through it. He just gets his hands held every time he's stuck in a game. Immediately he goes to chat, what do I do, how do I get through this, guys, tell me what to do. And as the longer it goes on, the more bored he gets, not shit. Full fucking shit again. He was better off. His shtick was being a dumbass gamer, but it worked for him. Him being alone trying to work his shit out was what made it entertaining in the first place. This is why all the earlier Silent plays are so successful. This is why things like Metal Gear Solid, it was great to see him fucking play it the first time round, simply because it was so bad at it that the fucking SSI don't play of it, which is such an incredible viewing. You could pick certain segments and watch it live raw if you wanted to. Not live, but you know what I mean. If you could watch the raw segments live, I say live again, you can go to DSP Gaming and search your first Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough of his, right? Pick any part. You'll find him being a dumbass. You will find him being a goddamn moron. It's entertaining, but not in the way he likes it to be. It's his stupidity that makes it funny for people to watch. But obviously it hurts his pride, so he can't really tolerate that anymore. So now, of course, he gets to that game, it's like, just hold my hand, chat, get me through it, something, I don't know what I'm doing. Chat gets me through it, and then he'll fucking read chat, he'll see how to do it, and he'll fucking pretend he was the guy that figured it all along, and he's so fucking smart. Motherfucker didn't know how to double jump in fucking Half-Life. This is what I'm saying, it was entertaining. His stupidity and his foolishness is what made that original content somewhat appealing. That kind of childish buffoonery is how he fucking grew so massively. Obviously he got the videos at Quiplash as well, but it was just this fucking, 25-year-old dumpy looking man, this little man-child thing, playing games immediately, storming through them as fast as humanly possible, being a complete moron while he's at it, but he fucking powers through them in the end somehow for hell or high water. It's incredible though. That's what I'm saying, that's when he was at his most endearing, you could argue. He was actually more tolerable when he didn't have his hand held. And sometimes he admitted to, I had to use a guide for this, I had to use a guide for that. That actually didn't happen massively often. For the most part, I still just tried to power through it himself, because a lot of times, to be fair, a lot of the time as well, there was no guide at the time. He got a brand new game, these are a lot of brand new games, so he couldn't refer to a guide sometimes. So there's no guide for it. It was too soon. He's put it in day one, so And I'm going to keep going. I keep pausing too much, man. But in my opinion, it would not hurt him whatsoever to go back to the old style for maybe a game or two. And then also you can dedicate time at the end to read all the shout-outs, all the chats, and you know what I mean? That's what some streamers do anyway. Some people dedicate like the end portion of their stream to read up on everything, just like he does in a Level 1 podcast. Just like he does there. He waits until the end to read all the contributions. He's tough. I'm sorry I'm behind. I'm going to play now.
I feel GTD Gamer is someone from that bygone era of content creation. Someone who probably watched me back in the day before I became a full-time streamer, right? And essentially now, we're at a time where things have changed for 5 years. I have a whole new audience. Most people who are watching me full-time today probably started watching me in the last 5 years, with some exceptions. So the group that I like to call, I used to call them the silent majority, but now I just kind of feel like they're the silent hardcore fans. The people who love what I do no matter what. They'll be through here for the trials and tribulations or whatever, right? But they used to watch that old content and they remember that, you know? So anyway, I'm trying to put it in a frame of reference here. You know, there was a whole span of 2008 through 2017. Holy shit, that was like 9 years where I did this offline style. Then for the last 5 years, I've become the interactive guy on the internet, okay? Here's the thing. Like, as much as there's people who would love that style to come back, again, I really feel like that style is a bygone era. Number one, making that kind of content, right? Not having constant interaction, not having constant shout outs for contributions, basically makes it that you're just making the video for the sake of making that playthrough video. It's not about a social interaction anymore, you see? And that's fine for some people, but that worked when I was able to make a living putting out offline videos. That worked, you see? Because I can say, okay, I'm focused just on my on-demand audience. It's your ad revenue from watching my video that helps. Thanks, guys. That is so long gone. It's been over 5 years since someone like me has been able to make a living on YouTube doing that kind of stuff. It's the ad.
I've got to stop him again. I just can't help it. Look, if that was true, if that argument was valid and true for him, then why does he fucking wait until the end of a Level 1 podcast? Sometimes that's like 90 minutes long, right? Anyway, it's the whole thing's usually like 90 minutes long, from like 7 PM to 8:30 his time, or whatever. Or is it early? No, 11 AM. 11 AM to fucking 12:30 his time, sorry. I'm thinking UK time, sorry. But that's what I'm saying, it's like 90 minutes long, but he'll wait purposefully until he gets to like near the end of his fucking podcast to do the shoutouts. Why can't you not do the same thing for gameplay? If it's valid for that, why is it not valid to the podcast? Is the podcast not meant to be interactive? Should nobody contribute then during the podcast? The argument kind of falls apart there because it does it for one thing but not the other. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking way too fast. Sorry, guys.
Revenue tanked so badly that there was just no way to make that viable at all. All right, it's just not. For me, putting out content where I'm interacting with you constantly, we have fun conversation and meaningful interaction during a stream. Not only is that more fun for me because it feels more natural, it's not me doing content for me, it's me doing it for a live audience. So we have that fun of the interaction and everything, right? And it basically makes it feel more meaningful. It really does. And I'll be honest, more casual. Like, I can relax. I can come to a stream and be like, hey, we're going to have a good time. We're going to shoot the shit, right? We're going to have a fun conversation. Who even knows what we're going to talk about today? Because you never know. It's that kind of surprise element. Like, who's going to ask you what or what's going to come up in the topic of discussion. But also, we're going to play a fun game. We're going to make progress. We're going to have our reactions to it together live. That, to me, is just way more meaningful. Okay? And listen, I totally understand that some people will still think back to those olden days of content creation where it was all about just talking, doing silly commentary about the game in a video and kind of acting like I'm there by myself and just trying to entertain an audience by saying silly things, over the top things. And, you know, what I would say is maybe one day, all right, as an actual intentionally designed oddity project, right, Phil actually plays a game as if he were that old guy, that offline player, ignoring the chat. I'll close the chat, turn it off, and just play the game for the game's sake. And then maybe like once an hour, stop recording, come back, see what everyone's been talking about in the chat, shout out contributions, and then go back again. But here's the thing. This is my business model now. This is my livelihood. This is how I operate. And this is what people like. So I couldn't just say, oh, I'll take it all away and we're going to go back to the old way. No. But maybe as like an oddity. Like we actually have a project set. There's one playthrough we want to Phil do as an offline playthrough. He will still stream it. You can still watch it live. But he's not going to do shout outs or anything live. He's not going to read the chat. Once an hour, he'll take a break. A 5-10 minute break where he talks with us and he reads shout outs. Then he goes back and starts recording again. You see? Maybe like that. But it would definitely have to be something special and different and set apart. And it cannot be how I do content anymore. It's quite frankly, outdated. It just really is. It's very outdated. There's very few people out there who put out that kind of content and are successful, which is funny because it's weird. Over the last few years, my wife and I sometimes will watch certain content creators put out playthroughs just to get a different perspective on a game that I've played. Like, usually it's a game I've already played. Then we'll watch like 2 or 3 other people play it too and see what their experience was. There's still a couple people who do it that way. There's people who don't have face cam. I know that sounds weird. There's people who don't have face cam at all. There's people who they don't live stream. They're just doing offline videos. Somehow they're still making a living doing it. Don't ask me how. I don't know, because maybe they're making millions and millions of views on their videos. I don't know, because I don't pay attention to that. But I can't imagine how you could not have any interaction with your audience anymore and still retain an audience. Like, directly, that is how people stay popular today, right? That's literally it. So, I don't know. But anyway, like I say, would I ever readopt that old style? No. No, I just wouldn't. This is it now. This is how it works, okay? But would I ever maybe go back and do something special as a one-off specialty, right? We pick a game, right? And we, that's a game that I will not do the live interaction with you guys. Instead, I'll just play the game at face value like I used to. And then maybe every hour go back and interact with you guys. Yeah, maybe then I would do it, something special. But I guess what we'd have to do is kind of brainstorm around it and see what would work for that, because I have no clue. Okay? All right. Now, the second question from GTD Gamer. This is going to be a short and sweet answer for you, because you probably don't know about my history with this particular topic. So here we go. Get ready for drama. There is a YouTuber and streamer called Destiny who's been doing some good interviews and discussions with content creators who have more edgier pasts, including himself. He's always really respectful when he does interviews. There won't be drama, but I think he has good advice for you about things. And you two would have an interesting conversation and positive exposure because he's a big content creator. Okay. Destiny. I know nothing about the guy except for the fact that he literally, over the years, has name dropped me and tried to pull me into his content for the sake of getting popular and or views from his viewers from time to time. My first interaction with this man was I was streaming a game called Prey. And at the time, I've been talking with you guys a lot about personal things going on in my life. This was the time when I, for the first time in many years, was single, was trying to reform my life from the ground up. I mentioned to you guys that I needed to get a new car, and just casually talking about it, not giving tons of details or whatever, but it said, I'm thinking about getting this kind of a car, new versus used, and all of this, right? Just casual stuff, just talking to my audience about. This is when I had just become an interactive streamer in 2017, and so we were trying to find topics to talk about, okay? This guy starts having entire segments of his own show about me. Oh, Phil doesn't understand how to buy a car. He's saying it's a buyer's market for cars. He has no idea what we're talking about. I know all about this topic, so I'll talk about it here. And then he starts coming on my streams. This is when I was a Twitch streamer. He would just come into my stream. Phil, we need to talk about this immediately. Let's talk about buying cars. I'm like, dude, I'm in the middle of playing Prey. Why the fuck do I want to stop playing the game to talk to you about buying a car? Who asked you for your fucking input on this? Nobody, right? I don't know you from a hole in the fucking wall. I don't know. Who are you? I've never heard of this guy before. He's never talked to me directly. Now he wants to derail my streams to talk about car buying. Like, what are you talking about? So I told him to fuck off. And that was it. Like, literally since that moment, I told this guy to fuck off. That's the only interaction I ever really had with him. Now, over the years, I've heard this guy literally brings me up from time to time whenever he's looking for a rise out of his audience and to get some kind of, not clickbait, but, I have nothing to do today. Let's bring up Darkside Phil, okay? So I'll give you an example. A couple of months ago, all right, I was doing a stream, my first ever React stream to Wings of Redemption's Down the Rabbit Hole video. Now, I outright said during that React stream, this is the first time I'm going through, Wings of Redemption's history. I don't know anything personally about the guy. All I can do is watch this documentary and take everything in it as factually true. I don't have context for a lot of stuff in there outside of what's presented. All I can do is react to the stuff that's in that video, right? So I said I might very well have reactions here that are wrong because I don't know all the data. All I know is what's presented, but I'm going to react to what I see. One of the topics in that video was that Wings of Redemption himself, okay, Jordy, right? I almost said Richard. I did. Jordy, and that's fucked up too. That's the association stuck in my head from trolls. Has had friends who he did a podcast with for the longest time. I guess it was called Painkiller Already. And these friends, over time, there was like a breakup between him and the friends where they don't associate anymore. He was thrown off the podcast show. And this is discussed at length in this documentary, this Down the Rabbit Hole show. And it has all this context. It shows different events like, this boot camp to get him to lose weight. That was part of the show, and they wanted him to go to some fucking cookout or whatever. I don't even know what it was, some camping trip, and he didn't go, and this was the big thing that blew up, and then they stopped being friends with him, okay? So, I reacted to that from my own perspective based on the information provided, all right? Now, after I did my react, which, by the way, my reaction was not very favorable for the Painkiller already, guys. My perspective was, these were guys who, yeah, they were friends with Jordy over the years, but they definitely, absolutely did their best to exploit this guy. They wanted to always have him as part of their content as the guy who they could laugh at his expense. He'd be the running joke. And let's be honest, do you think that seeing a bunch of fucking generic ass, yuppie white guys going out to the fucking forest at camp is entertaining? No. Seeing a fat white guy go out there and try to do it and suffer with it and struggle with it, is that entertaining? Yes. So when he determined to not go on the trip with them, they freak out because now they have no reason to go out there because no one's going to watch them do it. No one cares. You see? So this is the point I'm making, is from the information provided in the documentary, in my opinion, it does not paint them in a very positive light. It makes them look like a bunch of exploitative guys who used Jordy over the years to get ahead, to get content, to make money, whatever you want to say. And yeah, maybe they were also friendly with him behind the scenes and doing friendly stuff with him, and they were true friends with him, but all I can react to is what you see in the documentary, all right?
This motherfucker talk about using people. You fucking use people all your goddamn life, Phil. Every fucking moment of your life, you use people to better your own goddamn existence. Doesn't matter if it's friends from back in the day in Connecticut, or if it's fucking people that contribute to you and fucking give you so much money until their usefulness expire and you throw them under a goddamn bus. Motherfucker, of course he's going to sympathise with a guy who is more toxic or whatever, and he's going to sympathise with the person he identifies as most, because people can't be trusted, people will just fucking betray you, fuck off, Phil, man, you betray so many fucking people, it's hard to fucking count all the bodies that you've fucking thrown under the bus over the years, it really is. Poor fucking wee Howard, trying to get money for Respect the Pact. Fucking Rambo. Sick and tired of your goddamn bullshit 3 AM drunken texts or whatever. That's what I'm saying, this guy has like one friend this entire life, and then they fucking pissed him off too much. And then Phil's like, oh no, I can't have any more friends, I guess. I had one friend once, and it didn't work out, so I guess I'm not going to have friends again. That's literally how Phil reacted to that. That's his logic. Oh, I just find it fucking unbelievable, this guy is fucking talking about, people being toxic to others, and this guy doesn't realise himself how hypocritical he's sounding right now.
Right? Now, you guys don't even know this, but after I reacted to that video, I was messaged by a couple dozen people who were adamantly defending the guys from the Painkiller Already podcast. Phil, you're an asshole. You don't understand. Those guys are great. Jordy's a piece of shit. You really screwed the pooch here with what you did. Why would you talk shit about them when you don't know the whole story, and yada, yada, yada. Now, I prefaced my reaction with saying I can only react to what I've seen in the video. I don't know the full story, but these people still got upset. For what I'm to understand, apparently the Painkiller Already guys are upset with me. They hate me now. They think that I'm a piece of shit for talking shit about them and by reacting to that documentary. That's what I've been told, is that now they, apparently on their show, they had a segment or segments about me. And guess who was involved? Destiny. The guy who apparently every once in a while wants to name drop me and bring me in dramatically to his content to make a buck, decided he was going to appear on their show, and they had a whole let's shit on Darkside Phil segment. They talked about my bankruptcy. They talked about all this drama and shit that happens with me on the internet that has nothing to do with my streams. It's all fabricated bullshit that people make up about me.
Hold on a second. Rich decided not to go camping with people, wasn't really a part of his streams. So, you fucking watched it down the rabbit hole. I would argue is not part of, Rich's streams, Geordie's streams. You fucking watched it anyway, It's still, you put everything out there. It's out there for people to consume and talk about. If you only wished to be talked about as a fucking content creator, nobody would really talk about you much, Phil. That's the bottom line here. If all people did talked about the content you produced, you'd be an extremely boring person with very little people paying attention to you, Phil. That is the bottom line. You live off of drama, you need the drama it fucking helps you thrive and survive. I wouldn't say you're thriving these days, but it helps you survive these days, the drama. Every fucking week. I went away for 1 fucking week on holiday. I had a nice holiday in the sun. What the fuck happens that 1 week I'm gone? This motherfucker gets into it with Keemstar, it changes his whole goddamn thing, so it's like level 1 podcast, the pre-stream podcast is just exterminated and fucking fired into the sun, never to be seen again. The fucking 50k revelation of the fucking podcast, all this shit happens 1 week I'm gone. And it's the fucking revelation of I fucking turned in 50k to do a podcast because Keem was involved, and they fucking changed the whole premise of the pre-stream podcast because he was fucking delusional. He's like, Keemstar's not got in my head, I like being level 1. This is a level 1 podcast. We're happy here in level 1. Keemstar really fucking got to him, man. But Jesus Christ, man. If this guy didn't have drama involved with his fucking content, if we only focused on the content, we'd be bored as shit. Well, we are bored as shit, but we'd be more bored. I wouldn't be doing this. Nobody would be restreaming Phil right now if people only cared about the content. Nobody would be paying attention to him, apart from maybe 10 people, 15 people. It's actually, probably 100, but 50, most of them are socks, let's be honest. Oh, I've been told it's confirmed. Thank you very much, Midnight, thank you.
But they sat there and they talked about it at length, like it was a whole show just to make money. Okay? Do you think I want anything to do with people like that? Seriously, why on earth would I fucking be involved with anyone like that? That is called, we have absolutely no value to add to the planet. All we fucking do is sit around talking drama. We exploited Jordy. Now we'll exploit anyone else who we can, even if we don't have a relation to them. We'll do it anyway. We'll keep fucking, we'll pull people into our drama vortex, right? So why on earth would I want to be involved with people like that, right? If the guys from Painkiller already had reached out to me behind the scenes and said, Phil, so we heard that you reacted to us and stuff about us in that Down That Rabbit Hole documentary. Well, guess what? We'd like to have you on our show as a guest. We'd actually like to more elaborate about what you saw in that show to kind of give you a full perspective. That way, at least you kind of understand it. Then you can make your judgments for yourself. But we really feel it was kind of unfair what you said because you didn't have the full perspective. Why don't you come on our show and we'll talk about it like rational people, right? Did that happen? No. What happened was they shat on me. They literally said, let's just pull a bunch of drama about Phil that's bullshit, or unsubstantiated nonsense on the internet. Let's have a shit on Phil show.
No, there's no way Phil would have went and agreed to that. If they had actually done exactly what Phil had said, he would still have disagreed to do that. As if he's going to go on some other fucking fucker show, unprepared questions, no rehearsal, no known questions up front. He would have to have everything shown to him up front, and he'd probably have to as well have it not be live. There's no way he's going to go on a live show where anything could get asked of him and he had to fucking try and get himself through that. There's no way. This fucking hypothetical situation that Phil's come up with is just nonsensical in the first place because there's absolutely no way in hell Phil would have actually agreed to this if they had actually done what Phil had suggested they could have done to try and get him on his good side and try and explain shit. There's no way Phil would have agreed to it. He would have told them to fuck off. He would have absolutely told them to fuck off. Because of his fucking original preconception that all these guys are fucking horrible to Jordy and all that shit. This is exactly it. He's right made up his mind watching this show. He can relate more to Jordy in that situation.
Show to make money. Alright? Why the fuck would I want to be involved with anyone like that? Painkiller already, Destiny. They could go fucking blow goats for all I care. Seriously. Those people are scum, man. People like that, you don't ever want to associate. You don't. You want to stay as far away from those kind of people as possible. If the only way you can make any kind of a living is to bring down others, talk about the drama of others. Again, this is the Keemstar syndrome, where Keemstar became popular on YouTube and all of a sudden everyone else decided to follow suit. Let's just constantly talk about drama and shit and really just insult everyone and hurt everyone around us and make a living doing it, right? It's pretty fucked up. It is. It's completely fucked up. And, I just don't want anything to do with that at all. I want to stay away. That's the thing. If people wanted to be rational and fair, they would have, right? If Destiny actually wanted to have a conversation with me about something without drama and making money, he would have done so and not disrupted my stream, purposely got banned off the...
Without drama and making money, keep in mind that he only had fucking kept in touch with Howard and Rambo so he could make videos with him. He only cared about making money off those motherfuckers as apparent friends. They wanted to fucking catch up and make sure. I mean, if they actually were interested in still doing things with Phil, it didn't involve making a goddamn video. And yet Phil was adamantly trying to get them involved in some sort of dumbass video, even when he was across the goddamn country. I was like, hey Phil, how you doing? Not bad. So when you going to be in the next video? When you going to be the next smart guys or whatever? Fuck off, Phil. It's incredible hypocrisy. Why did I put myself through this, man? I just can't believe the amount of hypocrisy that we're being... It's been inflicted on us by this fucking idiot, this bumbling buffoon of a man-child. Look at his fucking stupid wee face right here. Jesus, it's a face that you would be happy to just punch and slap silly until it just stops the stupid bullshit nonsense lying.
Money, yeah, money, oh, money, yeah, money.
Black Mage, thank you very much for that. I put 10 plus ads on that Etika video. He did indeed. Thank you very much for super chat, Black Mage. I thought you caved in, Black Mage, so it's good to see you still around.
the stream so that he would get the drama he was seeking and then get artificial views and things off of that. If the Painkiller Already guys actually cared about me talking about them in a negative light and wanted to clear it up, they would have, instead of doing an entire show dedicated to shitting on Darkside Phil to make money by making fun of someone. You understand? It's the same thing I said in the React video about Jordy. That's the kind of people they are. Oh, I don't have anything of quality to put on the internet, any positivity today. Let me just shit at someone and get by it on their expense and make a living doing it. I'm not that kind of person. I'm definitely not going to be doing anything like that at all. All right? I'm going to ignore the nonsense around me. I have nothing to do with that shit. I don't want to hear about it. I want nothing to do with Destiny or them. Again, if someone rationally contacted me behind the scenes, that'd be one thing. This shit never happens. Seriously, never. Do you guys remember a couple years ago when I was going through my bankruptcy? We had that guy, what was his, Rekieta or Rekita Law or whatever he is. And I know he's very popular on the internet. He's covered very popular court cases and he's blown up in popularity. Today, he's like, makes a good living doing what he does. He decides to cover my bankruptcy. Out of nowhere. Does he contact me and say, hey, Phil, you know, let's talk about this or have you on the show? Does he say, hey, you know, could this possibly be hurtful to you if I cover it? No, he just does it. He just does it. You know, who cares, right? And then what ends up happening is the bankruptcy gets granted and everything that was said negative about me now blows up in everyone's face. And he did contact me behind the scenes, by the way. We had a conversation and it was a nice conversation. And the guy seems like a nice guy and a well-intentioned guy. But again, these people don't realize that what they do is harmful. You have no idea what I went through in 2020 to try to get that bankruptcy because so many people on the internet were discussing it publicly and 99% of what they were saying was untruthful. It was just fabricated bullshit. I basically had to do 10 times more work than anyone else to get that bankruptcy granted. And on top of that, I went through insane amounts of fucking stress personally in my life that I didn't.
What were the $5,000 a month business expenses relating to, Phil? What were all the microtransactions relating to that you see in your bank statements? Are you pretending the mobile gaming Skullplay things are part of your business expenses, Phil? These are simple questions that you can answer and clear up once and for all, and the conspiracy theories about that particular thing at least would stop. I'm sorry I paused again, guys. I just had to get out there.
Deserve. It was insane, you know? So, again, and you know, by the way, I don't have any ill will towards that guy, Rekieta Law or whatever. We had a few conversations.
You fucking said you wouldn't piss him if he was on fire. I'm pretty sure it was a guy he said Phil would not piss on him if he was on fire. I'm certain Phil said that about him. I might be wrong, I'm certain of it. Phil said that about Rekieta Law. He would not piss on him if he was on fire. I'm sure he said that.
Over the years, they're very friendly, and I wish them the best, but at the same time, I really wish that these people, before they cover topics like this, or before they even, oh, today we're going to do a whole stream where we talk about Darkside Phil and his haters and shit. Why? Darkside Phil already has to deal with this shit on a daily basis. Darkside Phil doesn't want to discuss it because he knows giving trolls any attention just empowers them to do more. When you cover that, all you're doing is empowering them more and hurting the person who's, whether or not you're intending it, you're hurting the person who's the subject matter. So literally, every time Destiny brings me up and says something about me that's negative, it's another stab. It's another fucking pain in my ass. I'd rather have these people never mention me ever again. I don't need them name-dropping me or bringing me up in their shit. No one cares. I certainly don't care. I'm not going to get anything out of it. I'm happy to be here on my stream in my little corner, my little cubby hole of the internet or YouTube or whatever you want to call it. In the 14 years, I built myself this place where I can have a fan base and a viewership and a fun little business. And that's it. That's all I want to do. I don't want to be a part of anyone's drama. I don't want to be a part of anyone's bullshit. You can be millionaires out there and have your vortex of toxic toilet bullshit that you talk about every day. Leave me the fuck out of it. Allow this segment of this Q&A show to be my public message to anyone out there who wants to involve me with your drama. Please fuck off. I want nothing to do with you. I don't want to be on your fucking podcast show. I don't want to get a $50,000 payday to be involved in your toxic shit. I want nothing to do with any of you. Leave me the fuck alone. I want to be here doing my own thing and let me grow my little YouTube channel. You can make fun, he's on level 1, he'll never be anything. Fuck off. Go do your level 99 horse shit and do your toxic shit and leave me alone. Normal people want nothing to do with you. No, really. We are down here on reality on Earth. We don't want to be living in your ivory tower fucking insulated from any kind of fucking pain or misery because I'm so rich bullshit. I'm never going to be there. I don't want to be there. I want to be normal like the people who I interact with on a daily basis on my streams. Leave me the fuck alone and leave my name out of all of your fucking toxic mouths, okay? I can't believe that these idiots constantly want me to pull me into their shit. No, I want nothing to do with you. Nothing. Not Destiny, not Painkiller Already, not Keemstar, not anybody else. All right? Leave me alone. Let me and my viewers have fun here on reality on planet Earth, and you guys could live on fucking Pluto or wherever you live and do your toxic shit. I'm not like you, and I never will be. I don't want to be. I've aspired to change myself to not be the toxic, nasty person anymore, and I certainly don't ever want to make a living by harming others, so fuck off and leave me alone. Okay. So there you go. Hopefully that answers the question. That's why I want nothing to do with guys like Destiny and other people. You know, I just really want nothing absolutely to do with any of this. All right? Okay. We'll do one more question. We'll do some shout outs and then we'll take our first break. So the next question is from Brian5682. And he says, seeing that the reaction videos you've done have been successful, will you branch out to doing collaborators with other YouTubers like Wings, JV, and Pipkin Pippa? I know who the fuck those people are. Also, will you ever play the retro Might and Magic series as you like to play RPGs as a short RPG? I will just say this, all right? If ever someone contacted me and said, we have interesting things that we'd like you to be involved in. We know you've been a 14-year content creator on the internet, or we know you've been a longtime fan of competitive Street Fighter, you've been there from the formative years, or maybe, oh, you grew up in the years of the arcades and you have some kind of unique perspective there. If someone were to contact me and say, hey, Phil, we feel that we'd like to have you involved in something intelligent, an intelligent and fun discussion about something where you can add something from your own personal perspective or experience. Having you as a part of this discussion or project would make it better. Then I would probably be interested. The problem is that has never really happened. It's always been, hey, Phil, can you come on and talk about your haters? Hey, Phil, can you come on to address the latest drama? Hey, Phil, can you do this? To which I say, no, I want nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? I've separated myself from that shit. I'm happy where I am, doing what I do. I have no desire to be involved with any of that nonsense. And the problem is, especially when you talk with someone like Wings or someone like that, who they're so heavily involved in haters and drama and shit, it's hard to say that if I ever were to do a collab with Wings on anything, that somehow wouldn't spill over to me and my own viewer base, right? And that's the last thing that I would ever want, is that I negatively affect my viewer base or impact them in a bad way because I chose to do something outside of my normal range. You see what I'm saying? So if anyone were to ever contact me, right, and say, hey, Phil, here's an interesting idea, and you could be involved because you've been on YouTube for 14 years, let's get your perspective, right? What if someone decided to do an in-depth documentary on the rise and fall of machinima? I was one of the bigger YouTubers who remained a partner of theirs through thick and thin until almost the very end of when they existed. And I feel like I could give some really unique perspective on that.
Oh, for God's sake, he's going to pretend that he's fucking loyal to Machinima when he stayed because he simply offered the best fucking deal for him at the time, which is understandable. He should be honest about it, though. He's making it sound straight away there that he fucking stayed because he's loyal to the fucking brand or something. Bullshit. Fucking make it clear. You fucking stayed because it's the best paying offer you're going to get, so.
Because I had a lot of unique experiences and interactions with them that apparently were very different from what other people had, okay? I really feel I can add to a discussion on that. Or you want to talk about those formative years of Street Fighter in the 90s and 2000s and the grassroots competition of the EVO series and the other big tournaments at the time and all of that. I could probably add a ton to a discussion like that. Or even in general. If you want to have a show, all right? Anyway, if you want to have a show where I talk about being a YouTuber over the years and how things have changed, the rise and fall of being a YouTuber over the years, right? Man, I could probably do a really interesting show about that. But no one ever reaches out for that shit. Or at least if they have, I didn't notice, I didn't see it. Maybe you got stuck in my spam filter over here, but it's always the bullshit. Did you hear what this guy said about you today? Will you come on the show and talk about it? We got offered $50,000 by Keemstar. Will you come talk about it? No, I won't. I have no desire. Okay. So in this regard, likely you won't see collabs or anything from me until someone actually wants to contact me about something intelligent. You know, I'm not gonna waste my time, and I'm certainly not gonna bring my viewership down to a shit level. You know what I'm saying? Your second half of the question about Retro Might Magic, I don't know anything about it. So that would be up to the viewers to determine if there's something they want to see me play. I don't know anything about that franchise, okay? Plum Goral took me $10. Thank you, Plum Goral, for the tip. And says, I wanted to send some support. I've been away for a bit. It's been a busy summer. If time allows, can you briefly answer, would you ever try mobile games for a stream? Could be a fun one-off during a slow time. Best wishes to you, Cat and Jasper. Thank you. I would say the only mobile game I would probably ever be interested at this point in checking out would maybe be that new Diablo game, because it seems pretty controversial, but at the very same time, fucking Asmon Gold was doing it, and he got fucking, like, banned from Twitch for it. Because some asshole said something in the chat. I wonder if you turn the chat off in the game so you don't get in trouble or whatever. But the thing is, I don't have a way to capture from a mobile device. Like, I don't know if there's a way to do it. I mean, again, this would have to be something I do research on. Do I buy a cable? Do I actually need to run it through, like I have a setup over there that I used many years for my PS3 to bypass the HDCP, the high definition content protection. Do I need to use that in order to, like, capture from my phone? I don't know. Are there emulators or things? And if that's the case, I can't do it. As you guys know, I can't do anything on my PC at all. It has to be like anything that I would do on my PC, like an emulator, I can't. My PC, as of now, it's almost max CPU when I stream. There's no way I could do that. It would have to be like a way to capture or whatever. Right? So, I guess the question would be, is there a game worth it to even check out that enough people would be interested or invested in seeing me try it out? And then on top of that, would there be a situation where I could find a way to even capture from my phone? Because I don't even know. So, in summary, no, not really. I don't think right now there really has been much. Now, here's the thing. That could change. That absolutely positively in the future could change, because the reason is that... Wait, I got distracted. Oh, the reason is that mobile games are becoming more and more huge. Seriously. Okay? Huge. Ginormous. And they are becoming a giant chunk of the industry. Okay? They're winning market share, as they say. So, what I would say is, in this regard, if mobile games become as interesting, as full-fledged, as you know, must play as a console game, then I would maybe have to look into that. Maybe that could be something for future-proofing. I could actually find a way to capture from a mobile device. And if that's the case, likely wouldn't even be, I would probably get like a business phone, a business line, and it would be just dedicated to doing that. That way there's no crossover between personal and business, and no way that, you know, things could get crossed, and God forbid the trolls with their fucked up stuff find out personal information about me. I wonder how that could go wrong. But anyway, you see what I'm saying? Like, maybe it could be something interesting that I do in the long term. As of now, I have not seen a reason. But maybe this Diablo game is the first. If that Diablo game continues to do well, and now you start seeing mainstream game devs making games exclusively for phones, we may actually see something happen. But for now, I'm going to say probably not. I'm probably not going to mess with that, okay? I got an anonymous $50 tipper saying, oh, Osmond Gold always slanders you on his streams. You know, I hear everyone say that literally about every person on the planet. So all I'm going to say is, it seems like everyone over the years has taken a fucking stab at me, all right, and made fun of me for various things. If I hated every person who ever took a stab at me or hated me for various things, I would have no one to talk to. I'd basically be sitting here talking to myself all day. So I think I need to be a little bit more open-minded than that, especially with the shit that's happened to me over the years and how I've been a topic of discussion, you know, worldwide on the internet for various reasons over the years. Personally, have I ever heard of Asmund Gold actually, like, trying to destroy me or being very malicious against me? No. Making a joke is one thing, or, you know, making a negative reference versus, oh, here's someone who actively is, like, fucking really trying to rail Phil today. I've never heard that. You know, personally, I have no problems with the guy. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there was a whole show that all he did was make fun of me. I don't know. But I hear everyone just says this about everyone. I'm like, so I'm supposed to hate everyone, right? Like, every person I should just hate completely, right? Okay. Right. All right, guys. Anyway, I think this is time to split the part. So if you're watching this live on stream, stick around. If you're watching this on demand on DSP Gaming, this will be part 1 ending, and there's going to be part 2 and maybe a part 3 depending on time permitting. So thank you for watching, and let's break here, and I'll be back shortly with more. Thank you again, and remember, many ways that you can support this kind of content: liking the videos, leaving comments. What do you think about the things we discussed in this part? Let me know. Leave a comment on this video, okay? All right, guys, thank you, and I'll be back shortly for part 2. Ooh.
Okay.
All right, guys, so I am going to go on a quick break here. It's going to be short. This is not going to be like the normal length of one of my breaks. This will be like a 5-minute break, okay? I'm just going to go piss, see what my wife's up to, and come right back because we have a lot of questions to get through. But it's a good way for me to stretch my legs, and I'll be right back. So don't worry, this is not a 25-minute break. This is like a 5-minute break for me to just quickly, you know, relax. I'll be right back, okay? See you in a few.
I mean, it's kind of funny, but I actually need a piss as well, so I think I'm going to be right back. I mean, I'm still behind. Fast forward here.
This is remix music of Flash Hill Down. Bitch.
Wait, hang on a second.
And that means I'm about to...
How's back
to come back from break.
How's back here? Here. It's playing now. The video's playing. It's dead silent.
Okay, guys, so I'm about to come back from break. I told you the break would be very quick, and it was.
No
1
break
minute
for you
man.
guys.
Did a $25.
Oh, for fuck's sake, 1 minute man. He's not even fucking there, for fuck's sake. Fucking Planet Jeff. I don't know, the most incredible. You can probably have a huge fucking list of the most kind of bizarre and surreal things about DSP in terms of like the people that are involved with him as well, like the fans and all that shit. But one of the most bizarrest of all has to be the 1 minute man stuff. What sort of fucking supporter stays anonymous and off the streams, only contributes behind the scenes? But even though they contribute behind the scenes, they're happy to get a shout out with a little fake identity. And yet they're not there. And every day $25 a day. That is like, that's incredible. I can't imagine spending that kind of money on anyone. I mean, I don't even spend 25 fucking... I don't even spend that myself, 25 quid a fucking day. And he's fucking... It's incredible to me. He only tips after breaks, apparently. Yeah, only apparently after breaks. It's very strange. Why am I fucking paused? I shouldn't fucking pause. Right.
Tip. So I want to add that before we resume here. Let's get that on the leaderboard. He is the top tipper of the day so far right now. So... what is that W? What is that? I pressed 1. How dare you? Okay. So let's see. 25 plus 42 would be 67. And that means I'm about to put my gunner glasses on. Alright, thank you guys so far for all of your support. And remember, if we hit $100, which we very well might, we still got about almost 2 hours left on the stream, you get the option. Either leave the cowboy hat on or replace it with another hat. I'll do a poll for that. So, thank you in advance to anyone supporting the stream in any way. And thank you for the tips so far. And I think we're going to resume. Hold on. I got that. I got this here. So, I'll make sure I got everything in front of me where it's supposed to be. Excuse me. All right, guys, ready? All right, let's get started.
Later, motherfucker.
Back.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's episode, I still want to say it's episode 91. I probably should have looked this up. Of Ask the King for July 7th, 2022. I've already filmed part 1. So if you have not watched part 1, you have completely missed out. You should be embarrassed with yourself. Okay, maybe not. It's not that big of a deal, but part 1 is a separate video here on DSP Gaming. I hope you will check that out if you had not had a chance yet. We're now beginning part 2.
By the way, I know I said I can't stop pausing so much, but I want to do this. We could talk quite a bit as well. We're only I'm at 2 minutes behind or something. But hands through the hair. He does keep messing with his hair, the back of his head, the hair. It's clear as day he's doing it. He quickly turned the camera off, so we didn't see him actually mess with his hair before. At least not from our fucking witness anyway. But we are going to tick hands through the hair. He's messing with the back of his goddamn head, which is his hair. And he's also desperate to fucking mess with his hair under the hat, but he doesn't want to take it off. If he does get over $100 in tips, he probably will take off the hat at some point and mess with his hair. I'm confident in that. So I think it will happen. And he probably will get $100 at least, I think. Ask the King's a bit special and that shit. You know what fucking people are like. So, yeah. We will keep playing. We're not too far behind, but we're going to keep going at 1.25. Actually, we're at normal speed right now, so 1.25 speed until we're live. Let's go. Play, you bastard.
We're continuing on with member questions, meaning people who are members here of DSP Gaming. And they got priority to get their questions answered. So let's continue on with some member questions, shall we? Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. All right. So, Nico has asked a question. Nico asked the following. Hey, Phil, what do you think about people who have discovered you by watching detractor content like This Is How You Don't Play videos, but now they're actually fans and followers today? I might have missed you answer this question in the past, so I want to throw it out there. This is actually the particular case for me. I've been watching your content for at least 8 years now, but I discovered you by watching your old fail compilations. I honestly got really tired of straight up nasty insults that they made, and I realized I just like watching you play games and giving your honest, no bullshit takes. Okay? First of all, I've been someone who's been around for so long, 14 years now, of content creation, that I've seen highs and lows, ups and downs. I've seen waves of negativity and waves of positivity. Okay? And there's definitely different waves of people who don't like me for various different reasons. And in particular, you referenced This Is How You Don't Play. All right? Now, This Is How You Don't Play covers a wide range because you're talking videos that started coming out 10 plus years ago of making fun of my gameplay. Phil sucks at said game. He did a really poor playthrough of it. Let's just razz him for 2 straight hours by highlighting all of his terrible moments and fails from the playthrough. And that's where This Is How You Don't Play's origins started. To be honest, yes, I do feel that This Is How You Don't Play kind of exposed me to a whole different group of people on the internet. Sadly, though, it wasn't necessarily the best group because you have to remember back then I was not an interactive streamer. I was a YouTuber. By far, my income was ad revenue. And when people are literally on a daily basis ripping the videos off of DSP Gaming, editing them.
I've never seen so many people happy for a snort before, but it is long overdue, man. It's so long overdue for a goddamn snort. Guys, game, just because we got a bingo doesn't mean it's over. The bingo's a success. You actually got a bingo, and we'll probably get another one or two, but we want all 25 squares to go green. So let's see how well we can do.
Down into their own negative montage and then uploading it to their own channels. Whether or not that content was even monetized is neither here nor there. For me, that was lost income from my business. This is money that I needed to pay my bills, to support my family, and people were stealing content off of my channel and putting it somewhere else.
It's because your fucking content was far too fucking long to watch in one fucking place. People want digestible content. 2 to 3 hours to watch a whole This Is How You Don't Play is far more easier to take in than watching a fucking raw, full, unedited bullshit fucking meandering idiot play through the game with zero fucking context to it. You need the goddamn thing trimmed down. You cannot fucking justify the fucking hours long bullshit videos. It works for a live stream format now, of course, but back in the day when it was just you fucking uploading raw footage, there's no editing whatsoever. Of course people are going to fucking prefer the edited, cleaner version, the more digestible version. It's so fucking easier to watch a goddamn thing, and obviously it also highlights the more interesting points and removes the boring shit which a lot of your playthroughs had. You're just disappointed you didn't get a fucking... Obviously, I mean, Phil's video, I'm pretty sure those early videos, especially the more popular side don't plays, they still meant more views of Phil as well. There's definitely an argument to be made there. Phil didn't get the fucking views he would have wanted. Like, he didn't get 3 million views or whatever on Metal Gear Solid 2, or 3 even, because Evil AJ made his side don't play, and his video blew up. But at the same time, though, it shows you what people wanted. People wanted digestible content, especially if it was just raw at the time it wasn't fucking live streamed. And of course, editing as well. So with a good editor, it obviously makes it far more enjoyable. If I tried to edit it, also it wouldn't be as enjoyable. And for the most part anyway, I mean, this is Evil AJ was not actually that toxic at all. He was just showing what people were saying in the comments of his own goddamn videos.
And I was making nothing off of that, you see? So for me, initially, when This Is How You Don't Play started, I had a very negative reaction to it, saying things like that's theft, that's, you know, blatant hate and immature to do that. And, you know, it's one thing if you ask permission from someone to do it, or if you literally just steal and do it. You know, I had a lot of opinions on it at the time, okay? Now, the truth of the matter is today things are so different. This Is How You Don't Play. It doesn't affect me at all, I don't feel, when it comes to any kind of negative thing. People who are going to hate me on the internet already do, for various reasons that have nothing to do with my gameplay, okay? And people who are going to watch This Is How You Don't Play and get a laugh out of it, is that really a big deal to me anymore? No. Today, things are so different. I don't make a living on the internet based on ad revenue at all. Does ad revenue add up and actually become a chunk of my income? It does, but it's not the majority of my income. It's a supplemental piece of my income, which is very different from how my business model was 10 years ago. So people stealing my shit, making a negative video about me, it doesn't really destroy my business anymore. You see what I'm saying? Since I'm an interactive streamer and you guys support these streams, I mean, just look at the leaderboard below, right? This is where I get my support from. I don't really care if someone's going to make negative stuff. I mean, now that all the rage is not even This Is How You Don't Play anymore, but doing the live restream and razz the streamer, right? Stream the streamer, react to the streamer live. That's the new thing that for the last few years, that's kind of been almost like the evolution of This Is How You Don't Play. It's not about the gameplay anymore. It's about just the stream experience in general and making fun of it, right? Now, I'm well aware that there's many people who will watch that content, believe everything as face value fact, hate my guts, and absolutely, you know, never want to be involved with me ever again. Then there's people who watch that content with a little bit more intelligence, maybe a little bit more overall awareness of the world, saying, you know, even though this video or restream or whatever it may be is pretty negative, you got to take that with a grain of salt and understand that perhaps there's a hair on here that's distracting me. There it is. Perhaps that person is doing this to kind of exaggerate and to get, you know, some attention or popularity for themselves. And that's okay, as long as maybe I use my intelligence to say, maybe I should go check out the person who's the subject matter and see what their content is actually like. And I will tell you this, over the years now, definitely I'd say since I became a full-time streamer, a lot of people have actually said, all right, I like making fun of Phil, but let's also give Phil a shot and check him out. And there's been people who say, oh, okay, yeah, making fun of Phil is fun, but also I kind of like attending certain streams or whatever. Maybe you like the more interactive streams where I'm just myself and we talk. Maybe you like a stream more where I'm doing a certain style of game. But in general, people have opened up to the fact that perhaps all that negative, toxic stuff about me on the internet is not 100% true, and that maybe you should just give it a shot. And I like the fact that I've had now people come to me and say, I like your stuff and I'm a supporter now, even though I used to be someone who just made fun of you and razzed you all the time. I'm totally okay with that. I really am. The thing is, you have to understand something when you look at the big picture perspective. Most people know me from something negative at this point. The Frederick Knudsen Down the Rabbit Hole documentary about me has over 6 million views, right? 6 million people who likely didn't know who I was only know me from that documentary. And by the way, when I reacted to that about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I told you about how a lot of the stuff in that video was either just erroneously wrong or completely out of context. When you put it in context, it makes a lot more sense. So that's what I mean. Like, most people who've been exposed to Dark Side Phil or DSP Gaming over the years don't know the truth of the content that I put out because they don't watch it. They don't know the true story behind all of it. They just heard the dramatic spin on it, right? I'm very appreciative of anyone who gives me a chance and comes and checks out my stuff at face value. And you know what? Here's the thing. You come and check it out, you say, wow, this guy's an asshole, I hate him. Okay, fine. You're welcome to your opinion. Thanks for coming, and have a nice life. But I just find it funny that so many people on the internet over the years started to hate me for these negative montages and videos and things, and then come to find out when they check out the content, like, oh, it's actually not what it is. Wow, can't believe how different it is, right? Now, in particular, if you want to address just This Is How You Don't Play, originally when it started, when Evil AJ made the first ever This Is How You Don't Play, the intention was to expose me for essentially not having the best gameplay, and maybe say, maybe Phil doesn't really deserve the amount of attention he gets, maybe he should improve. There was a lot of real criticisms in the original This Is How You Don't Plays, okay? And I actually feel that the original maybe year to 2 years that these became popular, that was kind of the idea. Phil, you got to improve. You can't just do the same kind of crap, lowbrow crap all the time. You've got to evolve. You've got to make something of quality, of value. Because right now you really don't, okay? At least that's what I would like to believe that was about, right? But then over the years, sadly, just like everything, when people see that something's popular or that people are getting notoriety for something, you jump on the bandwagon and you twist it into the extremes so that you can keep milking it forever. So what ended up happening was the style of This Is How You Don't Play, that was just...
You wouldn't see Phil jumping on a bandwagon, would you? By the way, he just started reacting to content in case you didn't realise. I wonder why he started doing that. Oh yeah, because other people do it and they're successful doing it, so he jumped on that bandwagon. And Phil's saying that React content was just fucking lazy form of content making, video making. He just completely memory hold that and forgot all about that. Yeah. But never mind, you'd never catch Phil jumping on the bandwagon to try and capitalise on something for, YouTube popularity or anything. You'd never catch him do that, never. So, I mean, there is a small point to mention here also that Evil AJ, as far as I know, was at first a fan of Phil, but not a big massive one, but he made a video with no real serious ill intentions of fucking just being toxic or anything to Phil. But obviously Phil took it such a horrible way, and he's like, you're getting all these views, and I want those to be my views, and they got fucking jealous and toxic and all that shit. And yeah, obviously more people as well, obviously by the time, the more... This Is How You Don't Play to come out, especially with Metal Gear Solid. Like, when he edited the later Metal Gear Solid stuff at Evil AJ, people in the comments were also just immediately, especially with part 1, it's like, hi Evil AJ, this is how you don't play. So many people actually did kind of point, know Evil AJ was going to be watching this, and they fucking they made sure that he'd fucking see their comments just for the fucking sake of the video for This Is How You Don't Play. And there's probably something to be made there that people's comments probably did dictate how they reacted to certain parts of the video. They weren't maybe trying to be more genuine with what they're saying for the sake of the video. They were thinking about, oh, if I say something edgy enough and annoyed enough, I might get picked up by Evil AJ for his video. There's probably an argument to be made for that, especially for the later Evil AJ This Is How You Don't Plays. Prophet, what he's saying, he was a young kid who met him at a convention and became a mod until he saw how much of a cunt Phil Troy is and left. Well, Evil AJ was? I didn't realise Evil AJ was a mod. I know other people have similar stories with that, but I didn't even realise Evil AJ was a mod of his. And MRC Midnight, 1 or 2 hours of edited content is greater than 8 hours of raw content. It absolutely is, MRC Midnight. It's just like, I'm playing Grand Theft Auto 5 right now, randomly, sporadically, with the Chaos mod. Do I expect people to watch every fucking minute of it? God, no. If I could possibly edit all that down once I'm done with it into just one montage, I probably would, if it's worth doing. To watch just one digestible fucking thing, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's one of those things where who wants to fucking inflict so much time on someone? Also, you put the time on yourself, whatever, but also at the end of the day, you got to produce a video which is going to be worth viewing, especially in like one sitting. You can't fucking make people watch 80 hours. Fuck no.
Just, oh, Phil's gameplay sucks, and his that didn't hold weight anymore. People weren't really that excited for that anymore. Instead, it became, how can I really viciously attack Phil in a way that will cause so much drama, right? That now I will get the most views, I will get the most attention for it. You know what I'm saying? It really became almost a contest of, it became almost a contest of who can be the nastiest to me. So what these guys would do, instead of just highlighting the gameplay, now would be, let's highlight Phil's video comments and see what people have to say down there. Now, you know there's trolls down there, and you know with the size of my channel, the amount of content I pump out, I'm not sitting in the comments all day reading this and policing it. So what they would start doing is finding the weirdest, nastiest, most off-base, fucked up things you could say and highlight it in their videos. And what ended up happening was when people realized, oh, wait a minute, I could get highlighted in a video by saying something really bad about Phil. Oh, I gotta top the last person to ensure I get that internet notoriety in the next This Is How You Don't Play. So This Is How You Don't Play, like, kind of went in a year's time from, we don't like Phil because we don't like the quality of his content, to literally destroy, insult, and do the most disgusting shit possible to this individual.
It's because you were being a cunt to him, though. You reacted so fucking horribly in Night TV, Luigi, that you probably thought it was justified that you would try and pick out these horrible comments about you because you were such a piece of shit, and how you responded to This Is How You Don't Play, you fucking moron. If you'd embraced it, you know, which would have been a smart thing to do, maybe things wouldn't have got so toxic towards you after the fucking toxicity you gave out to him. You fucking brought it on yourself, you fucking cowboy wearing hat motherfucker.
Individual for personal gain. And that's where I feel that it not only jumped the shark per se, but it actually became very harmful to me and my business and my family as well. Because at one point you're like, okay, so you're taking some money out of my pocket because you took my content without permission. Now it's not only are you taking money out of my pocket, but now you have people who are actually trying to be the nastiest to me in order to get attention. And people who were longstanding fans of mine, of my content, started contacting me and said, Phil, if you can't police your comments on your videos anymore, can you just shut them off? Because I like watching your content, and I don't like clicking on your video and going below, and it's like the N-word, and then something disgustingly sexual, and then nasty things about you.
Only Phil may say the N-word. No one else is allowed to say the N-word. Only Phil.
And then, like, your whole comment section is 99%. I can't even leave a valid comment about on topic on the video because it's all nasty stuff because these idiots have made it a competition to get into the This Is How You Don't Play videos. So that's what I did. I turned off my comments for a good 5 years. Like, they were off for the longest time, and then it wasn't until just finally last fall where it dawned on me. I said, I'm trying to rebrand. I'm trying to make this channel, build it back to a place where people want to come for gameplay and commentary again. And what I need to do is make it so that people can comment on these videos and have a discussion again. And I realized in those years that my comments were off, YouTube had instituted all these changes, ways to control your content so that those nasty comments don't appear anymore. So case in point, how good is it now? Comments are on, people can comment on topic on stuff, have meaningful conversation about the videos, and then when you get some dipshit who fucking posts me up on some toxic site like a Reddit thread or something, or some idiotic fucking, you know, content creator out there name drops me in a negative way, and everyone floods to the channel to shit on me, no one ever sees it. They literally waste their time. But I get views on it. I get views on it because these idiots come and watch the videos, and then they try to leave a comment on it, and the comment never shows up. So it's a win-win for me at this point because YouTube made changes to prevent this kind of activity, you see? Now, Nico, I'm very happy to hear that you heard about me in a negative video and you came and gave me a shot. I wish everyone would, but I can't make people be intelligent. I just can't, you know. Some people are on the internet to just see negative, toxic shit about people, get a laugh, and then close it and never care again. It's probably 99% of the people who've ever heard of the name Darkside Phil or DSP Gaming. They watch one negative video, one negative restream, one This Is How You Don't Play, one Down the Rabbit Hole documentary. Oh, wow, he's a joke, a clown. Closed it and never gave it a shot. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem. If we could get 10% of the people who heard about me in a negative light to actually give the content a shot, I would probably be able to rebuild this back to a pretty respectable size and have a happy life doing it, you know? But that's the thing. We need to get to that point. And we are getting to that point, I feel. I do feel like in the last year, we've had a lot of growth on this channel. If you look at the statistics and everything, things are getting better. They're actually improving. I feel like that negative stigma of Phil is the worst guy who makes video game content on the internet is gone. People have moved on to other people. I'm nobody now. I'm Joe Nobody, right? You know? And it's fine because at least as long as I can have people who appreciate what I do and give me a shot, like Nico, then I think things are going to be all right in the long term. So thank you, Nico, for that. No, I don't mind people who've seen negative shit. Who hasn't, right? Who hasn't taken a stab at me? Who hasn't seen someone take a stab at me? I would hate everyone on the planet if I just wrote those people off. I'm happy with people that are intelligent enough to give me a shot, even when they've seen the negativity about me. You see what I'm saying? DC walks in with a haiku. He says, you have a question? Do you want Phil to answer? Ask the King is here. Thank you, DC, for the Ask the King haiku. Big Papa Phil says, actually, I found out about you from Detractor Street Fighter videos. They made you look incompetent and someone who rages irrationally, but then I found out you're actually a former EVO tournament player. You know, to this day, they still don't say that's true. Or they'll say, oh, it was a bad version of the game. Okay, but what about the 2 years after that where I also won all these tournaments? What? Oh, that didn't happen. They literally say that never happened. They'll still say, oh, Phil's never good at Street Fighter because he only won or only did well at one random tournament that wasn't the real version of the game. Even though there's 3 years of history of me winning and placing in tournaments. They'll ignore the rest of it.
No, I'm not going to let that one slide either. Look, you went and placed fourth at a tournament, the biggest one, but the most prestigious tournament, really. You placed fourth on a fucking shitty port of the fucking Street Fighter 2 Super Turbo, some Neo Geo conversion. Even the fucking proper pro players, they're, established players call or mock that game. But that's what I'm saying, I've always credited Phil for doing his homework in that game and putting in the effort and diligence to try and do well at that game. That's something Phil done well, and I praise him for that at least. But what other tournaments though? Evo's the only thing I've fucking heard of, and then if he's one of our tournaments, it's fucking like some dirty East Coast, maybe, probably not even fully East Coast, probably a local state sponsored fucking tournament or some bullshit. Fuck off. Obviously, I'm pretty sure Phil has won other tournaments, but also nothing as big as Evo. Evo is a big one. Evo is the one that people care about. Nobody cares about you fucking going to a shopping mall, you're fucking nearby your old fucking condo, Phil, and winning a tournament against a couple of fucking 12-year-olds or something. Nobody cares about some weird little busted tiny fucking thing that happened that's not really documented. Evo is a big one, that's where it's all tracked. You came fourth one time because you've done your homework and you've done well in that regard, even though a lot of people dropped out, even though it was a Neo Geo conversion of the fucking game. You did your homework, you done your due diligence, and you earned fourth place, Phil. That cannot be denied. No one, I think, is actually denying you got fourth place at Evo. And I'm one of the few people that actually say, well done for that. It's the only thing, really, in terms of the fucking fighting game community, you've got to really hold your head up high about. There's nothing else you've done that can even come close to that. Nobody, I think, in my chat right now can even name one thing you've done in fighting game tournaments other than Evo. I can't anyway, and I've been following you since like 2014. So fuck off, Phil.
Anyway, let's continue. Next question is from Anso Kamaru. Do you think that Game Pass altered your view on what games are worth it? For example, you often say things such as, you can tell that's just a Game Pass game when a game was too short or you didn't find it enjoyable, but the Game Pass catalog includes high-budget AAA titles, indies, and everything in between. That statement always feels like you're devaluing games on the service in general. Do you feel like you look down on games that go into Game Pass as lesser games or filler? Let me put it this way, all right? I think you may be getting a little bit of misconception here about what I mean when I say that. When I say this seems like a Game Pass game, what I mean is this seems like a game that, not to say that it's a bad game or it's not worth playing, but it would be a hard game to justify people buying. You know what I'm saying in that regard? Like, for example, The Medium. The Medium is a game that is creepy, that has interesting gameplay mechanics and pretty decent visuals, okay? I think it's a good horror game, but it's too short and the ending's terrible, okay? So, how many people realistically, when you go to play this game, you heard it's short and ending's terrible, are you going to buy it? How many people would buy it, right? Very few. But then when you hear it's on Game Pass, oh, well, I don't have to spend anything additional to what I'm already spending for an installed, service I have. I'll try it out now. I mean, the only thing that I have to risk is a little bit of my time. Right? That's the approach that I took playing it. And you know what? Was it the best game ever? No. Was it a terrible game? Actually, no. It served its purpose. It was entertainment. It filled some time on my streams. I think that my viewership and I enjoyed playing it. And I'm happy that I did. But would I have bought that game outright outside of it being on Game Pass? No. And that's what I mean when I say a Game Pass game. A Game Pass game is essentially a game where, on its own merits, possibly it's not good enough to warrant a purchase, but if it's already included for free in a subscription-based service you have, now you would give it a shot, you see? There's been gems on there, like that game Last Stop last year, the narrative-based game from Annapurna Interactive. I never would have bought or played that game. And I played it, I was like, dude, this is one of the weirdest games I've ever played. And it was entertaining because of that. Was it a great game? No. But I certainly enjoyed it, and thank God it was on Game Pass for me to enjoy in that manner, you see? That's what I mean when I say a Game Pass game. And in reality, this formula works well with certain game studios who maybe don't have a big advertising budget. They don't have marketing so they can promote their games so a lot of people know about it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, an indie studio who has a decent game, but no, it's not spreading, get it on Game Pass, and now initially people will just buy it on a whim via, getting it via that service. They don't have to necessarily spend money to buy it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want people to think that just because I say, oh, that seems like a Game Pass game, that means it's a bad game. That's definitely not the case. But it's very tough, especially now it's a very competitive industry, to justify someone buying a game, especially a game that might be shorter or doesn't have the advertising budget or doesn't have a AAA budget. It's harder. It's harder to justify. You know what I'm saying? And Game Pass is helping with this, to get these games noticed and get them notoriety. So that's what I mean. Please, by all means, if I say, oh, that sounds like a Game Pass game, oh, that's a shit game, that's not worth playing, that's absolutely, positively not what I'm saying. You're right, you make a good point here. What about the AAA games that have been on Game Pass? Well, right. What about the new releases that have been on Game Pass? Exactly. It's not all like that, and I think maybe in my way of saying it in a generalized manner, people got the wrong impression. I'm sorry for that, if that did come across like that. That's not how I meant it. Hopefully, I've elaborated now, okay? I just received a whopping $50 super chat from a Wicked Grom. So let me get them on the leaderboard and we'll read this out and see what they have to say. This is a ginormous contribution. Thank you. In reality, the biggest contribution of the day. All right, Wicked Grom says the following. Hold on, I screwed up. There we go. I'm here from Review Tech. I enjoy your content because of you, no BS. If you did a stream with Rich about your careers on YouTube, the ups and downs, the apocalypse, the future of YouTube, that would be a good watch, and I would do it in a heartbeat. I mean it. I would work with him. If that's what he wanted to do, and have that, I would be all for that. That's something that kind of needs to happen. How many people have done that exactly, right? Have you seen a good documentary on the ups and downs of being a YouTuber in the last decade, 15 years, and how things have changed, how attitudes have changed towards YouTube and YouTubers and all that? Have you seen anything of any intelligence level? No, I see react to this guy's video, make fun of him, right? That's what I see. That would be neat. I would love that. But sadly, you know, like I said, Rich, when Rich contacted me to be in his stuff, he said, hey, come on my show and we'll do open Q&A with the viewers. Like, what, are you crazy? Open Q&A. You're just saying, hey, trolls, come on in and ruin everyone's life. Come on, let's do this. We're going to stand there like sitting ducks and you just throw fucking feces at us. Obviously, it's not what I want to do. So, again, if ever there was an intelligent attempt at putting something together that I could be involved in and add something intelligent to it, I would be interested, for sure. Okay, continuing on. This one is from Cabal. And Cabal asks, with the new version of PlayStation Plus, which classics from the PS1 catalog would you most like to see in the store? For me, you know, it would be games that there's just absolutely no way otherwise to play them. So, for example, there's always been classic survival horror games like Clock Tower, or the original Silent Hills, you know, games that are synonymous with gaming history, but you can't play them now. Like, how the hell would I play Clock Tower? I don't even fucking know how you play it at all, right? If I buy the disc and I have a PS1, now I have to buy some elaborate setup to convert that video signal to something that's compatible with modern technology so I can capture that video signal and hopefully not add monstrous input delay or issues with stuttering and audio desync. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's games you just can't play. And I would love to see some of those games that have lost touch with the modern gaming audience be able to be discovered again by a new audience, you know? That and JRPGs, because JRPGs like Suikoden, no one talks about Suikoden anymore, but that was a formative game for me. Like in those PS1 years, I love the Suikoden series, and I would like to see games like that get more exposure as well. I was shocked to see Wild Arms and Wild Arms 2 was on PS Plus at launch. I was like, whoa, I was not expecting that franchise to be there. So, those would be my picks. Rapper says, what?
Money, money.
Thank you very much, John Gong, for the sub. Anytime I get that sub, I just want to pause whatever's happening and enjoy money. Yeah. Who doesn't enjoy that?
What makes you the happiest about doing YouTube and gaming? What makes me the absolute happiest? I would say two things. The first thing that makes me really happy about what I do is that people on a daily basis come to me and say that has meaning. Because when I started doing this almost 15 years ago now, I didn't do it with any meaning or intention behind it. It was, hey, I'm an asshole. People say I'm a funny asshole. Let me just turn on a camera and play a game and be an asshole and see what happens. And literally it took off and got popular for no good reason, in my opinion. At that point, I didn't take it seriously or whatever. But what's happened is over the years, as I've gotten older and matured, and people have told me my content has matured, people now tell me there's meaning behind it. It's not just, oh, what's the new sensationalist thing Phil's going to say in a video? What sexualized comment or, you know, what racial joke will Phil make today or whatever, which used to be my content, you know, a decade or more ago. Now it's, oh, I can actually tune into Phil's stream, feel like it's a cool place to chill and hang out, have a fun conversation, not only with Phil, but with a really chill audience and crowd who we all interact and have a good time together. And we can have an opportunity to maybe comment on what's going on in the world today, but also on top of that, the game that he's playing. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many cool things to doing what I do that I really enjoy it. And I really feel like there's meaning to it because people tell me that much. It's not only that I'm getting meaning out of it, but people are telling me on a daily basis that it is giving them meaning too. And I really think that that's awesome. And of course, the other thing is, this was my hobby for a long time, and I never really got anything out of it. And what I mean by that is, I was a gamer through the 80s and 90s, right? I was an arcade gamer and a competitive Street Fighter player for a while, until I started on YouTube making videos. I don't ever feel like it was going anywhere. Like, yeah, it was fun to do, but all of a sudden when I started making content for YouTube, now there was kind of like a bigger picture to it. Not only am I doing what I love, but actually something really meaningful is coming out of it. And that's like the best of both worlds. You love what you're doing, but also there's something meaningful and positive coming out of it. It's my job. It's allowed me to do things in my life that I never would have done before, ever. If it weren't for YouTube, I wouldn't be living in Washington State. I never would have met my wife. I never would have done a million of these things that have made my life so good. But then on the top, it's kind of a win-win. It's my hobby and my job. It's what I love and what I make a living doing. It's both fun and meaningful. That's where it all comes from. You see? Okay. Let's continue. About what time? About 24 minutes in, okay? I'm trying to figure out if we're just going to go all the way to the end without another break. We'll see. Haseo X5 asks the following. With more movies or shows based on popular video game franchises, are you now hoping that they will stick to the original stories or make their own like they did for Uncharted? Have you noticed if any of your controllers or joysticks have problems? Wait, this is two completely different questions. Let's answer the first question first. He put them back to back as if they were the same question. They're two completely different questions. All right. I'll be honest here. I don't know of any video game, movie, or TV show that's been authentic to the game. Can you name one? Like Uncharted changed everything. Halo changed everything, right? They're all changing everything around to kind of be their own entity, although obviously they're trying to be based on the source material. I think that pisses people off because for someone like me who's been a lifelong gamer, there's a lot of franchises out there. I would absolutely love to just see them be converted into a TV show or a movie and actually tell the story that I know. You know what I mean? Like, I know the story of... Gee, let me find a character. I don't know. I know the story of Shepard from the Mass Effect trilogy. So if they make a Mass Effect TV show, why don't you just tell the story of Shepard, right? Follow the main plots of the games. You know what I mean? Just do that. Not, oh, well, it's Mass Effect, but Shepard's a side character. The new character is now one of the fucking jellyfish people. That's the main character, and the whole show is different. It's like, wait, what? Like, why are we changing this? You have a tried and true formula that you know works because the game was successful. So why not just convert that game into a show? And I think that's what the fans of the game would love. It seems to me like when they actually try to make a successful movie or game or out of a game or a TV show out of a game, it's like they are purposely doing it different because they don't have faith that the game can be successful to anything outside of a game. I disagree. I think that in the last decade in particular, we've had enough uniqueness to the plots and the stories have been so good. They could succeed as a movie, a book, a comic book, a television show, a video game, whatever medium you want to use to tell that story. These are riveting stories that need to be told and maybe expanded to a wider audience for those who didn't play the games. Why make an Uncharted movie that's a good movie but isn't the story of Uncharted? It doesn't even make fucking sense. And now the fact is you've closed the door from making a movie of Uncharted that's authentic to the game because you use the name already. What are you going to do? The real Uncharted. Like, remember when they did the real Ghostbusters in the 1980s because someone somehow got the rights to make a cartoon about it that had nothing to do with the movies? So then they had to make the real Ghostbusters cartoon. It's like the real Halo television series that follows the games while you have the other one where Master Chief is popping his cherry. So anyway, I do wish that they would be more authentic to the plots. I think the plots are good enough to not have to be changed. But apparently Hollywood doesn't feel that way. Okay? Now, in regards to the second half of the question, he says, have you noticed if any of your controllers or joysticks are having problems? Are you considering getting another one as a backup since you've mentioned problems with said controllers? I only have one controller for my Xbox Series X, the one that came with it. The right trigger tends to stick. Now, for these games I've been playing over the past month or two, it's not an issue because most retro games don't use this. But whenever I play a new modern game, this is becoming an issue, all right? Did I get a new one yet? No, okay? Over on my PlayStation 5 side, I've noticed that the thumbsticks are overly sensitive. Now, I don't know if that's just the design of the pad or if my pad's a little messed up. And I've also noticed drifting, some stick drifting on the PS5 pad, okay? Have I gotten a new PS5 pad? Well, I actually own two. So the good news is if one does keep having ongoing issues, I guess I could swap and see if that solves it. But basically, why don't I buy new ones? Because they're too fucking expensive. Back in the day, all right, when you used to play any game on a console, you know, oh, my controller broke. Oh, darn. You go to the store, you buy another one. It was like $30. Okay, a little pricey, but at least it's, you know, the fucking this controller, to get a new Xbox Series X controller right now, is about $80 normal price. Now, they go on sale from time to time. They do. But, dude, that's too fucking expensive to just replace on the fly. It's way too pricey. And then they fucking sell the Pro Series, which is like $150. Now, I got something to say about this. The Pro Series controller looks great, and all the reviews are good, except everyone claims they break. But then they go buy another one anyway. You spent $150 on a controller, and it controlled better than the standard controller, but then it broke within a year, and you went and bought a fucking another one? I guess I'm missing something. I don't know. I guess I'm really missing something. I don't know. Anyway, that's why, you know, would I love to have another controller with it? Yes. But I don't have just $80 to just fucking drop out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It's pretty ridiculous how expensive this shit is. Maybe what'll happen is, maybe around like this Black Friday, they'll be on a good sale, and you can get one for like 40, and maybe I'll jump on that if I can afford it at the time. But we'll see. Okay. Continuing on, Coolman646 says, hey, Phil, I've been a fan since 2010. With the leaked footage of what Scarface 2 might have been as a game, do you think there's a chance that they could finish it with modern graphics? No. No, because what you saw was a rarity. What you saw, for those who don't know, a couple weeks ago it leaked on the internet that at one point there was a sequel to the Scarface video game being developed, and it would have been a big advancement to what the original game was. A lot of people have seen this leaked footage and said, oh my god, this actually looks really good. I wish that it came out, right? But the problem with anything like that is...
I have a feeling I missed something. Hang on. Question. I need to question again. I think the guy might have said excited. Hang on.
How expensive this shit is.
Two things.
Maybe what'll happen is, maybe around like this Black Friday, they'll be on a good sale, and you can get one for like 40, and maybe I'll jump on that if I can afford it at the time. But we'll see. Okay. Continuing on, Coolman646 says, hey, Phil, I've been a fan since 2010. With the leaked footage of what Scarface 2 might have been as a game, do you think there's a chance that they could finish it with modern graphics? No. No, because what you saw was a rarity. What you saw, for those who don't know, a couple weeks ago it leaked on the internet that at one point there was a sequel to the Scarface video game being developed, and it would have been a big advancement to what the original game was. A lot of people have seen this leaked footage and said, oh my god, this actually looks really good. I wish that it came out, right?
There was nothing, my bad, nothing.
But the problem with anything like that is, it was for a certain time, you know what I'm saying? And at this point, absolutely, I guarantee you, whatever kind of licensing rights or agreement that they had in place have expired. Likely the people who designed that game are long gone. Maybe the studio doesn't even formally exist anymore or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you saw was a unique glimpse into something that never got finished, and that almost never happens. Never do we get to see that kind of behind the scenes, out of nowhere, perspective. And it was very interesting to see it, but you gotta understand, like, that was, especially game development, there's all these things in effect, these, marketing agreement, production agreement, how do you get it out there logistically to the stores, and how do you get it on digital marketplaces. You have to have licensing agreements in place to use the content that's in there in this particular movie to tie in with the movie. So probably you need the rights to music, you need the rights to the characters, you need the rights to the voice acting. There's a ton involved there. If anything, what I could see happening is they take that game engine that was supposed to be Scarface 2 and they change it to be a completely different game. They reuse the assets, they reuse the code, they design a different game using those assets. But I don't think we would ever see another Scarface game like that. You know, just because of all the technicalities of the business shit behind it. Okay, a couple more questions, and we're actually on the regular forum questions. We're still answering member questions. So, guys, I don't know how else I could convince you to become a member besides showing you the example here. This show has now been running for over an hour and a half, and I've answered mostly member questions. In fact, no, I take that back. Every single person I've answered is a member so far. So if you don't see the benefit, you know, damn, is this a huge benefit getting your questions answered, right? Okay, next is Zebi Bobebi. And Zebi Bobebi, I just love saying that name, Zebi Bobebi, Zebi Bobebi, Zebi Bobebi. Say it 3 times fast. Zebi Bobebi says, do you feel happy and fulfilled with the accomplishments that you've made so far with your channel growth? In particular, I'm assuming, he doesn't say this in the question, I'm assuming what he means is, since I came back to YouTube full-time a year ago, left Twitch, and have been acting to actively rebuild this channel. I will say this, in a lot of ways, I am very pleased, like, actually shocked at how successful it's gone, and in other ways, I'm a little disappointed. So, allow me to elaborate. What I would say is in the last year, I've basically dedicated all my time to DSP gaming again. We've seen growth, and it's not just, oh, a little bit of growth in stock, it's every month. Every month when I look at my YouTube analytics, it says a new stat is at a new all-time high, and it's continuously up. I've never seen a month of stagnation, which is good. Whether it's overall views, whether it's engagement in some way, like likes, or, you know, overall the amount of time someone's watching a video. Yes, obviously members has become a huge thing with the gifted memberships now, super chats, super stickers, getting super thanks on the channel. Not to say that that's been any kind of a needle mover. It hasn't really helped at all, but it's nice to have the option. You know what I'm saying? The fact that now, because of engagement, because now people are used to doing things like, oh, I'm watching Phil's stream and I like it. We have 100 likes on this stream today. I didn't even mention liking the stream once, did I? You see, these are things that have become a natural thing, and because of that, this channel is seeing growth, and that's a good thing. Now, is it really quick, oh my god, virally growing? No. Why? Because that's not the kind of content creator I am. Right now, if I dropped everything I was doing, and I started doing drama content, and I started doing clickbaity content, and I started doing politicized content, and you know what I'm saying? I know how I could immediately blow this channel up if I felt like it. I don't want to make that content. That's not who I am. You guys know, you know, the kind of content creator that I am, and you've come to love this, or else you wouldn't be here, right? I'm happy that
I'm calling shenanigans on that one. Oh, no, I just love Phil's basically saying, guys, I could do so much better with this channel if I wanted to, but I don't really want to. Instead, you guys are going to fund what I need rather than having me fund my own channel for what I need. As I'm saying, it just really emphasises the dependency he's got on his own fans to fill in the gaps financially for his lifestyle. He's like, I could be more successful at YouTube even though it's my own goddamn job or anything, but I don't really want to make that kind of sacrifice. Instead, I'm just going to do what I want to do and force the financial burdens on to my dumbass fans. And I just love how he's so upfront and honest about this now with people. He's not hiding it anymore. He's upfront and just saying to the guys, look guys, you're in my chat, you need to give me more money. You know how it is. I could be doing better if I tried and did this and that, but I don't want to do that. I just want you guys to fill in the gaps instead financially. And if someone could buy me a new controller as well, that would be great. Thanks, guys.
I have enough people who are supportive and confident in what I do that they want to see this be successful, even though this is not the formula for success on YouTube, but I'm still here making a living doing it. That's a pretty rare thing. Someone who has not used the trends or used the tactics to be popular, but is still able to make a living doing it. It's not a very, very common thing to see. You know, I have 0 sponsorships, 0, and I still make a living doing this. That's crazy to think in 2022. Most people have to actively seek sponsorships and things to be able to do it, even at a limited capacity. Not even people who make a living doing it, but people who do it as a part-time thing need that, and I don't have it. And I'm still able to make ends meet because of you guys. That's crazy, right? And in the last year, I've seen DSP Gaming go from what a lot of people would have just considered a dead channel to a channel that actually is getting growth again. Is it, again, exponential growth? Fuck no. It's very slow. And the thing is, one of the things I am disappointed in, admittedly, all right, is that I was really hoping that by summer of this year, we were going to hit the 200,000 subscribers mark. I was actually looking forward to it in a huge way. I was looking forward to actually doing a series of celebratory events to celebrate it. And sadly, what I've seen, especially the last 2 months, is stagnation in regards to subs, notably because there's no new games coming out. I mean, how many big notable games came out in the last couple of months? Nothing. And that when a big notable game, like I got a ton of new subscribers when Elden Ring came out. And then what happened was I finished Elden Ring and stagnation in that regard. And you know, that's really honestly what drives growth to a channel like mine is when the hot new game comes out, people want to see me play the hot new game, so let me sub to the channel. And the fact that there's something on my shoulder. The fact that, you know, there hasn't been anything really of note. Am I happy that I have a hardcore fan base that tunes into everything I'm doing and loves what I do and supports me and allows me to make a living doing it? Yes. Am I happy that there's growth in that regard? Yes. It's slow growth, but it's still positive growth. But the subs have really, really slowed down and dried up. And there's not much I can do about that. You know, I am at the mercy of the YouTube algorithm to decide when it wants to show my content to others, right? I can't affect that unless I change my content. If I change my content, again, to be drama-based, react-based, all the time kind of shit, then yeah, I probably see my channel skyrocket. But that's not what I want to put out. You know, it's popularity based on how can I say? I want to be successful making the meaningful content that I enjoy making and you guys tell me you find meaning behind. I don't want to be popular just because I'm doing the harmful shit that a lot of people are doing. See what I'm saying?
Translation. I just want if I can make videos the way I've been doing them for years without trying to put too much fucking effort into it. And I don't want to fucking have to sacrifice my own financial burdens. That's what I'm saying. It's you know what I'm saying. I've fucking said it before. The burden of his finances are all on his fans. It's just as simple as that. That's what I'm saying as well. Sponsorships would probably help Phil. There's nothing, if Phil got sponsored by somebody randomly out of the blue, if he organised it behind the scenes and said, this game, this video is sponsored by, you know, what's a brand that people use, Manshaved? If he did that, I don't think there'd be a lot of backlash. A couple of people would probably tweet Manshaved and go, hey, you guys are fucking sponsoring that piece of shit. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't fucking care. Phil would get a sponsorship, you know, and he could fucking say, yeah, I fucking use Manshaved products to shave my dumbass goatee all the time. No, shouldn't. But it's the type of videos that Phil does, though, doesn't really fit that mould, you know what I mean? Not really. But I have seen live streamers promote their stuff on YouTube with an ad, though, as well. So it's possible for him. He just, I don't know, but who'd want to actually be associated as a sponsor for this piece of shit? Look at him.
So, I mean, we are definitely stagnating in subs. Right now, we've been at 198K for how many months? 3 months? 4 months? At one point, I was doing between 500 to 1,000 new subs every month. And so we were increasing, and now it's flattened. Every day I check, right? I have the YouTube app. I open it up, and I take a look. And it says, oh, you have this many subs. And then I open it up 2 hours later, and it says you lost a bunch of subs. And then I open it up a few hours later, it says you gained a bunch of subs. And then I open it up a few hours later, it says you lost a bunch. I'm like, wait, what? I'm not changing the kind of content I'm putting out. You know what I mean? Nothing's happening negative. Why would I be gaining, losing? I don't even understand that. You know, who subscribed to DSP Gaming and decided, oh, I want to unsub today for some reason? What did I put out? I gained and lost subs yesterday. I didn't even upload a video. So it doesn't really make sense in that regard. Oh, look at this. So this is interesting. I'm being told that some people are saying some of my content doesn't show through various means. Like someone just says they use PS4 to watch content, like the app on PS4, and when they go to my YouTube channel on PS4, it only shows highlighted content and it doesn't actually show like the newer stuff. This is not stuff that I can control. All I can do is say, hey, you put up with the foibles of being a YouTuber, and that's one of them is you don't know what's going to be highlighted, you don't know what's going to show up at any given time, and I can't affect or control that. You know what I mean? So it kind of is what it is. But that's where I would say I'm disappointed. Is I absolutely was hoping to hit 200K subs by the summer, and we were going to do like a series of special events to celebrate. Maybe go down memory lane, replay particular games that were some of the most historic I've ever done. Maybe do a special event for a week, do something different, you know? And here we are, stuck at 198 for like 3-4 months. It goes up. Oh, I gained some today. Oh, I lost them all overnight. But what? Why? Why would people have mass unsubbed overnight for no fucking reason? It doesn't even make sense. But when I do see the sharp increases in new game releases, so probably in the fall, when all the new games start coming out, right, I'll probably see an increase in subs. Of course, the problem then is I'm so busy with the new games now, how do I have time to celebrate? I was really hoping for a summertime deal, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay, Lost Hollow says, what kind of music are you enjoying nowadays? You've probably been asked this before, but I feel like for some people's taste in music changes and develops over time. Not much. When I have a day off and I'm driving around running errands, I turn on the classic rock radio station. I just listen to classic rock, whatever's on there. I don't actively listen to music. I don't have time. I'm in this office 6 days a week, all day. And then outside of that, the little time I have, I watch a few television shows with my wife, and then at the very end of the night, we turn on a relaxation station off of YouTube that like plays coffee shop style music, and we listen to that for half an hour, and that's it. I don't have time to sit around. I don't commute, so I don't have time to sit around listening to music. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't. Any plans for a 200,000 sub special retrospective kind of thing? I mean, I think we just kind of covered that. I would absolutely love to do it, but it seems to be pretty far off at this point. When we get closer to it and it seems reasonable that's going to happen, then likely we will plan something, okay? All right, so now we're going to move from actual member questions to open forum questions for a bit. But before we do that, I would like to do a special shout out to my patrons, the people who, through thick and thin, month after month, have actually consistently contributed to my Patreon, despite the fact that it basically is a legacy way to support this channel. Let's be honest. The things that are on my Patreon are, for example, get your question answered on Ask the King or get a private video made. It's not things that intertwine with my current style of daily streaming content. And there's a significant amount of people who still support me via Patreon every day, and I really, really appreciate that. So I'd like to say thank you to the following people. Slayer, who we all know, Big Tone 995, Crisis Mod, Martin M, Planet Jeff, Two Bar King, Sean Given, Thomas McDonald, Jared, David D, QPZ MWN, Richard, and Storm Force Gamer. Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. All right, on to forum questions. How do you feel about efforts to archive your videos? Would you want them to be saved somewhere like on the Internet Archive? I feel like your videos are a part of internet history that deserve to be preserved for people to find joy and discovery in. I would hate for them to be gone forever if something happens to your channel or even YouTube itself. Everything goes away at some point, but I think people in the future would benefit from delving into what you leave behind, which seems like it'd be appropriate to your story of perseverance and virtual immortality. That's from Nitty Post. You know, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. He's right. I mean, I'm shocked that YouTube has remained as popular as it has over the years, quite frankly. I actually thought that at one point YouTube would stop being the prominent video sharing website and someone else would step in and take up the reins, especially with the way that technology advances, but that really hasn't happened, and I'm actually surprised at that there's no other real competition for it. Now, let's be honest here, with the amount of content that I put out in the 14 years I've been a content creator on the internet, and how prolific I am, meaning hours and hours and hours of content every single day, in reality, how would it even be possible to back up 14 years of content? You know what I mean? Like I'll give you an example. I know for a fact, because I actually found this out when I was trying to research how to contact the angry video game nerd. Because originally when I was thinking of React content, I thought I would like to react to some of his original episodes from 15 plus years ago that were actually formative in the person that I became as a content creator. Come to find out, the guy's impossible to reach apparently, because I tried and I just couldn't find a way to contact him that could get his notice. So that idea kind of died. But what I found out was that he has actually archived all of his content on his own website. He actually owns a website, cinemassacre.com, and he took all of his Angry Video Game Nerd episodes, all over 200 of them, plus additional content that he's done, including, like, he used to do these horror series that's called Monster Madness. That's what it was called, Monster Madness, and he does that exclusively on his website, Cinemassacre. He doesn't even put that on YouTube, okay? He archived all his shit, so if YouTube were to go down tomorrow, he has a website of all his stuff that you can still watch. But the difference is, the Angry Video Game Nerd has put out about 200 episodes, plus his supplemental content. I have put out, literally, 70-some thousand videos. 70,000 videos in the 14 years that I've been a content creator. That's how much work I've done and how prolific of a content creator I have been, is that it's like my full-time job for the last 14 years is public record. All right? How in the holy hell would you back up that much content anywhere for a reasonable price? You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be not just the undertaking of getting the content off of my YouTube channel somewhere else in general. That's probably a year's worth of work of ripping a video and re-uploading somewhere else and naming properly and all of that. But then on top of that, you're talking about the cost. Can you imagine 70,000 videos, 14 years? Because here's what you got to realize when you think about the Angry Video Game Nerd. His average video is from anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes long, right? So he's, 200 videos plus his supplemental content. Maybe there's 400 videos that are 5 to half an hour long. I have 14 years of content where every day I was uploading like 8 hours of content. Okay? It's probably about 400 times more than him. And he, you know, is way more successful than me and can afford to do it for just his amount of stuff. Can you imagine? I'm not even kidding. I would think likely it would cost $10,000 to buy server space and have enough just to have it. And then not even maintenance and the cost of the logistics of moving it over there. It's just not possible. I am very much reliant on YouTube working, to be honest, you know. If anything, I guess what I would say is essentially, for me, I'm happy that I left Blip TV as quick as I did. Can you imagine if I was on Blip TV for like 2-3 years? All my work was on there, not on YouTube. And then Blip shut down. And I'm like, how the fuck am I going to upload years of content from Blip to YouTube? It's not even viable. That would have been years of my stuff lost. You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy in that regard that never really happened. But no Nitty Post, I don't really see how could I archive my stuff? I don't see how it could even be possible because of how prolific of a person, you know what I'm saying, that I've been. It would take a dedicated team of people, concerted effort over a time period just to archive it and then to find somewhere to upload it and maintain for the future. Sadly, I think my existence is very much a YouTube thing. And when YouTube's gone, that's probably the end of my history. Not to say it's the end of what I will make new, but it may be the end of my history. It is what it is. WCRV College Radio Vibes says some fighting game franchises prefer to have a large roster of characters at launch, while others just prefer to have a small roster. And then they slowly build that roster by adding more characters to the roster each season. Do you believe it's better for the character balance on a fighting game to have the majority of the roster, or at least a fairly large roster, already in the game at launch, so the developers will have years to strengthen or weaken characters as needed, rather than releasing new characters years after launch, which usually end up causing character balance issues because neither the players nor the developers have had as much time with the newer characters? In the case of fighting games, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Because I was there, and again, those formative years of fighting games when they were all arcade-based, and there was no DLC expansion season content. It was what's in the game is in the fucking game, and you play it and you like it. Now, how would they solve issues, for example, in Street Fighter 2? Okay, they release a version of Street Fighter 2, and it's fun to play, but oops, there's one or two characters that are absolutely ridiculously overpowered. That sucks. How do we fix that? Well, release a new version of Street Fighter 2. Well, how do we do that? We can't patch it. There's no internet. Sell a whole new game. So they would call it Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, add in the 4 boss characters, tweak the original cast. Oh, here's your new game, right? But it's not really a new game. It's just an expansion of the previous one. Today, that would have been a DLC. But back then, they had to sell it as a whole new game. They did this 5 times. So it was Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, Hyper Fighting, Super Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. 5 fucking times. They re-released the same game with tweaks and new characters, each time saying it was a new game, when in reality, they're just all Street Fighter 2. Okay? An example of how this can really, like, backfire for that style is Marvel vs. Capcom 2. What they did in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is they took characters from all the different Capcom franchises. They took characters from the Versus series of games, so the X-Men and Marvel characters. They combined that with characters from all these Capcom franchises. Mega Man, Street Fighter, Captain Commando, even characters from Street Fighter Alpha and stuff that had nothing to really do with it. They just threw them all into one game. But they never patched it. They never did an expansion. This wasn't like Street Fighter 2 where they had Marvel vs. Capcom 2 Champion Edition. It was just Marvel 2 is Marvel 2. Just deal with it and play it. Okay? So here's what happens. They release a game that has like 50 characters. Okay? 90% of them are shit. Because no one knew what the competition was going to be at release. Everyone just assumed the game would be played a certain way. Nope. Within a year, everyone broke this game down apart and found different ways to play it that were never intended by the game developers. Glitches were discovered, infinite combos were discovered, resets were discovered, things that you never even knew could happen, unblockables. And once you figure that shit out, you realize, oh fuck, like the vast majority of the playable cast cannot hang in a competitive way. Now, in a way, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is the ultimate party game, okay? Because you can mess around with such a wide variety of characters and have silly fun if you're not caring about playing it at a competitive level. But the moment that it becomes competitive, the game is like 12 characters, and that's it. So, in that regard, you can see why, wow, if they had actually done incremental updates to the game, perhaps it would have benefited them in a big way. Maybe they could have retweaked characters to make them tournament viable. Maybe they could have added in new characters, right? Instead, the game was 12 characters for like a decade until it was eventually dumped when Marvel 3 came out. Okay? So all that being said, okay, modern fighting games seem to be of the impression that your initial cast is the game, but then you will sell DLC seasons later on, adding in new characters, but also they by almost default, like it's expected that each season they're going to rebalance that entire game from the ground up to change it around. So essentially when season 2 comes out of the new Street Fighter, it's basically the equivalent of what Champion Edition was back in arcades, only it's a DLC now, you see? And so, have things really changed that much? Actually, not really. It's just the distribution that's changed, okay? What stood true back in the arcade days, what's going to attract people to keep plunking quarters into that machine? Well, you got to keep it fresh. You got to add new characters, you got to change the visuals, and you got to change the gameplay. That's really what these expansion DLC seasons are, only it's not what keeps them plunking quarters in, it's what keeps a revenue stream for us. We'll make them buy each season, you see? I don't necessarily disagree with it, but man, it's frustrating if you're someone who maybe particularly liked one version of the game and then it's changed. So I'll give you an example here. I really liked Super Street Fighter 4. I thought that Super Street Fighter 4 was well balanced, was fun. There's versions of certain games in there that I really enjoyed. For example, for certain characters. For example, I really liked Hakan. I thought that Hakan, the Turkish oil wrestler, was a funny-ass character, but he was unique. And if you had a lot of time invested in him to learn how to play with him at a skillful level, that he could hang in tournaments. I proved it. I went to a tournament and I beat a top-ranked Guile player who had never fought a good Hakan before, and I beat his ass in the tournament. And you know what I mean? Like, it was possible. It was just he was very hard to play. So what did they do? Well, they did a new season. They didn't call them seasons back then. I think it ended up being Super Street Fighter 4 Arcade Edition, which made no sense because no one was really playing these games in arcades. And then after that, they came out with other versions or whatever. They changed the game. They made it now Hakan isn't even the same character. All his moves have been changed. His properties have been changed. Everything was changed. He wasn't even, it was essentially, he was called Hakan and he looked the same, but it was like imagine if you were playing a charge character and all of a sudden they changed him. Now he's a motions character. Well, you changed the whole gameplay element of the game. And that's what they did, literally, is they changed it all. And it became so frustrating to me because this was a game that I really enjoyed. And then it was completely shuffled about and changed about. And now it's like, it's not fun for me anymore. I still remember Fei Long went from bottom tier to the top character in the game. He was literally unbeatable because they made all his moves have insanely good recovery and high priority. He beat everybody with little effort. It wasn't even like, oh, it's hard to play. He was one of the easiest characters ever to play in competitive Street Fighter. He's broken to beyond belief, and I'm like, I kind of give up, you know? But the thing was, at that point, I kind of didn't really care about the competition anymore. Back in the day, I was playing every new version of Street Fighter 2 in arcades that came out. And I learned all the differences, and even if I didn't agree with them, like no one really liked Super Street Fighter 2 that much. That's why Super Turbo came out so relatively quickly. But anyway, I definitely think that I've seen what happened with Marvel 2, okay? A game where literally 90% of the cast was a waste, competitively. And is that better or worse than having your game be tweaked and improved over time?
Shut up,
but then have it change at an essential level? I don't know. I mean, the way I see it, Marvel 2 is an absolutely amazing game, but when you look at the big picture, do you think the way that Street Fighter 2 went down with its iterations coming out, always improving, is better than this Marvel 2 being the same game for 10 years and then becoming incredibly stagnant, everyone dropped it, and no one ever touches it ever again? So I guess even as much as I don't like nickel and diming of customers, maybe the whole season deal makes sense.
Shut your mouth,
I think we'll just keep going. I don't see a reason to take a break here. Let's just keep going with the show. Guys, I will just say this. Thank you to everyone who has contributed in any way. This is the entirety of my stream. I got 40 minutes left, so we're going to try to answer as many questions as possible before we end the show. And thank you in advance to anyone who contributes in any way. You know, what's happened here is I came back from break and essentially it completely stagnated. That tends to happen every time. It is what it is. Let's continue. By the Dip Fernandez asked the following. Thanks for reading this. What is your opinion regarding cryptocurrencies and NFTs? I believe it's a good time for market investment. I know right now not everyone has disposable income, but if you did, would you invest in that space or you rather any other type of asset? You know, I'll be honest here. I don't know much about it because I really have never been in a position in my life to have much disposable income. And then literally the one time that I did, I kind of had aspirations to do something more with my life, so I didn't want to like blow it all on stuff like that. So I didn't. I know nothing about it. Really, like realistically, all I will say is this. Understand that if you invest in cryptocurrency, even though it's a memeable thing on the internet that everyone likes to post big memes about cryptocurrency, Dogecoin and share, Dogecoin, or whatever the fuck it's called. That's real money. That's your real money investments. And just like an investment of a stock that you bought from a stockbroker on Wall Street, that's an investment of your money. Don't just throw it away memeing and being stupid about it. You know, that's important stuff you could be putting that money towards, rather than just basically doing gambling, which is essentially what those kind of investments are. I think a lot of people, like in the last year or two, did a lot of cryptocurrency investment and then it all vaporized overnight and they're like, oh fuck, my life is ruined. That's not good. I wish that people would have maybe been a little bit more cautious, or people had been more upfront and honest about what cryptocurrency was before people jumped in like assholes and then ruined their lives over it. But outside of that, I don't really have any opinion. I don't have money to invest in it, so I don't research it, and I don't know much about it. Anything that I said to you would be completely uneducated. So why say a word if you just don't know shit? Definitely a difference from how I used to be when back in the day would ask me stuff and I didn't know anything about it, so I would just talk shit for like a half an hour and then...
You still fucking do that to this day, Phil. This is actually a rarity for you to fucking know actually venture an opinion that's uneducated. Usually you'd be happy to fucking put forward an uneducated opinion on what you think is the right way to go. Fucking, you got nothing, you got no idea about fucking politics. It doesn't fucking stop you having a go about the current political climate in your shitty wee country. I thought, fuck, it's this fucking guy. That's a wee random glimmer of self-awareness without realising he's still actually like that.
People would say I was an asshole. Rightfully so. Okay. Up next, we have a question from Hisfury, who says, how is it going? Hope you're doing well. My question is this. What do you think the biggest problem is in the gaming industry today? I think it's safe to say gaming grew exponentially within the past 10 to 15 years. With that growth came many different kinds of issues like corporate greed, half-assed products, overpricing. I just want to know your take, because you've been into gaming for a pretty long time now. I would say right now, one of the biggest issues for me would be that much like any
Sorry guys, but I feel like we need to do this. We need to hear that again. We need to hear it one more time.
To be when back in the day would ask me stuff, rightfully so. Free? Okay.
Here we go.
Up next, we have a question from Hisfury.
Hisfury. What? I just had to hear that again. What the fuck?
Who said?
One more time. One more time.
Up next, we have a question from Hisfury, who says, how is it going? Hope you're doing well. My question is this. What do you think the biggest problem is in the gaming industry today? I think it's safe to say gaming grew exponentially within the past 10 to 15 years. With that growth came many different kinds of issues like corporate greed, half-assed products, overpricing. I just want to know your take, because you've been into gaming for a pretty long time now. I would say right now, one of the biggest issues for me would be that much like any entertainment medium, all right, we have reached the point where now video games is no longer considered an emerging medium, but now it's an established one. And now every single company, every single corporation, every single person out to make money is trying to dip their toe into it, and that's not necessarily a good thing. What's happened is in the last 10 years, we went from a period of incredible creativity, artistic development. You know, games are now art, right? And we came from a time where in one given year, you could have so many unique new things that happened in video games, right? All these unique and fun experiences. And they've instead been turned into, oh, what's the next game that's just like the game you played last year with a few tweaks or improvements and a new story so that we can pump out the same thing by this formula and make a paycheck, make money, make profit, right? That's not good. I really feel like at one point games were becoming more and more artistic and unique and fun. And then at some point we jumped into these fads of games and now it's like just jump on the fad. So when I was first getting into YouTube, the fad was zombie games and first-person shooters, right? You had like Left 4 Dead, The Walking Dead, House of the Dead, Story of the Dead, shit, Diarrhea of the Dead. Everything was of the dead. There was a million zombie games coming out at that time because it was Walking Dead was so popular, so everyone jumped on that bandwagon. At the same time, everyone wanted to make a military-style first-person shooter. You had Call of Duty, you had Battlefield, you had Bad Company, you had Killzone, you had Bulletstorm, you had Saving Private Ryan, Saving Ryan's Privates, whatever. There's just a million of those all at once, okay? And then what happens is the industry becomes so oversaturated with that style of game that then someone has to find what's going to be the new fad. And at first the fad is fun because it feels like something new and fresh, but then when everyone jumped into the same fucking thing, it becomes so boring and washed out, you get bored of it. And how many times have we seen? First, it was the team-based shooter. Everyone wanted to make a game that was either like Destiny or like The Division, right? It was either third person, team up, military style, or first person, team up and shoot a bunch of generic enemies and, loot and shit. And there's a zillion games like that. And then it becomes Battle Royale. So now it's either the third person Battle Royale like Fortnite or PUBG, or it's the first person Battle Royale like Apex Legends. And every fucking game wants to do that. It's like, dude, I'm tired of your same shit. We want something interesting and fun and new. And by the way, we don't want to buy $400 of equipment to do it, because there has been some innovation with things like VR, but who the fuck wants to buy an expensive headset that's uncomfortable, that makes you sweat, you get your vomit all over the place because it makes your stomach queasy? We need original gameplay experiences for hardware we have that aren't just about, oh, how do I print money for the fucking company that owns us? It has to be, here's something artistic and creative and different. And then, you know, once you've created that, then it's all about how do you change and extrapolate upon it to make a ton of money. I mean, Valve used to be one of the #1 game companies in the world, and then they become a game distributor with Steam, and now they don't make games anymore. Like, what the fuck happened? When did it become about, we printed so much money, we don't even have to do creative shit anymore? Was that really what your company was for, Valve? Like, really? And that's what I mean, like, it just feels like that today, that this is the problem with the gaming industry. No one has passion. Where is the passion for what we're making that is meaningful or different, and it's an experience that stays with you? How many games can you say in the last 2 years? Okay, 2020, 2021. How many games did you play that you were like, oh my God, I was blown away, that game's gonna stay with me forever? Maybe 2, at least for me. You know what I mean? Everything else is just a sequel, a spin-off, the same style, the same genre, the same bullshit over and over.
Is he really using COVID as a reason to bitch about the lack of good games coming out? The world was suffering through a goddamn pandemic, but Phil didn't get to play some great games, so it's all the game developers' fault for not being creative enough to fight through COVID and develop these games. What a fucking ignorant piece of shit to just completely memory hole the worldwide pandemic that everyone suffered with. But Phil didn't get the brand new amazing games, or not enough of them anyway, to satiate his greedy wee desires. Poor Phil.
And a few people just said Elden Ring. Fair enough, but even then, Elden Ring is just a combination of everything that FromSoft did before. Did it really innovate that much? It combined a lot of the elements that worked, and it added in a few things like open world. It's still the same shit. It's the best version of the same shit, but it's still the same shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, where is the original shit, man? Sebing says literally Hades, which you avoided for 18 months. I will absolutely, positively, 100% agree with that statement. Hades blows me away. That game was original, fun, different, artistic. It succeeded on every level. Every level. And that's an example of the kind of game that I wish I could play all the time. They don't exist. The vast majority of games are the same cookie cutter shit you've played already, just with a new skin, a new cast, a new gameplay element.
Money, yeah, yeah. Money, money. Oh, money, money. Yeah, yeah. Money, money.
Black Mage 666, thank you very much for the $2. Red Dead Redemption 2 can't be a masterpiece, it's a sequel to this. Exactly a good point. It's a fantastic point. Red Dead Redemption 2, because I was asked about this as well there, and I'm not sure if it was you that talked to me about it, but people told me, if someone asked me, did I prefer Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption? And I really have a strong fondness for the both games for two different reasons. The story of Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2 is amazing for me. Like, I feel like the story of these two games are fucking phenomenal. And obviously the setting as well, and Rockstar did a fantastic job, I feel, of making you feel like the environment is so real in that regard, you know what I mean? It's a beautiful environment, especially the second one, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a fantastic game, but I prefer Grand Theft Auto. Why do I prefer Grand Theft Auto? I don't know, maybe it's because it's just easier to play. I mean, as amazing as Red Dead Redemption is, and it kind of blows you away at times, just with the scenery, the graphics of it as well, and the story of it as well, it's kind of boring to slowly go about in a horse or whatever, you know, or fucking try and catch a train and all that shit, you know, and it's one of those games where it's great to embrace it and enjoy it, but it's like, it doesn't get the blood pumping as easily as Grand Theft Auto would. You know what I'm saying? And online for Red Dead as well just seemed like garbage to me. That's what I'm saying, what makes a great game? To me, Red Dead Redemption 2 is still amazing, but it's because the story is one of the best stories for me in the game. Just a fucking wonderful story, especially for a video game. GTA 4 is the best narrative? Debatable. Debatable. GTA 4, I've got mixed feelings about, to be honest. I just feel, I don't know, I feel kind of weird about GTA 4, I'm not going to lie. That's what I'm saying, I've played every single GTA. Like I remember getting Grand Theft Auto 1 when it came out of top-down view, and I didn't really understand shit about that game. I just enjoyed leading the Harry Krishnas onto the train tracks and then getting a lot of money because they fried. You know, I was a wee sadistic fuck when I was younger. But I don't remember too much of it. The game was so good to play, obviously. But I've played all the Grand Theft Autos, and in terms of story, it's hard to tell. I mean, even Grand Theft Auto 5, the story's kind of, you know, predictable, you could argue, you know? GTA 4, I do like GTA 4, I do like it, you know, but I think people love the story more than they should. I don't feel the story of GTA 4 is that kind of amazing to me, anyway. I don't know. That's just how I feel. And Vice City, obviously, is a fantastic game. Vice City is by far my favourite game. But GTA 5 is a beautiful game as well. As I was saying, Rockstar have done a great job of making a game. It's weird to me, right? But I remember randomly, I'm in single player, right? And I'm in a helicopter, just flying with Trevor, trying to get to the city randomly. And it's just this kind of moment. It's night time, and I'm going over the hill before I'm going from a desert to the city. I'm going over the hill, and it's like the Rockstar. It's late night radio playing. It's like a Rockstar soundtrack, you know, kind of gentle like guitar, like same 4 notes or whatever. And that's going off, and it's a combination of seeing like the scenery of the lights of the city as I'm coming over the hill, and that music, and it's all kind of peaceful. And it looks fantastic and beautiful. And it's a weird gaming moment for me. It just kind of made me like appreciate the work that went into this game to make me feel like this is a nice wee moment now. It's a random moment where nothing happened, but for some reason it sticks with me playing that game. It's so weird. But yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying though. Rockstar obviously put a ton of work into things like Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5. And it's paid off for them, especially with Grand Theft Auto. For fuck's sake, man, they've found fucking much of they've milked that for the last decade or so, man. It's crazy. But yeah, I love GTA, Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. The first Red Dead Redemption, solid game. I still have, I mean, who doesn't fucking get a bit emotional thinking about John Marston's final stand in that barn? He made sure his family got away safely, and he just knew he had to go out and deal with all these gunmen. It still sticks with you. And the thing as well, remember, if you're in Mexico and you've been wanting to go home all this time, but you're stuck in Mexico, and you have that horse ride. You're on your horse, you go all the way from like Mexico, and you're finally going to get to go back to your ranch for the first time and actually be with your family. And that song that plays, there's a song that plays specifically, I think, as well, and that sticks with me as well. You know, these wee moments in games, when it's done right, it just makes that game all the more special. I don't think Grand Theft Auto 4 had anything like that for me personally. I really enjoyed playing the game, you know, I love New York City, not. But, yeah, it's like, it's just these wee moments, especially in these kind of narrative games, you know, whereas there's a start point and end point, you try to get to the end of it. And I love the kind of open world aspect of these games as well, where just anything magically random can happen, you know. But that's what makes these games like special to me. And obviously sequels can be great as well. Terminator 2 is one of the best movies. It's a lot of people's top 10 movies, Terminator 2. As a sequel, you know what I mean? Terminator 1, alright. Terminator 2, fucking knocks your socks off. People love it. So sequels definitely have a place when it's done right. This fucking film, as I'm saying, I fucking paused this in the first place just to fucking idiot moan about COVID shit, you know, so people didn't make games with me. Unless Rockstar removed Roman's entire existence, I have zero interest in ever finishing GTA 4. Yeah, Roman was kind of annoying, but it was a good kind of annoying, you know what I mean? He was a comic relief character. Right, let's keep playing, we're nearly at the end.
A new spin that it's the same shit you've already played, man. And that's not good. And that's where I feel our gaming industry is right now. We need a big injection of innovation again into our arms to make us all excited about games again. Not just, what's the game release schedule for the next few months? Let me take a look here. Oh, shit. I am a full-time gaming content creator, and it's even hard for me to get excited over the game release schedule that we currently have right now, you know? I feel that would be the biggest problem we have right now, okay? All right, we have one final question. That's 4 questions. Oh, my God. A lot of people asked one question that ended up being like 10. So we have one final forum question. That's 4 questions, and then we have a few Twitter questions, okay? I think we might have just enough time to finish. Mr. Puffy Nipples with the first contribution in almost 2 hours to the $1.50 said Bug Snacks. See, Bug Snacks was kind of interesting because, yes, it did take from other games for sure, but it definitely combined them in a way that I never expected. I never expected to have a game that has puzzle mechanics plus almost like Pokemon mechanics, but then it's a serious, almost horror plot. Like, it was so unique with the oddball way it combined things. You know what I'm saying? That I liked it. Okay. Kill Bill 216. 4 questions. Question number 1, would you say your vest streak was the happiest memory you had in your professional career? No, it's not even a memory. I mean it. Like, it was funny because someone had brought this up recently. They had started talking about the vest streak again. And they were, oh, do you have a memorable moment from that or whatever? I'm like, no. To me, the vest streak was, it was neat that it happened. It was incredibly supportive, and my God, it came at the right time because that was my bankruptcy time when I had like no money or anything, and really that was supplementing the fact that everything had fucked up and fallen apart behind the scenes for me because of the bankruptcy, and it helped out a ton. But I don't really remember back to it. Like, I remember the games more than the streak. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you tell me the games I played during that time, I remember that. I don't remember, oh yeah, it's all about the vest. You put vests on and hitting $100 of tips every stream. I don't really even remember that. So no, absolutely not. The best moments of my professional career are the moments where we had great time together, a meaningful moment, a fun playthrough, right? I can think of, and by the way, it's not necessarily a moment. It's like, I remember certain playthroughs. Remember the Summer of Judgment, when I played Judgment 1, over the course of that summer, how much fun we had together? And that was really my first experience of doing an elongated chill stream style experience, and how I realized these could work. That was amazing. Those are the moments that stick with me, not just one little thing that happened one day, you see? Question number 2, would you consider streaming public speaking since your entire audience is virtual? Do you think you'll be a good public speaker at a live event? Do you remember your first speech you had to do in school? Number 1, I have no idea what that means. What is considering streaming public speaking? Is that not what I'm doing right now? Right now I have an audience of over 300 people that I'm talking to live. That's public speaking, right? I don't even know what the first part means. Your second question is, do you think you'd be a good public speaker at a live event? Yes. I don't think I would be nervous at all. I think I would easily be able to not only give like a speech, but answer questions or whatever on the fly. I do this every day, all day. I won't get nervous just because there's a bunch of people in front of me. I'm talking in front of 100, sometimes 1,000 people at once on the internet. Why on earth would I be nervous just because they're there in person? Who cares, right? And then the third question, do you remember your first speech you had to do in school? Yes. It was about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It was a history of his life. And I basically went through a biopic of his life in front of my elementary school. There you go. I bet you didn't think I was going to remember that, but I do. Okay, question number 3. I'm always curious. You don't like it when chat discusses topics that are not game related. Discussing sports or music or current events get shut down by you. I've always wanted to know why it bothers you so much. Is it nice that your chat can chill and just talk to one another? That's not what happens at all. You're just taking it that way, okay? So here we go. Let's say, for example, today's Ask the King, all right? I'm talking with you guys. I'm answering your questions. People are actually giving me meaningful comments in regards to the things I'm saying and doing. What if I right now turn to the chat and literally all anyone's talking about is a basketball game that's on TV right now? What? Now, the purpose of this stream is for me to broadcast something to you that you find entertaining or fun, right? And then the purpose of the chat is to discuss that content. You see? When someone derails the discussion of my stream, essentially what happens is there's a disconnect between me and the viewership. And I don't like that. If that's the case, I'll just turn the stream off. Why am I going to stream if my audience is disconnected from me? Right? We're supposed to be having a fun, chill time together. We're supposed to be having an interactive and meaningful experience. If you guys are tuned out and not paying attention to me talking about a basketball game going on elsewhere off my stream, why even broadcast? I'll turn it off and come back later, right? Like, what's the deal with that? Now, yes, in other times as well, this has happened. And the thing is, I try to shy away from things that are going to completely distract us because I hate to say it, you never know what the topic of discussion will be. And in particular, if there's something going down that could be misconstrued as political, and you guys know how I definitely want to stay away from political discussion on my streams, for good reason. I don't want the stream to become turned one way or the other. I've had some times where over the years, I just let a little bit of politics creep into my talk, and I get messages every time, Phil, please stop doing this. We don't like that partisan ideology of the United States. Everyone hates each other if they're not of the same ideology when it comes to politics. The moment you bring something up, like COVID and vaccinations and shit, oh my God, everyone freaks out. Okay? So for me, it's like, I want to keep that shit off my streams. And so when someone comes in with, oh, did you hear that this is going on right now and the president said this or this is happening? Like, whoa. Can we keep it to what's going on here on the stream? If I choose to talk about that later, then that's fine. But again, I want to control my stream and make this feel like a fun, relaxing, safe space for people who want to relax with me. And allowing completely unhindered open discussion about anything is kind of counterproductive. This is not open chat. This is not fucking hashtag teen chat from AOL from the 1990s. That used to exist. There used to be these fucking teen chat rooms. People could come in and talk whatever they wanted, and boy did they. I know, because that shit used to be crazy back then. This is supposed to be a chat that's supplementary as a way to discuss what you're seeing right now on camera. You understand? What's the point of coming to a chat that's not talking about what's on camera? Why even go talk about it else? I don't care if you talk about the NBA. Just don't do it in my chat. This chat is meant to be for me. This would be like if a bunch of people walked inside of a restaurant, but instead of ordering the food, they decided to start dancing. And they just danced all over the restaurant, taking up the space of the restaurant.
That is a really dumb fucking analogy, Phil, for several fucking reasons. People are allowed to fucking communicate in a restaurant and still order damn food. So people should be able to go to your fucking chat and still talk about things other than you and your content. It's called being social. It's a fucking chat room. The clue's in the fucking title, Phil. You shouldn't just fucking make it all about yourself, you fucking egomaniac. God fucking damn it, Jesus fucking Christ, this God, I'm going to just start spamming a bunch of these fucking things.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Know your role and shut your mouth!
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at those 4 fucking things to spam him, man. He just pisses the fuck off me so much. It's such a bad analogy. It really is. Like going to a restaurant and people just dance in the restaurant instead of ordering food. Let's be honest, if people went to his chat and didn't contribute a single thing, but still made sure they talked about him and only him, he would still be upset, obviously. The purpose of chat is not there to talk. The purpose of chat is to make sure there's not people there that want to give him money for doing what he does. It's as simple as bottom line. This is Phil's job, this is his business. He needs to make sure he's entertaining enough for his chat so they can contribute. If they are not engaged enough and they're not fucking contributing, it's because Phil's not being entertaining enough. It's his job as the fucking streamer to provide entertaining content for people to actually want to actually contribute shit to. It's as simple as that. It's basic.
Not ordering food. What the fuck are you doing? Get out of my fucking restaurant. This is supposed to be for customers here who are interested in the food we offer at this restaurant. Why are you in here dancing the fuck around and taking up all the space? Right? There's people who come to these streams because they want to enjoy the content I'm putting out on them, and they don't want the entirety of the space being taken up by people who are completely off topic and have nothing to do with it. Okay?
It's like, so it's incredible his argument here is like, so somebody says something in chat and it's about a topic you don't like, you just want them gone. But people have different likes and tastes and all that. I'm looking at Phil's chat right now, okay? In fact, let's do it together. I can actually pull up his fucking... 2 seconds, guys. Let me derail myself just for a fucking second so we can actively join in together in this fucking nonsense. Let me copy and paste his fucking... There we fucking go. Where's the browser source? Here we fucking go. We're going to fucking watch this together. I fucking clicked the wrong bloody thing. Here, hang on. Right. This is Phil's chat right now. Now keep in mind, I'm paused on the stream, but the chat will keep going. So the chat's in live real time. And yeah. So there might be some spoilers up or whatever. So this is his chat right now. BITW Awesome says, not when we're both straight. No. Now is that going to offend anyone in chat, potentially? Like someone mentioned their sexuality? Chris G says there's something in the back of my mind. That might offend people. People are having thoughts, and that might scare other people in chat. Dake, if you could summarise your legacy in one sentence, what would it be? If happening. John wants, what do you mean he is so positive? Now, I was going to say this chat, I just fucking mocking him half a goddamn time as well, but his chat are so fucking slow, and it's full of just nothingness. His chat has really got nothing to it. This is his chat right now. You're seeing it live on screen, and it's just got nothing of real substance to it. Look, this is such a boring fucking chat. This is his chat right fucking now, while he's rambling on and on still about his nonsense. Nobody seems to care about what he's got to say. Nobody gives a shit. Would you consider being on Keemstar's podcast? It's just easy money. Oh my god, he's not going to answer that. I guarantee you that. Guarantee you that. Okay, but you see what I mean though? His chat is so fucking dead anyway. It doesn't really fucking matter what people talk about. At least if they want to talk about fucking basketball, what's the harm? You've got people in your chat that are actually there enjoying your content while they enjoy talking about something that means something to them as well. It's double duty. They manage to multitask and enjoy your content while enjoying a conversation about basketball or whatever with someone else in chat they enjoy talking about it with. There is nothing wrong with that, Phil. If people in my chat want to talk about basketball, they're fucking more than welcome to. Just as long as they still help out with bingo in case I miss something.
There you go. Final question from Kill Bill. I know you watch a lot of cooking shows. Do you ever watch Akira or anime when you were younger? Any favorites? I've already talked about this a lot. I've seen the Akira animated movie. Some of the animes from when I was younger was Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, Trigun, Dragon Ball, and Dragon Ball Z. The first anime I ever saw was Sailor Moon, because that actually was on normal television in the mornings as a kid show. I don't know why, because it's really not a kid show. Ronin Warriors, the powers in the armor. That was one of the earliest I also saw, because that was on in the mornings as a kid show. Those were probably some of the earliest I ever saw. Okay, And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Twitter questions, which will be the finale of our show. So if anyone has a burning question to ask and you were going to contribute, last chance to do so. It would be great to get some more tips today. We completely locked up after that break, and I've been here for almost, an hour and a half since the break. So it would be great to get a little bit more there, but it is what it is. Thank you to everyone who did contribute in any way, okay? All right, Twitter questions. Our first question comes from TitoMan24, okay? What happened to my Instagram? I have no idea. Did something happen to my Instagram? Let's find out.
I'll tell you exactly what fucking happened. Phil rebranded it and got rid of a bunch of his old weird pictures, like him showing like food or something like that, and now it's a bunch of Jasper pictures instead. Phil did a lot of spring cleaning on his Instagram, by the way, in case you weren't aware. And it's funny, he's feigning ignorance, it seems, about this. I don't know why he's feigning ignorance, but I think he actually got rid of a whole bunch of Liana pictures as well. He really got rid of a whole bunch of stuff.
Nothing. It's live. Malcolm, nothing happened to my Instagram. You can't find my Instagram account? It exists. It exists. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm looking at it right now. Anyway. First question for Twitter is from TitoMan24. He says, in the 14 plus years that you've been a content creator, what have you enjoyed the most about making great content? And what have you learned in doing so? Well, what have I enjoyed the most? Sharing my passion with the world and the world actually caring about it. Because there's tons of people on this planet who have a passion for something, but sadly, they just don't get attention for it. Or, for example, for example, you might be the best whittler on the planet, but you might not get any attention for it, right? You might be a really good dancer or singer, but you never get noticed, right? For me, my passion was always video games. And the fact that I have been able for the last 14 years to get attention for and notoriety for and notice for my passion for video games is something nice. I feel like all that time in my earlier years that I felt was kind of a waste wasn't now because I got to do something meaningful with it, you see? Now I would say I'm branching out a little bit more because I found in the last 5 years that I've been a full-time streamer that it's not just all about games anymore. Now it's about me in general as a person, sharing my thoughts and my ability to interact and have meaningful discussion with you guys and stuff like that is a little bit more than just video games, you know what I mean? And that's cool too. And that's definitely, I would say, out of all the things that I've done, you could say, oh, there was one particular game you liked, there was one particular series you liked traveling for conventions, you liked filming special projects like Project 7, you liked doing co-op with your friends back in the day, you like this, you like that. I could sit here and name a whole laundry list of stuff that I've enjoyed from over the years. But in general, the fact that here I am 14 years later, and every day I'm able to turn on a camera, turn on a stream, and have a meaningful and fun time with people all around the world, that's what I enjoy the most, really. The fact that you guys didn't forget about me. Because, man, I'm nowhere near as pertinent or mainstream, known, or notable. I don't have notoriety anymore, you know what I'm saying? If I have notoriety, it's usually for terrible reasons that I have no control over. I could have easily, like many others over time, fizzled up and faded away. But I'm still here, man. I'm still here. I'm still plugging away. And in a lot of ways, this last year has been almost like a renaissance when it comes to me and my content. With the amount of stuff, the ways I've changed for the better, I feel. The new stuff that we're doing together. You know what I'm saying? Pretty awesome. Now, what have I learned in doing this kind of content? I've learned that you can't take anything on the internet too seriously. I've learned that you have to be careful about what you say because sadly other people do take shit seriously that maybe they shouldn't, right? I've learned that having an audience means you have a responsibility to do things responsibly and not just say and do whatever because then people can get hurt even if you don't intend it. I've learned that you must have a separation between personal and public. You should not have a complete crossover between your personal life and a public life because it will ruin things for you. And definitely have a separation because let me tell you, ever since 5 years ago, I put my foot down. I said, no, I've had enough of this. I need to have that separation between my private and my public life. My private life has insanely dramatically improved to the point where I have a really nice private life that I enjoy, and I'm happy about that because, man, I didn't for a very long time, and it all kind of fell apart, right? So, yeah, that's what I would say. Some of the things I've definitely learned right there. Those are life lessons, man, for sure, for me. And what I would hope is that in my 14-year legacy that I've had, and as I continue on here, on a daily basis, I learn and I grow as a person and a content creator, right? I hope that there's people out there who over the years have seen me fail and make mistakes and learn from those mistakes and not repeat mine. Because when I started, there was no one. There was no one to follow. There was no case of a YouTuber become streamer who did this, who did that. It was all being an innovator and being a first-timer for me, right? So I'm happy that, maybe, number one, I was able to persevere through that with all the mistakes that I made over the years. I'm still here. And also that now people have maybe experience from my life in the last 14 years to look at for themselves and learn and not make those same mistakes. I don't want anyone to make the mistakes I made because some of them really ruin things for me. Relationships and, friendships, all kinds of stuff, All right. Next question is from Mark Vegas, who asked, what was your favorite game that you ever streamed? The thing is, for me, I don't necessarily think I can answer that in the way that you think I can answer it. Because I think when Martin asked that question, he's thinking, out of the 14 years I've been making content, right, what is the game that I like the most? Well, the answer is Street Fighter 2. That's the game that I grew up playing in arcades, and I still play to this day. So that's going to be the game that I'm going to answer. But that doesn't necessarily equate to the game that I had the most fun playing or the best quality playthrough. Those are all subjective questions, not objective. Objectively, Street Fighter 2 is the game I've played the most of in my lifetime and still continue to play to this day. So that's going to be the answer that I give if I'm doing it matter-of-factly and objectively. But subjectively, I mean, anyone could have a different answer to that, right? There you go. Bruzy asks, why do you think you've been relevant for the past 14 years? Most people tend to fall off and get washed. Wow. I swear I wasn't intending for the order of questions to be like this. Most people tend to fall off and get washed up. While you're still going strong, is there one thing in particular that kept you relevant? Again, this is more of a question for you guys than me, right? What do you feel has kept me relevant as a content creator? I feel like over the years, there's certain ways that I could have made some pretty big mistakes that would have kind of ended me as a content creator. You know, a lot of people to this day say things like, the reason that you're so small time is because you refuse to change and do the things that the popular guys do. Well, you're right, but I also enjoy what I do, and I never changed because I don't want to be a sellout. I don't want to be a shill. I don't want to put out content that I feel is a waste of your time because it's all a paid advertisement just for the sake of making a buck, you know? I want to make what I feel is meaningful content to my audience, and I feel like sadly a lot of people over the years changed for the worse and don't really care. You know what I mean? Or they just went away because they became irrelevant for what they're doing. I have no idea, absolutely no idea how I looked out the way I did, but I did because here I am in 2022, right? And I'm still making a living doing this, and I'm still able to enjoy my life and my passion. It's an amazing feeling. But I don't know. I mean, what we have to, I guess, do is microanalyze that whole 14-year journey and see what did Phil really do to keep himself pertinent in those years. I don't know if I have the answer for that. Okay. Itchy. Let's see here. Little Anime Boy asks, have you ever wished you lived in a less famous and more secluded life? See, here's the thing. Of course, anyone could look at what I've been through and the shit that I go through and say yes. But at the same time, again, it's weird that way things turn out the way that they do. Because even though, yes, I get a lot of really messed up stuff that happens to me online on a daily basis. And yes, because of the stuff that happens to me, it limits what I can do with my life, right? At the same time, I wouldn't even be where I am in my life, right? If it weren't for the fact that I had a famous and public life, right? How on earth would I have made enough living to move across the country and move into this home? I wouldn't have. It doesn't matter what job I had in Connecticut. I would have probably been in Connecticut for the rest of my life. Just being honest, right? I never would have met my wife and been happily married and have a great family here, you know? So you look at...
Objection. He met his fucking now wife online through Twitter. I object to that strongly. That him being in Washington had no impact on sliding into the DMs of that mentally scarred human being. That potato-loving horse. There's no way his location was a factor in that happening. Obviously what he's going through in his life, yes, a factor. But he could have been anywhere on a fucking planet and then slid into her DMs and seduced her away from Subaru Man. So I'm objecting to that straight away.
Get down, you're like, well, if I wish that I lived a less famous and more secluded life, would it be better off? Well, in some ways, but it also means that I wouldn't be happy like I am now, you know? And you could also say dumb shit like, oh, well, maybe you still could have had a good life that would have been completely different. I mean, you're right, but do we really live in the multiverse? Like, can I look into alternate dimensions and shit and say this would have been better and that would have... I'm happy where I am. I really enjoy my life. I don't want anything different or better or changed. You guys know the very few things that I wish could change. I wish that I could get a little bit more financial flexibility so that I'm not living paycheck to paycheck because it's very stressful to do so. I wish that I could get in a position where I could spend more time with my wife and do more meaningful things with her because we only get one day a week, and even then our time is very limited in what we can do because half the days I'm doing fucking errands and shit that are really not meant to be meaningful time with your significant other. I would love to go on a honeymoon with her, you know, which we never got. And here we are 3 years later, and there is not even an inkling of that happening. I would like to have more financial flexibility, so if something happens with my business, I can either improve it or do something on it. Like we just talked about. Wow, Phil, why don't you buy a new controller? Because it's $80, man. I don't just have $80 that I can blow. All my money gets accounted for to pay bills and shit. So if I have a really good month where I made a little bit extra in a month, maybe then I could buy the new controller. But it ends up just being an afterthought because, you know, that's how my life is right now. You see? But, you know, in reality, that's it. Like, what else would I improve? I want more time with my wife. I want less stress when it comes to financial shit. Outside of that, I like my job. You know, I like everything else. Obviously, the trolls are harassing the shit out of me constantly, but I don't let it get to me. You know, it really does. I don't let it bother me anymore. It's just fucking, it's always an existent thing there in the background. I let them do their thing in the background. It doesn't affect me in my life. So, there you go. Derek asked what were some of my hobbies as a kid. Now, Derek probably already knows the answer, but I'll answer it anyway. Video games, obviously. Fighting games in particular in the 1990s. I used to be a collector, so I started off actually collecting various different kinds of cards, starting off with baseball cards. Then I branched out into other collectibles like comic books. And then, of course, it was a no-brainer to cross over into comic book style cards or pop culture cards like that. And then it was action figures, but when I say that, I mean collecting them, not playing with them, because in the 90s I was too old for that, but I would actually collect things like Todd McFarlane action figures and things like that, okay? Okay? There you go. Those are my hobbies as a kid. Sosuke Eisen says, how did you think you have to change as a content creator in the coming years to keep up with newer creators? Do you worry about aging out and your audience losing interest in your streaming? Do I feel like I will have to change and improve over the next few years? Yes, I do. And that is something that I actively now accept and I'm open to and I need to. Because for so long, I was the person who refused to improve and change, and it didn't help at all. It hurt. And that's how my channels became stagnant in the light. And now I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to say, hey, what kind of content do you want to see that would be new or different or original? And people say, do some React content. Do a different kind of event here, a special thing here. And I'm trying to be open-minded and improve my content in ways that make sense. That makes sense. Because you can't just do anything. Some people are saying, just immediately become a full-time Reactor or open your own React channel like some YouTubers have done and just do drama, drama, drama. I'm like, no. Every once in a while, you want to have a little bit of drama, fine. Every once in a while, you want to do something special like this React on Saturday. Zero drama. It's actually more creepy and macabre stuff. We'll do that. I'm okay. I'm more open-minded to this stuff now. But there's absolutely positively, all right, no way that I could go ahead and say I'm going to change myself completely because there has to be at least some trueness to myself and what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, am I afraid of my audience losing interest in me? Yes and no. You always have that worry as a content creator. At the same time, I feel like I've built a dedicated viewer base of people who know who I am and the kind of content that I want to put out there, and they're around no matter what, and that's a great thing because yes, you could be nervous about losing your audience, but it seems like I have enough dedicated people here to want to see the kind of content that I make that I'm all right. That might change in the future, but for now, I think we're good. All right, shout-outs. We have 2 tips to shout out and a few super chats. Only for your death tip to $50 is with the amount of haters that are preying on your downfall. You ever have a day where you feel like giving up because the negativity is too much? I know when I continue with bad days at work, I feel like looking for a new job. You know, I'm not going to say no because that would be pretty dishonest. There absolutely have been days like that. What I'm happy to report is that they're in the past. Like, at this point, I've gotten to a situation where I just ignore it. I'm well aware that likely because of anything that I said in this Q&A show, there will be drama. I have nothing to do with it. I don't create it. I don't promote it. I don't continue it. I squash it. I will have nothing to do with it. You know that these idiots will go out there and make negative spins and shits. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could do this constantly, do dumb shit. But I refuse to even entertain it. And because of that, it doesn't get to me. Really, I don't pay any attention to the nonsense anymore. Because every day another idiot comes out and says something incredibly dumb that's wrong or false or stupid to try to get a rise out of me. There's no point in paying attention to any of it anymore. It's just I ignore it and I move on with my life and I have my fun streams and that's it, man. You can't let the stupidity of dumb asses on the internet bother you and hold you down. So have there been days in the past where absolutely things were terrible for me and I felt like shit? Yes. There hasn't been one of those in a long time and I'm happy about that. But Huffer 5000, what a name, to me $4.20. Thanks for huffing those butts for us, Butt Huffer. And he asked, super late tip, this goes back to you talking about unique games. Is there a Game Pass game? Oh, there is a Game Pass game called Genesis Noir. Short, quick indie game I found unique. I suggest you check it out. You can clear it in one late stream during downtime. What is it called? Genesis Noir, and it's a Game Pass? Okay. We will in the next few weeks, okay? We will in the next few weeks be looking for some games for variety because there's almost no new releases I'm interested in July. And as we're starting to wrap up games, like I just wrapped up Sonic Origins. Tonight we're going to likely wrap up Castlevania Collection. We'll be looking for more games like that to balance with our daytime stuff. So, good suggestion. What I would say is, please remind me, okay? Please remind me about that, all right? All right, let's see here. Low Carb Badman says, you farted on stream the other day. I'm offended. I'll make a video about it. I probably fart on stream all the time. I'm shocked you guys don't talk about it. It must be that this microphone, for some reason, doesn't pick it up. There's been days I come in here. I'm not kidding. I eat dinner, and there's a lot of cheese or something in it. I come in here, and I am ripping constantly. Like, you ever see a night where I'm moving around a little bit like this? It's because I'm ripping big ones. And I'm pre-adjusting my ass after I do it. No one mentions it. I don't know. It must be a good mic and a good, what do you call it? Pop guard. And I guess this noise-canceling foam does its duty. All right. Diego's Blood Spray did a super chat saying my opinion on King of Fighters. In the 90s, I loved King of Fighters because it was a good alternative to Street Fighter that was more anime-ish. And I liked anime. I was growing up watching some anime there in the 90s, and it was pretty cool to have an anime-ish style fighter. I'd already been a fan of Fatal Fury and the King of Fighters, Art of Fighting. So to have a series that combined all those characters in them was nice. Sadly, in the 90s, it never really caught on where I lived. It was never competitive. I played against a few people in arcades, and then it died. Years later, when I tried to play it again in arcades in the late 2000s, early 2010s, the game had changed a lot in its gameplay elements, and I did try to learn them, but I never really got into it. Now, the last 2 King of Fighter games that have come out, I hate to say, sadly, they just aren't very appealing to me. I played them for a little bit. I'm like, okay, I get what they are and everything, but they just, a game where, I got one hit, and because I got that one hit, I have the ability now to deal like 50-60% damage, or I'll do a 30% damage mix up, now I can do it again for another 40% damage, and the round is over. It's like, that's not fun to me. I don't like a fighting game where I get hit once, that's the end of the round. I didn't like it in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and I don't like it in King of Fighters 15. So I just don't like the competitive aspect of the game. Visually, it looks good. I like the character design. I like some of the moves and everything, but it just doesn't do it for me as a competitive fighter anymore. Peacemaker did a super chat saying, I'm eating Doritos and drinking a Monster. It's good for you. Be careful when you're drinking the Monster, because sometimes the Monster bites back. And Last Life Left did a super chat saying, here's $5 to go towards a new controller. Well, thank you for that. If you don't mind, I'm just going to put triple L on here. Oh, shit. What did I do? Last Life Left. Okay. So I think we've covered everything. I'm just going to double check here. We may have had a perfectly timed Ask the King. because we're right at the end of when I would end my stream. And I'm looking around. I think we did it. We covered it all. I mean, wow. I don't think this could have worked out any better timing wise. All right. So a couple quick things. When's the next Ask the King? Well, I usually do this every other month. So rule of thumb would be early September. I think that the placeholder date I picked was September 8th, 2022. However, this is the time period of the year when there's a lot of new games releasing. As of now, you know, it's not super busy. Looking at that time frame, it actually looks like September isn't a heavy time, in which case maybe we would be doing this September 8th. At the very same time, that changes all the time. There's new release dates and everything. So I can't promise this. What I would say is it's likely going to be sometime in September, but I can't 100% tell you the date yet. As we get closer to September, I'll judge if we still want to do it September 8th or bump it or move it. How can you ask questions for the next episode? DSPgaming.com. There's already a thread there for the next episode, okay? If you are a member of my channel, typically what happens is a couple weeks before the next episode of Ask the King, I post up a thread on my channel page under the members tab, and that's how the vast majority of our questions came about for this show this time. So it really is a benefit to being a member if you want to get another benefit out of that, get your question answered on the show, right? Also Twitter, but you know, you saw I only answered like 4 or 5 Twitter questions, so I would say post up your questions on the forums. The thread's already there. And I want to say thank you all for continuously supporting, attending, and engaging in my Q&A style content. Those who are watching on demand on YouTube, remember, a big part of this is if you post up responses, like comments on the video, maybe you want to respond to something I said in the video or whatever and get that discussion going. That helps a lot. I like having that back and forth with all of you guys. Okay, guys? Derek says, I became a member, but I didn't know about the member thread. That's sad. I did try to mention it as much as I could. I mentioned it at least once a day for the last week, but the thing is, Derek, you're right. You're not here all the time, and therefore you probably missed out on the times that I mentioned it. I apologize for that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Ask the King episode 91. Watch me the entire episode. I've been saying the wrong episode number. I probably did. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it here on DSP Gaming. Until next time, this is DSP signing off. Thanks a lot. Peace out, and I'll see you guys in September. Because you're not going to check out any of my content until then, right? That's right. All right, guys. See you later.
Wait for it.
Okay, everybody. So, good episode, right? Everyone had a good time? I had a good time. I hope you enjoyed it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to upload all of this Q&A to the channel. So anyone who is not here live can watch it on demand. I'm also going on my break, so I'm going to have some nice dinner. I'm starving right now, by the way. So I hope that you guys will have a good break along with me. I return tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. It's the continuation and likely conclusion of Super Castlevania 4, which I started over the weekend, had a really great stream of it, and I'm going to see if we can wrap it up tonight, all right? So I hope that you guys have a good break. I hope to see you tonight for Castlevania. If not, tomorrow we're back to regularly scheduled full-time gameplay. It'll actually be Final Fantasy 4 on the first stream. Excuse me. Let's try that again. It'll be Final Fantasy 7 on the first stream, and it'll actually be Capcom Fighting Collection on the late stream. Okay, guys? Thank you so much. Please have a good break. And I hope to see you later tonight. All right, guys? Peace out, and I will see you then later.
Over? Are we actually finished? Is there nothing disgusting about to happen that we're warned about by Tavaratech? Is that it? Oh yeah, this in terms of bingo in general, this was a very good card. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4? We got 4 different bingos. And we got 21 out of 25. It's a very successful card. Sadly, it wasn't 25 out of 25, so I've not been able to reward anyone yet for getting a full card. I was really hoping this would be it, especially with the 3x3. We had a 3x3 bingo card earlier on. And sadly, it only got like a 5, I think. I think I only got 5 or so out the 9 ticked off for that, which was a bit annoying, but yeah, it's a strong card. I mean, Blow and Nose, Rally were 2 that really were going to struggle though. And as well asked that, I don't know.